right? Really, that means get the first down, right? Once you get the first down, get some momentum. Just each play is extremely important, that first drive. And if you can execute on each play on the first drive, that sets you up in such a great situation, a great, headspace to be like, you know what, we can go out and we can quote unquote start fast. But, I think maybe there might be some, communication loss between what does start fast actually mean. It's just doing what you do, right? Just don't overthink it. Go out, execute at a high level, do what you know how to do from a run game standpoint, from a passing game standpoint. Just do your job, right? And everything else will line up as needed. It's not like, I think back in our day, starting fast was, hey, on the second play we're throwing an 80-yard bomb and we're probably catching it for a touchdown. I mean, it's different for everybody. And so I think just this team, we're not to that level yet. And so maybe it's just, hey, just get the first down, right? Just move the chains, get some momentum, and really start to settle in. And I think that's where, maybe it's just take a deep breath and set in and know that, hey, the game plan is going to be good. They've done a great job. And then making early game adjustments, right? I mean, I think, like I said, second half, they've been phenomenal, outscoring their opponents, by such a large margin and holding them down, holding them to scoring. But like I said, it's got to be a complete game. I mean, you're not going to win ball games by just playing one half. And so, I think I know the coaching staff is working really hard on making sure that they do make those in-game adjustments quickly so that we don't fall behind, 12, 14, 21 points at times in the first half.
Well, these will be the Bears' goals today against Iowa State, getting off to a better start. Certainly a point of emphasis. Appreciate Seth and Bryce and their thoughts about what it takes to indeed get off to that better start today against Iowa State. This is the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show. We're brought to you by Premier ER and Urgent Care. It's the place to go when you're not sure where to go. Open 24/7 and just a short walk across campus. No appointment necessary. Just walk in. Visit premier.care to learn more. Busy day in the Big 12. We've already had one upset. That took place last night. It was a team 90 miles up the road from Waco that took the L. We'll tell you about that game and more when we come back with the Big 12 Roundup after this. This is the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
When life gets complicated, Butts Law Firm is your one stop for a wide range of legal needs. Whether you need estate planning documents such as a will, trust, or guardianship, or the appointment of a receiver to handle personal or business assets management and disposal, consumer protection, family-related legal matters, or various business-related issues, we are your community firm. Whether you're planning for the future, navigating a probate, or managing a business, our experienced team is ready to guide you every step of the way. Trust us to provide the legal support you need. Call today. 406-641-BUTZ. That's 406-641-2889. Or come by the Waxahachie office at 301 South Rogers Street, Suite 202, downtown Waxahachie. Come see the difference having a trusted attorney by your side can make. Because at Butts Law Firm, your legal rights are our business.
Kids can now join the Baylor Cup Club, presented by Green Eye Associates, the official kids club of Baylor Athletics. Fans 12 and under can register for the low cost of $25 and gain exclusive benefits and access to Baylor Athletics events. Members receive free admission to select events, exclusive giveaway access, and their own membership package. To register your Cub, please visit BaylorBears.com/Cub Club. Sign your Cub up today and sick 'em Bears.
It's Jeep Adventure Days at Allen Samuels in Waco. Drive off in the new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Overland with $13,000 off, or the 2024 Jeep Gladiator Sport with a huge 18% off MSRP. Need more options? How about a new Jeep Compass, $9,000 off, or a stunning Wagoneer L with $8,300 dealer discount. Plus, all models come with 0% financing for 36 months. Get your adventure started today at Allen Samuels in Waco.
Come by. Let's be friends.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
It's the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show on the Baylor Sports Media Network, getting you ready for Baylor and 16th-ranked Iowa State. It is part of a busy day of action in the Big 12, and let's take a look at it now. The Big 12 weekend actually began yesterday when TCU hosted the Houston Cougars. They've gotten off to a rough start, the Cougars had, in the Willie Fritz era, but that changed yesterday as they picked up their first Big 12 win of the season, 30-19 in Fort Worth. Cougars actually made a quarterback change after back-to-back shutout losses. Zion Chris replaced Donovan Smith, and that sparked something. The Cougars jumped out to a 24-6 halftime lead. Chris ran for just shy of 100 yards in the victory. Up in Stillwater, the Cowboys have been sputtering after 2 losses to start the Big 12 season, both against ranked teams, and they are struggling again today. In Stillwater, it is all West Virginia. The Mountaineers have amassed a 31-7 halftime lead. That is the only other game in action right now. Everything else is an evening game, starting with Baylor at 6:30 against 16th-ranked Iowa State in that nationally televised game. Then at 6:45, UCF plays a non-conference but intrastate game. They'll take on the Florida Gators in Gainesville. UCF 3-1. Florida is 2-2. Then at 7 p.m., Kansas takes to the road for their first Big 12 matchup against Arizona State. Both teams there looking for their first Big 12 win of the year. That's 7 o'clock tonight on ESPN2. And if our friends out in West Texas tomorrow are a little bleary-eyed in church tomorrow, well, let's not blame them. That's because the Texas Tech Red Raiders kick off against Arizona tonight at 10 p.m. Central Time. That is a TV kickoff, if ever, the TV time mandated kickoff, if ever there was one. 9 o'clock Mountain Time in Tucson, Arizona. But it is Texas Tech and Arizona tonight. 10 o'clock nationally televised game on Fox after Baylor and Iowa State. And again, Baylor and Iowa State kick off tonight at 6:30, about an hour and 40 minutes from now. Baylor will try to get the offense going early against a team in Iowa State that has the nation's number 2 national passing defense and number 4 overall defense. But the Bears will be have a little strength that they didn't have last week when they played with double-digit players unavailable. We'll find out who all is going to be available today, but the Bears should have more weapons in the arsenal when they take on Iowa State today in Ames, again at 6:30 tonight. That's your Big 12 Roundup. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, John Morris will visit with Tim Brando, the longtime national broadcaster calling the game this evening for Fox. We'll take a timeout and come back after this. This is the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Have you gone gold yet? Go gold with Baylor Athletics this season and be the gold factor across each of our sports. Wear exclusive Go Gold apparel from the Baylor bookstore at the upcoming Go Gold dates.
Aaron,
to stay up to date on some golden opportunities, visit BaylorBears.com/Go Gold. Go Gold and Sic 'em Bears.
Stay in the game with Q-Collar, the world's first and only equipment proven to help protect the brain. It's backed by advanced research, built for the modern athlete, and designed to protect.
Okay, he said, to let you know to take it off from here.
Q-Collar is a proud partner of the Baylor Bears. And it's on. Learn more and collar up at Q30.com. That's Q30.com.
Premier ER and
Yeah, he lost me and he lost you. I don't understand.
T-Southern ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER
John.
staff with on-site lab and CT,
John, can you hear me?
ultrasound, and EKG. Here,
John, can you hear me?
of care that you receive.
Okay, I'm sorry, he can. I'm just.
Insurance providers.
He can't hear he's hearing return, but he can't hear you or me. And I don't know why. Everything was fine before we went on the air.
Or visit www.premier.care.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the My H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
As we continue on the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show, we're inside Jack Trice Stadium. A game kicks shortly after 6:30 this evening. We don't want to lose you as a listener, but we do want to let you know television is on Fox coming up this evening. And that brings Tim Brando here to Ames to do the game this evening. And we've twisted Timmy B's arm to come and visit with us. Number one, it is great to see. I love it when our paths cross along the way.
It's been too long.
Yeah,
it's been too long. I haven't, and I miss coming to McLean Stadium. I do. I hope we get a chance to come back in the near future.
You know,
it's been a while.
If you're doing the game, it's a big game. So we need more big games to get you to Waco.
You know, I've got great memories of coming in there because our first grandchild, who's now just turned 8 years old, was born the week of the game we came in. And I want to say that was in that year when Clausen had come in to help out. You were in transition. And but got out to a pretty good start.
Right.
If memory serves me correctly. Maybe won the first 5 games, I think was the case. And Spencer was working with me, of course, and he got some video and some pictures of the firstborn grandchild, which was really cool. You know, that's one of those.
And sprung it on you?
Yeah, and that's one of those that you hold on to on DVR for the rest of your life as a first-time granddad. We've since had 3 more, so we got, including one named after Spencer.
Yeah,
the only
we were
boy.
talking about that.
That's right.
That is really cool. I'm interested in getting your input from a national perspective on the Big 12 Conference.
Mm-hmm.
There's some narratives out there. This Iowa State team is our highest-ranked team right now at number 16. You're the perfect guy to ask. What's the national view on this league?
I think it's the most competitive conference in America, and I don't think anything has happened since the start of the season to change any of that. Now, I think what is important is that whether it's this team or if it's Kansas State or if it's whoever's out there that's got one loss that's still in the mix, BYU or whomever, they need to keep winning. You need to have, a one-loss team at the end of the year at worst, and it would be really nice if you had an undefeated team because I think the national narrative among those that reside in the Big Ten and in the SEC is that, the Big 12 is really good, but there's no bell cow. There's no big-time team that you figure will win every game they play. So somebody, it would be good for the league. It would be really good for the league if a team could be like TCU 2.0 and go 9-0. And if you drop a game, fine, but you go into the Big 12 title game with just one loss. Yeah. Because if you want to get a second team in, then you need to have one team that's in top 6 or 7, top 8, somewhere in there. And if you do,
hello.
Then you might be able to get people to believe in the fact that your teams deserve maybe a second look for one of those at-large spots. But right now, I think the possibility of that happening is beginning to fade.
Right.
So, no disrespect to Baylor, and I think Baylor is in a position tonight to pull an upset. I think they're a tough matchup for this Iowa State team, particularly the way Houston defended them last week.
I hear you.
And the quarterback has not played well of late. The quarterback has had a rough time missing open receivers. Rocco Becht has been a bit average.
Okay. Well, hey,
it's a little scary that they're undefeated and he's not played well because he's a really good quarterback.
Sure.
But right now, Sawyer Robertson is playing better at the position than Rocco is.
Yeah.
If you guys can just get out of your own way and not spot people 14, 21 points to begin games, or
we do.
in the case of Colorado, let's face it, that was an emotional loss. Yeah. And you cannot tell me, no matter how hard you try, and Dave Aranda, whom I have a great deal of respect for, said, we had a great week of practice. Then the game begins, and it was like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Who are these guys? They didn't have it in the first quarter and a half. So that happens in college football, particularly with the emotional loss of a game that you had control of, led by 2 touchdowns, and lost on a play like that. Yeah. And I don't know that Colorado does to UCF what they did if they don't win a game like that.
Yeah,
but that's just the nature of college football. And Brother Marsh, you know that about as well as anybody I know.
Well, it's good to hear we feel that way, and you sort of verify what we feel about that.
I think you're much better than your record. Your players just have to make winning plays.
Right.
And to this point, you've got big-time talent that's not made enough winning plays. The kid Cameron has been playing outstanding football.
I like him a lot.
And looks like a running back after he catches the ball wearing that number, 34. And I'm impressed by him, but also Robertson and his resolve. That kid deserves a big win because he's fought so hard. He's got a great future, I think, and he's been told, 5 times, you're not the guy?
Right.
So he's finally got the reins and deservedly so. Tonight might be a breakout moment for him.
Well, that'd be great. Well, it's great to see you. I'm glad
Super
you're
to
doing our
see you.
game, and we need to get you back to Waco at some point.
Love to do it.
Baylor wins a few games, maybe we can get you to town.
Wake up the people on the Brazos. Ready to come.
Great to see you, Tim.
Great seeing you,
Appreciate
John.
you very much. Tim Brando, who do the game on Fox, coming up this evening. Right now, top of the hour. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
Let's take a break. Back with more in a moment on the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show. When we come back, Derek visits with the voice of the Iowa State Cyclones, John Walters. That and more when we return here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Toyota Tundra's powerful, available i4.
Okay,
different things to a lot.
We got it working again.
To your neighbor, it means helping them with their new chainsaw carving hobby.
All right, Aaron, you can still hear me.
It's a bearfish birdman wood carving, if I've ever seen one.
To your cousins, the Tundra means as they jump off the boat onto the sandbar.
Now watch this flip.
Yes,
no, don't. You're gonna
cannonball.
Definitely nail it.
To your co-pilots, the Tundra means an extra comfortable journey.
I can just.
You sure can.
And to you, the Tundra means whoa. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Now this is a bare necessity. From tailgating to sailgating, the 2025 Tundra is built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
Life moves fast. Your internet should move even faster. Connect, game, study, and do it all with Astound's hypersonic award-winning fiber-powered internet. It's a big deal. Call 1-800-4ASTOUND or go to astound.com to get internet for only $20 a month with a 2-year price lock. Plus, get a $100 Amazon gift card and add 5G unlimited mobile free for 12 months. Because reliable internet and better mobile is a big deal. Go to astound.com today. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
Kids can now join the Baylor Cup Club, presented by Green Eye Associates, the official kids club of Baylor Athletics. Fans 12 and under can register for the low cost of $25 and gain exclusive benefits and access to Baylor Athletics events. Members receive free admission to select events, exclusive giveaway access, and their own membership package. To register your Cub, please visit BaylorBears.com/Cub Club. Sign your Cub up today and sick 'em Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Baylor and Iowa State today from Ames for the Bears. It's their third top 25 opponent in the season's first 6 games, kicking off just 90 minutes from now. Let's get to know our foe today. This is an Iowa State team that has put together one of the nation's top defenses, number 2 in passing, number 4 overall. We visited with the voice of the Iowa State Cyclones, John Walters, to get his insights. We asked him about the defense, But first, we talked about their offense, led by Rocco Becht and receivers Jaden Noel and Jaden Higgins, two players who are two of the top wide receivers in the Big 12, but they've tried to become more balanced. And John Walters tells us first about what Iowa State needs to do to deliver that versatility on the offensive end.
You know, when the season started, Iowa State was really dependent on Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. But as time has gone on, the running game has really started to come around. The last two games, they've been over 200 yards. And they're doing it collectively. It's a by-committee running backs room. Abu Sama really came on as a freshman a year ago, was a freshman All-American. But Jalen Jackson, transfer from Eastern Michigan, has probably been Iowa State's most consistent guy in that room. And then Carson Hansen brings kind of another element. He's 220 pounds, and he will hit the hole hard and kind of just get what's there, and is more the physical running back. So all three of those guys are splitting up the duties, and the offensive line probably is the bigger piece of the puzzle, and they've really come along as the season's gone on too. So it is a team that is becoming more well-rounded and versatile by the day. I think the one thing we haven't seen much of this season that we are going to probably see a lot more of as the season goes on is the tight ends being more involved. Benjamin Bramer's a really good tight end, had a great freshman year. He's been kind of quiet by his standards, and he's a guy that can really make some explosive plays down the field. He's a matchup problem, and so I think you'll see him especially involved more as a pass catcher as the season goes on. But then they're kind of waiting for that third receiver to emerge. You know, I mean, you mentioned Higgins and Noel. They've been the bell cows for sure of this receiving room. But there's some other talent there, and we'll see if somebody can kind of emerge. A guy that made a couple big catches last week was Carson Brown. He's a walk-on from right here in central Iowa, and he made a couple really big catches. So we're seeing, will somebody else come on and really take command of that third receiver spot? So far, that hasn't happened.
Visiting with John Walters, the voice of the Iowa State Cyclones. Let's talk defense now. You know, you look through 4 games, it looks like really only 2 meaningful touchdowns allowed for this undefeated Cyclones team. So I'm curious, who or what drives this Iowa State defense to the success it's had so far this year?
I think it starts with the back end. You're looking at 3 safeties that are potentially all Big 12 players.
Yeah, we got it.
Kind of all Big 12 records.
Go ahead.
And at some point in their careers. And last season, the combination of Malik Verdon, Bo Freeler, and Jeremiah Cooper, they weren't all healthy at the same time. Now, they all had
been right there.
Nagging injuries that on different weeks it felt like a different guy was hurt.
If you
and so
get them,
rarely were all
those.
3 of them on the field at the same time. This year so far, knock on wood, they've been able to stay healthy. And when they're healthy and making plays on that back end, it makes the whole defense better. They're pretty good up front. They're very young at linebacker. The corners have been pretty good. But it really, those 3 safeties can cover up a lot of things on the back end. And Verdon and Freeler in particular, each at 220 pounds, have the size of a lot of linebackers nationally. And so they come up into run support a lot too. And it makes, you know, because with that 3-man front, it's easy to say, well, you should be able to run the ball against them. One of the reasons it's not easy to run the ball against Iowa State is because of Bo Freeler and Malik Verdon. But the run defense is still the area that has to kind of get shored up a little bit. They've had some games where they've missed some tackles. Again, they're very young at linebacker. They've had some injuries there. But the pass defense has been terrific. The scoring defense has been very good. And I guess the scoring defense is really the only stat that matters.
You know, John, you mentioned the run defense. I think Baylor's looking to establish the run a little more than it has the last few games. So perhaps that's one key. But for you and your crew, what are some other areas from an Iowa State standpoint you'll be looking at as keys for your team against the Bears?
I think you got to get some pressure on Sawyer Robertson, get him out of his comfort zone. He's a guy that's a rhythm quarterback, and when he gets in a good rhythm, he can be really tough. I mean, he's strong, he's physical. He can run the ball very effectively, but he also can throw it. And so he's one of those true dual threat type of quarterbacks. And I know Finn is as well with his versatility and ability to run the football. But Iowa State really, I think, has to get some pressure without letting the pocket become not there anymore. They have to collapse on Robertson without allowing him to get outside and just take off, because I'm more worried about what he can do running the football if the pocket collapses and he gets out of there. So they have to keep him within that area, but then also get them uncomfortable. And you mentioned the run game. I was really impressed with Pendergrass down in Waco last year. He played very well against Iowa State a year ago. Big physical running back. And so Cameron is a big physical receiver. Monterey Baldwin has incredible speed and athleticism. And so there's some guys that absolutely concern you if you're Iowa State defensively. And then I think from the offensive end for Iowa State, you just want to keep taking what the defense is giving you. I think that Taylor Mauser, first-year offensive coordinator for Iowa State, has done a very good job of just kind of saying, okay, here's what they're trying to take away. All right, in this game, we're going to feature this then. And when you have that versatility we talked about at the beginning of this interview, when you have a decent running game, when you have good tight ends, when you have good receivers, you can do that. You can take what a defense gives you.
That is John Walters, the voice of the Iowa State Cyclones, sharing his thoughts. They've got a great defense. They're trying to get their offense clicking on all cylinders. Of course, Baylor is trying to do much the same, and they're going to try to do it quickly, avoiding the slow starts we've seen to start the year. We're going to talk about that with J.J. Joe and Ricky Thompson, that and more on our X's and O's segments when we return after this. It is Baylor and Iowa State today, and we're getting you ready on the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco.
How y'all doing?
Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate.
All right, we have a connection.
Treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
It's Ram Power Days at Allen Samuels in Waco. Get the 2025 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew Cab with an incredible $15,000 off MSRP. Or drive away the 2024 Ram 2500 Tradesman Crew Cab with $10,000 off MSRP. A great selection with over 350 new to choose from. But hurry, these deals won't last long.
Get them on the air,
hurry into Allen Samuels in Waco today. First responders get an extra $500 off.
Come by. Let's be friends.
Have you gone gold yet? Go gold with Baylor Athletics this season and be the gold factor across each of our sports. Wear exclusive Go Gold apparel from the Baylor bookstore at the upcoming Go Gold dates. To stay up to date on some golden opportunities, visit BaylorBears.com/Go Gold. Go Gold and Sic 'em Bears.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
It's the Bears and the Cyclones today from Ames. Baylor looking for their first top 25 win of the year, their first Big 12 win of the year, and if they do so, they would knock a team from the ranks of the undefeated in the process in the Iowa State Cyclones. Time now to go inside X's and O's with J.J. Joe and Ricky Thompson. They'll have the call today from Jack Trice Stadium with the voice of the Bears, John Morris. And J.J. and Ricky, it's always great to visit with you. And as we start, let's discuss getting off to a good start. On average in the games against Power 4 teams this year, Baylor is spotting opponents a 12-point lead at the end of the first quarter. That's obviously not what you're trying to do. So, Ricky, I'll start with you, and then JJ, I'm just curious, when it comes to busting out of a slow start, kind of busting out of the gate, is it something like to do that? Are you trying to draw up a big strike play early? Are you trying to be careful and protect the football? Because that's been a problem for the Bears early on as of late? Or are those just things that kind of fans think they work more than they do? What do you guys think is a good approach to trying to get off to a good start in Ames today?
Well, Derek, I think it's all of the above. I think that you have to obviously not turn the ball over like the Bears did with their first offensive play last week. That was critical. And then defensively, you have to get started. I know we've done a really good job in the second half of adjusting defensively. Last week, BYU has, 150 in the first quarter and 81 in the second half. that can't happen. So I think on the defensive side of the ball, and I know we had a lot of guys missing, you've got to get stops early. You have to get some 3-and-outs, and I think you have to get some confidence going offensively early too. But the main thing you can't do is drop down 21-0 at home, and much less on the road. So this will be a long night if the Bears don't start fast, don't let Iowa State get out to a 14-0, 21-0 lead, or even a substantial 10-0 lead early in the game. I just don't think you can afford to do that. I think this football team is still fragile. I'm talking about the Bears. And I think they need something early that's a confidence builder, whether it's a turnover with the defense or an early score or big play offensively. And then with that, then you start playing, and then you never know what happens from there.
Yeah, and I'm with Ricky on that, so I'm not going to go over everything. But I think offensively, typically the strategy is, coaches have stuff scripted. They'll script maybe the first 10, 15 plays. And then, of course, they always like to save something. I just don't think we're in the position now to save. I think Coach has to, early in the game, look at getting points, even if that means giving up some of the stuff he wants to hold back, just to get that confidence going. So offensively, that's what I think the approach is. And defensively, Coach Aranda is figuring out, I think, this group that, I got to make sure we're dialed in early. Maybe it's what I'm calling. Maybe I'm staying base stuff, keeping eyes on. Because a lot of times I think teams are doing against us, Derek. I think they're dialing up some of their stuff early to try to get a lead on us. And they figure that will break our will a little bit.
Visiting with J.J. Joe and Ricky Thompson, talking X's and O's for today's game against Iowa State. J.J., Coach Aranda said in his media conference this week he's been disappointed with the running game at the point of attack. So you want to improve at the point of attack. What are some ways you can do that today against a good Iowa State defense?
Well, I think it'll be tough this week. I mean, Iowa State has shown that they'll give up some runs. You saw it in the first game against Iowa. Even Houston. Houston had some chunk yardage plays because they like to really play aggressively. And if you miss, when you play as aggressive as they do downhill toward the line, if a guy breaks through, there's no one usually there, and they're going to keep a deep safety. So I think this week, I think you really have to try to get your backs out of a traditional kind of running set. Will they need to just turn around and hand it off, run zone? Yeah, and involve Sawyer? Yes. But against this defense, and they got a couple 300-pounders right up the middle, I think you have to just say, hey, look, I'm not going to beat my head against a brick wall. I'm going to get that ball out on the edge with Bryson, maybe throw a running back screen like they did last week to Bryson with Trigg blocking, and try to pick up yards untraditional ways. And I think you do short passing game. They give up the middle. I think the middle is there for our backs to take a fake, release, get to the middle, check it down. Those are run plays. Those short passes are run plays. I think we have to use that short passing game.
Visiting with J.J. Joe and Ricky Thompson. Let's turn our attention now to Baylor's defense against the Cyclone offense, led by Rocco Becht and their great receivers, Noel and Higgins. So Coach Aranda, Ricky, compared Iowa State's offense this week to a salad that has a bunch of extra ingredients that they're trying to dress up a little bit. They're very patient, a lot of shifting, a lot of motion. What does that kind of offense require of the Baylor defense today?
Well, I think it requires them to stay alert, stay in focus, and do their jobs. I know when you have a lot of shift like that, what you're trying to do is confuse the defense, end up with somebody uncovered, and when that happens, you'll see play after play after play, and you stop, and then you blow a coverage, and they go 60 yards on one play. And I think that's much what this offense does. They're not very explosive, but what they do with all that movement, Derek, is they try to confuse the defense, try to catch them out of position, and blow a coverage and then hit a big play. So I think primarily it's going to be situation football and assignment football, in that each of those guys has to do his job and be confident that the guy beside him is going to do his, and not let these shifts catch them in a bad spot.
Got to stay disciplined today against this Cyclone offense. Well, Ricky, JJ, thanks for your time. Always great to talk to you, and I hope you're calling a win here in just a little bit.
Thanks, Derek.
Thanks, Derek.
Appreciate it. J.J. Joe, Ricky Thompson. That is X's and O's on the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show. Later on the program, we'll get the insights of Jerry Hill from Baylor Athletics, Zach Smith from the Waco Tribune-Herald. We'll also hear from Javon Overshown with our front office report today on the program as we roll on the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show, presented by Baylor Alumni, bringing the Baylor family together. Back with more after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit
Y'all can talk about TCU and Oklahoma State. Oof.
Are prepping for game day right away.
It's kind of unbelievable.
That is. I think we could talk,
Are
John,
you a
about
proud Baylor fan? Do you
kinda,
love prizes?
I
The
think
Baylor
these
Sports app
last
allows
couple
fans
weeks
to
have
track
been
their
tough,
attendance
but
across
today,
athletic events and earn
pretty
points
winnable.
using Baylor Bold
Maybe
Rewards.
we can talk about
Baylor
that,
Athletics
maybe
wants to
use it
reward the
today to
most
set
loyal
up the
fans for
second half
cheering
of
on the
the
Bears.
season.
So
Is that
register
kinda what it feels
online
like
today
to me?
at BaylorBoldRewards.com or download the Baylor Sports app straight to your phone. Prizes this year are better than ever, so start earning your points today.
Life moves fast. Your internet should move even faster. Connect, game, study, and do it all with Astound's hypersonic award-winning fiber-powered internet. It's a big deal. Call 1-800-4ASTOUND or go to astound.com to get internet for only $20 a month with a 2-year price lock. Plus, get a $100 Amazon gift card and add 5G unlimited mobile free for 12 months. Because reliable
Baylor football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Big 12 matchup today for the Bears in Ames, Iowa, against the undefeated Iowa State Cyclones. ISU ranked number 16 in the nation. The Bears looking for their first Big 12 win of the year today. As we welcome you back into the program, voice of the Bears, John Morris, is at Jack Trice Stadium in Ames. I'm Derek Smith, and our producer Aaron Sexton here with you from Waco today. And as we get ready for today's game, it kind of comes at an interesting point. The last game of the first half of the 2024 regular season, and the Bears have had some positives and some negatives in this first half. And, you know, John, I think you can look at the glass half full, glass half empty, and certainly the half empty part is this team has won some winnable games, and they haven't won a Big 12 game yet, although they have that possibility today. I think the glass half full is they've been right there in every game, and maybe even looking ahead, which can be dangerous to do, but I think you look ahead, this game and the rest of the way, this will be the toughest game on the schedule on paper. And, John, I really feel like there's nothing today, even a road matchup against a top 20 team nationally, there's nothing today that Baylor has not already seen in their matchups, whether it be against Utah or Colorado or BYU last week. And you hope that kind of the sum total of those experiences can buoy them today, because certainly Baylor's underdogs, but this is a very winnable game in front of them.
Yeah, it is, and we see that because we see the team every week. We see how hard they work, and we've seen the tough losses. You know, the way they have lost those last two has just been brutal, but you see also signs that this could be a really good team, and I think it is a good team, but they just haven't been able to get over the hump and win either of those games at Colorado or at home against BYU. But I agree with what you said. On paper, this is probably the toughest game left for Baylor, this one tonight on the road against the 16th ranked Iowa State Cyclones, but I just think Baylor's going to be in every game, no matter who they play. And if they can find a way to get over the hump and get a win, you know, hopefully tonight, and then moving forward, find some more wins and string those together, I think people will start to see kind of what we see already, that this is a good team. You know, they just haven't been, they've kind of been maybe snake bit is the term so far.
You know, John, I think noting that this is the final game of the first half of the season, maybe an interesting note on some level, but fairly arbitrary, not particularly meaningful in terms of the game today. I think what maybe is a little more meaningful is this team is heading into a bye week. And a win today would put a much better taste in your mouth heading into the bye week. You never want to go into a 2-week stretch coming off of one loss or what would be 3 losses if the Bears don't win today. I do like to think that today's an opportunity to win going into the bye week and to set yourself up for momentum in the second half of the season. Again, we expect there to be a lot of close games. The Big 12 has proven that through the first month of the season. You know, I think if you win and build some momentum, the second half of the season could look very different than the first half record-wise.
No question. I agree completely. And it would be huge to get a win tonight, to go into the bye week off a big win. You know, compare that to if we don't win tonight and it's 3 straight losses going into the bye week. You know, that's just not a good not a good taste in your mouth, and you got to stew on that for 2 weeks before you go to Lubbock to play Texas Tech. So that is certainly part of the motivation. I mean, they don't need any created motivation. They've got plenty coming in against Iowa State.
And, this has been a series, John. There's been a couple notable exceptions when Baylor was really at its peak in the Big 12 championship seasons about a decade ago. But traditionally, this has been a very tight series. The overall record for Baylor is 12-10. 4 of the last 5 games have been within 1 score. That's always been the case when these two teams play. And honestly, that's what this Big 12 season is really looking like. I mean, we've talked about it and you referenced it, but very likely the rest of the way that you can kind of throw the records of either team out and expect it to be a close ball game if both teams play well. And that's why I really want to see Baylor win one. A lot of reasons I want to see Baylor win one of these. But sometimes winning late or losing late can be a habit. And for Baylor right now, that's a habit you want to break because you want them to head into the fourth quarter of what we expect to be a lot of one-score ball games with that confidence that comes from having done it before, from having closed it out.
Yep, and that's life in the Big 12. What was the note coming into this weekend? Half the games, Big 12 games, 7 of 14, decided by 1 score. So I think that's the norm in Big 12 conference games. Everybody is good, and you heard our conversation with Tim Brando. He was thinking from a national perspective, it would be good if one team sort of stepped up and ahead of the rest of the pack, but I don't know. I mean, maybe that's Iowa State. I don't know. Maybe it's BYU. But I think there's a lot of really good teams and really well-coached teams that make it hard to predict the outcome of games.
Yeah, the teams that make Arlington, right now there's a lot of teams that are going to have a say in that as when we get into later October and then certainly into later November. Well, John, before we had a break, I got to ask you, it's 89 degrees in Ames right now. Have you ever called a football game in Ames when the mercury was flirting with 90 degrees?
Nothing close to that.
Yeah.
Because, it's a conference game, so it's normally a little bit later in the season, October or November. We've had more games when JJ was bundled up like an Eskimo than we have when JJ's taken layers off here in the booth.
Well, we'll enjoy it while we can. A little bit of taste to home. Well, John, thanks very much. We'll talk to you again in a little bit, and then we're going to hear your visit with Javon Overshone upcoming. We'll look back at a great game in program history. But coming up next, we will visit with Zach Smith of the Waco Tribune-Herald. We'll get his thoughts on today's game as we count you down to kickoff just a little over an hour from now. Baylor and Iowa State coming up from Ames on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
Hey, Zach.
TFNB, your bank for life, is
How you
the official
doing?
local bank of Baylor Athletics.
Good, I enjoyed your piece on Hal Presley this week. I'll ask you about that.
Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back with 5 convenient locations
hear you real
and an
well
award-winning
there.
mobile
I
app.
couldn't hear you over the
Banking
break.
has never been easier. TFNB,
Yeah,
your
I'll
bank
ask you
for
about
life.
that. I'll ask you
Member
about
FDIC.
we got that medical report. Yeah, you do.
Hey Baylor fans, Baylor soccer season is currently underway. Come be a part of the action at Betty Lou Mays Field all season long and watch head coach Michelle Leonard and the Bears battle against the best in the Big 12. Score your tickets for game day right now at BaylorBears.com/tickets. We'll see you at Betty Lou. Sick 'em Bears.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers.
That's good.
Premier
I
ER and
appreciate
Urgent
that.
Care has 4 convenient
It's
locations
context.
serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
You're listening to Baylor Football. On the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Baylor and Iowa State today from Ames. The Bears looking for their first Big 12 win of the year, their first top 25 victory of the year. They would collect both if they head back to Waco with a win tonight. It's time to talk about this game and more with Zach Smith of the Waco Tribune-Herald. And, Zach, it's always great to visit with you. We've had some news within the last 45 minutes or so as the Bears released an availability report ahead of today's game against Iowa State. Of course, last year the team missing double-digit players last week. I think the big news when you look at this right now, Caden Jenkins, Kelsey Johnson, and Richard Reese remain out. Dominic Richardson, Chateau Reed, and Kendrick Simpkins are questionable. Still, we'll talk more about who's available, but the Bears are getting some players back. Boy, after really having to plug some holes last week in the loss to BYU.
Right, and I think that the two biggest names there are Campbell Barrington and Garmin Randolph, who, honest Dave Aranda touched on both of those in his press conference. And, Campbell especially, that offensive line, in a game like this against Iowa State, running the ball is going to be crucial. And to get someone like Campbell who has all that experience and, can kind of really lock down that right side of the offensive line, that's going to be huge for the Bears. So, good things on that front.
We know last week 0 sacks. Baylor was without Garmin Randolph and without his backup, Steve Linton. I mean, this is an Iowa State offense that has some players, but you really want to do what you can to get some pressure on Rocco Becht, who's been a little bit up and down. And, I mean, to state the obvious, Zach, having Garmin Randolph and Steve Linton, those guys are going to be pretty big in that regard.
I mean, it's going to be huge. And you mentioned Rocco Becht and the importance of getting pressure on him. Like, Iowa State has a couple of really good weapons on the outside that if they get the ball out quick and they get the ball to those players, like Baylor can be in for some trouble. So yeah, having Garmin back and having Steve Linton back, man, it's going to make the world of difference for this Baylor defense.
We are visiting with Zach Smith of the Waco Tribune-Herald this week, talking to the media. Sawyer Robertson said what's obvious. We are tired of getting close. And, we've talked about on the program slow starts, maybe lack of availability for some players. You get the sense that there's reasons that the slow starts have been happening, but it seems like everyone's recognizing that falls flat. They want to change it. What's your sense? Is it determination? Is it frustration? Is it a little bit of both trying to fix that?
I certainly think everybody on this team is frustrated. I think, but there still is like a layer of optimism that is kind of, within this team. They're not going to give up. There is no quit in this team. Certainly they know that they have the pieces that eventually 4 quarters are going to come together and they're going to get a big win. I think that there is some frustration, but it's still got a tinge of optimism with it. And I think that's a good thing to have, especially when you're coming into a raucous environment like tonight, 1 week before a bye week. Like, this would be a big spot to finally put 4 quarters together.
It would, and I know with the bye week next week, you always want to win because it's the game on your schedule. But I think heading into a bye week, a win or a loss are magnified just a little bit.
Certainly. I mean, and you want some good vibes. Like the last 2 weeks have been just heartbreaking losses that in games that Baylor easily could have won had, a couple things bounce their way. And so the vibes have not been very good. And so you need some good momentum and some good feeling, some positive feeling headed into the bye week when you have a week to kind of stew on things.
Zach, always enjoy the stories that you and that Bryce and the crew share with us about the Baylor Bears. And you had a good one this week about Hal Presley. He had that clutch go-ahead touchdown against Colorado. Last week against BYU, 8 catches for 82 yards. Really, really some nice extension on some throws from Sawyer Robertson. And we saw a video after the game. Boy, he was just brokenhearted after the loss to BYU. That kind of showed his passion a little bit. You had the chance to visit with him, and I'd encourage people to read the story, but what stood out to you about him and his story and what he brings to this Baylor program?
Yeah, he is, you mentioned his emotion after the game, and that's really what stood out to me about Hal and just his emotion in playing the game, and I think that is an important thing for this Baylor team. Dave Aranda was talking about it at his press conference, how important having someone like Hal is to just be able to lead this team. And when this team, needs to go somewhere and needs to be led, like they're going to go to Hal because he's going to kind of tell it like it is. And it was really interesting to think of, freshman year, how he wanted to quit football. And then he kind of leaned on his very emotional story for an emotional player that really means a lot to this Baylor team.
Well, I would encourage people, as I said, you can check that out at wacotrib.com. Well, Zach, thanks for all your great work. Thanks very much for your time, and we'll look forward to what you and Bryce have in store for us in the Trib ahead this week.
Appreciate it as always. Love to be here.
Great to be with you. Zach Smith of the Waco Tribune-Herald, our guest here on the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show. Later on the program, we will hear from Jerry Hill. We'll look back at a great game in program history going back into this rivalry between the Bears and the Cyclones. But coming up next, we'll have our front office report. John Morris will visit with Javon Overshone. That is straight ahead as we roll on, getting you ready for Baylor and Iowa State today from Ames on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
This is David Wetzel, Executive Director of the Baylor Bee Association, inviting you to our 2024 Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame induction banquet November the 1st at the Hurd Welcome Center. We have another outstanding class of inductees this year, including Brittany Griner and Odyssey Sims from women's basketball, Ronnie Allen from track and field, Whitney Cannon-Rickenstein from Baylor softball, Mark Cochran from football, Michael Griffin from baseball, Nina Cesar-Bajovic from women's tennis, and Epe Udo from men's basketball. We'll also honor the back-to-back Big 12 Championship 2013 and 2014 football teams. The induction banquet is Friday, November 1st at 6:30 p.m. in the Hurd.
Can you get her, Javon, can you talk for just a second?
Table sponsorships are available.
Hey, how are you? All right, sounds great.
HOF. That's BaylorBears.com/HOF. Hope you can join us November 1st for the Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame induction banquet. Sic 'em Bears.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the My H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
Are you ready for the action-packed experience of Baylor volleyball? Come watch the Bears all season long at the Farrell Center as the team battles to bring home another Big 12 Conference championship to Waco. Secure your seats at BaylorBears.com/tickets and come be a part of the action courtside. Youth teams can also sign up to be Anthem Buddies and join the team on the court before first serve by emailing fan_engagement@baylor.edu. We'll see you at the Farrell Center, and Sic 'em Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Continue on our countdown to kickoff. We are live from inside Jack Trice Stadium in Ames. Baylor and Iowa State coming up about 1 hour from right now, so we'll continue to get you ready. Part of that is we have the pleasure and honor to visit with Javon Overshone. Javon is our Deputy Athletic Director, Chief Revenue Officer, and that just kind of scratches the surface on everything that you do. When people ask you, how would you describe your role with Baylor Athletics?
Yeah, no one knows what that title means. Really just an extension of Mac, kind of a secondary oversight for him within the athletic department, primarily overseeing external areas and then football as well.
And when you say external areas, that covers a lot of people and a lot of different important areas.
Yeah, roughly 60 people within the department, different departmental units. So really anything that's brand-facing, marketing, communications, creative, to anything that's revenue generating, from the likes of NIL to ticket sales to fundraising.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And if that's not enough on your plate, you're also the sport administrator for football. So just throw that on top of everything.
That's right. It's a blessing.
Yes. What does that entail? Explain, what your role there with football specifically.
Yeah, I think sport oversight looks a little different at every institution, but here, our athletic director can't be everywhere at once, and so the idea is to be an extension of him by way of ensuring that the program is able to function in the way that it needs to and has everything it needs administratively to keep the ball going, just to set them best up for success.
Good. How much are you involved in scheduling for football, like looking down the road?
Yeah, intimately involved here at Baylor. Again, it differs everywhere you go. but really sit alongside our coach and athletic director and determine the best matchups from a competitive standpoint, from a travel and distance location from our fans, and then obviously the scheduling makeup that we have with 9 conference games, 1 FCS, 1 FBS, and 1 Power 4 non-conference game.
Good. And how has the thinking changed or has it changed with scheduling, with the expanded Big 12 now?
Yeah, it's a competitive conference, 16 teams. You'll play every conference opponent once within the 4-year period. So you really take that into consideration, just the differing opponents we have and what it is that we need on the schedule to really challenge us, and then what's going to excite our fans from an entertainment standpoint.
Yeah, very good. How far in advance do you schedule? We used to hear about those, that were scheduled 10, 15 years in advance.
Yes. So it's changed a little bit now with all the realignment that's happening. There's some shuffling going on of things that were previously scheduled. We've even had some adjustments. Right now we're looking at about 2031, 2032 as far as scheduling.
Okay. And we've got some things set up already, like we're going to Air Force, I think, in 27.
That's
Auburn,
right. That's right.
Home.
Some good matchups coming.
Yeah, really good. Let's talk about the new home for Baylor football. That is the Fudge Football Development Center. Oh, what a great facility that is.
It's beautiful. Yeah, it's really state of the art. Jeremy and Christy Fudge and their family, just their generosity has really set us up for the future. Just such an incredible weight room, auditorium, just everything that we have to really set our athletes up for success. And then you get the views of the Brazos really at every angle. So just grateful for their generosity and the way that they've equipped us.
And I know you were intimately involved in, every stage of that, but there were so many other people.
Yes.
I mean, we had a lot of good people working on that project.
Yes. I think you know a project's a success by just the way the student athletes react. The fact that you can walk in a facility and not have any regrets, and you don't do that without all the people involved that were. So
yeah,
it's a great project.
What do you like best about it? Like when you give tours, what are you excited to show people there?
Yeah, that weight room.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible from a square footage standpoint. It rivals others in the country. It's truly one of the top. And then also just from a space standpoint, I don't think people realize how strapped we were. The auditorium, so just to be able to have 205 seats in there, ample room, and really be able to teach from that standpoint for our coaches is special.
Yeah, really cool. And you can tell how much Dave and the staff and the student athletes, you can tell how much they appreciate that.
Yes. Dave said it best. When you walk in that facility, you truly feel like it's a facility for winners. And so it really elevates the expectation in all areas.
Good. Love it. All right, tell everybody what's a football trip like.
People underestimate how much is involved in a football travel game. Just the logistics operationally, from getting equipment advanced to all the parts and pieces, even the alumni engagement. We bring donors with us on trips, but yeah, there's just a lot of parts. Everything from nutrition to outfitting the game to chapels to walkthroughs. It's quite an undertaking.
Yeah. And y'all stayed in Ankeny, is that
Yes,
right?
we did.
Down the road
Ankeny, Iowa. Yes, we did.
Did you take the whole hotel again?
That's right. We took the hotel and we explored the town a little bit. So
nice.
Great place.
Very good.
Yes.
Well, thanks for the visit. We appreciate that. Thanks for sharing a little bit, giving us some insight on what you do with the football program and otherwise, and know how much we appreciate everything you do. And thanks for being on with us.
Thank you, JMO.
All right. That is Jovan Overshone, our Deputy Athletic Director. She is the Chief Revenue Officer. She is the football sport administrator. So many things that Jovan handles and handles very, very well. Let's take a break. When we come back, let's look back at one of the great games in Baylor football history. It happened on this field right in front of us back on October 1st of 2016. We'll relive that when we come back. Stay with us. It's the countdown to kickoff here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Toyota Tundra's powerful, available iForce V6 engine means
you want to intro it, John, or
a lot of different people.
Okay, sounds good.
Their new chainsaw carving hobby.
We are right on time.
What do you think of this thing, eh? It's a bearfish birdman wood carving, if I've ever seen one.
To your cousins, the Tundra means as they jump off the boat onto the sandbar.
Now watch this flip.
No, don't. You're gonna...
Cannonball!
Definitely nail it.
To your co-pilots, the Tundra means an extra comfortable journey.
I can just...
You sure can.
And to you, the Tundra means... whoa. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Now this is a bare necessity. From tailgating to sailgating, the 2025 Tundra is built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
Stay in the game with Q-Collar, the world's first and only equipment proven to help protect the brain. It's backed by advanced research, built for the modern athlete, and designed to protect your most important asset, your brain. Q-Collar is a proud partner of the Baylor Bears. When it's on, it's on. Learn more and collar up at Q30.com. That's Q30.com.
Hey football fans, Kyle Sotrano here with George's Restaurant Bar and Catering to invite you to experience game days with George's this season. Join us at George's before or after the game for some signature Big O cocktails. Or come watch every second unfold on our 200-inch TV screens. Hosting a tailgater party? Let George's cater with our party packaging meals, perfect for feeding your crew. Swing by for breakfast, lunch, or dinner at either of our locations. George's number 1 at 1925 Spade Avenue or George's number 2 at 1201 Hewitt Drive. And make plans to try out Jorge's Cantina this season, the latest addition to the George's family, with authentic Mexican cuisine, fresh seafood, and tequila cocktails galore. Come see for yourself and sick 'em Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Specialist down on the field warming up. It is a whiteout here at Jack Trice Stadium tonight. John Walters tells us the first ever whiteout in Iowa State football history. And looks like they've got the fans to comply. And the team also in all white tonight for Iowa State. Check of scores in the Big 12. One game in progress. West Virginia leading Oklahoma State 31-7. Early fourth quarter, a minute into the fourth quarter. That is in Stillwater. And West Virginia leading big over the Cowboys. Game last night, Houston over TCU 30-19 was the final from Fort Worth. Upcoming later tonight, UCF at Florida, non-conference game. Kansas at Arizona State. And late night, after dark in the Big 12, Texas Tech at Arizona, scheduled for a 10 p.m. Central Time kickoff in Tucson tonight. Let's look back now at one of the great games in Baylor football history. Bears have had some memorable wins here in Ames. One of those came October 1st, 2016. October 2016.
Right then to Derek. Yep, after the break. Okay, sounds good. I'll talk to you in about 15 minutes.
Teams to play.
Thanks, John.
The Cyclones came out hot and led 14-0 late in the first quarter before Terrence Williams reached the end zone.
Two receivers left, one right. Here's the play, 4th and 3. Williams right up the gut and into the end zone. Touchdown, Terrence Williams. Touchdown, Baylor Bears.
It was 21-7 Iowa State in the second quarter when Shock Linwood's 2-yard touchdown run tied Alfred Anderson's school record of 35 career rushing touchdowns. But despite a Seth Russell touchdown run in the final minute of the half, the Bears trailed 28-21 at halftime. It was 42-28 Cyclones going to the fourth quarter.
I can see you. I can see the camera now. I see you getting
third
settled
down and 6 from the Baylor 46 for Iowa State.
Wonder if you're not going to want to give it up to
third straight third down stop. Lanning backs up in the pocket, pressured, and he's sacked. The Bears come up with their first sack of the day at the best possible time.
Did you ever try that? Have John write the story and you try a little play-by-play? Maybe not a football game.
Still down by 2 touchdowns on the road. Baylor put together touchdown scoring drives of 86 and 84 yards to tie the game at 42. And with Shock Linwood leading the way with 237 yards rushing, the Bears totaled 469 yards on the ground, including an 83-yard drive. Callahan, 19-yard field goal.
What a jerk. What a jerk
hey,
it is.
Business is business, man.
Good snap. Is good by Chris Callahan. And there's zeros on the clock. Baylor wins over Iowa State. Their first lead of the day comes on a kick with no time remaining. A 19-yard field goal by Chris Callahan wins it. Baylor
Aaron,
over
how'd you
Iowa
like
State,
to be board-opping a football
42,
game that kicks
the
off
final
at
score.
10 p.m., producing a 10
Callahan's
p.m.
field
game?
goal split the uprights at the north end of Jack Trice Stadium And with no time remaining, Baylor stayed
That's a kickoff time only a TV
with
network can love.
45-42 come-from-behind win over Iowa State. This week's great game in Baylor football history.
Yeah.
When life gets complicated, Butts Law
Give me a
Firm
1
is your
minute,
one
30
stop
and
for a
count. Yeah,
wide
yep,
range of
appreciate
legal
it.
needs. Whether you need estate planning documents such as a will, trust, or guardianship, or the appointment
Hey, Jerry,
of a
I guess you
receiver
saw
to handle
Baylor did the
personal or
availability
business
report.
assets management and disposal, consumer protection,
I like
family-related
that.
legal matters, or various
Wow.
business-related issues. We are your community
we don't
firm.
have to get
Whether
into
you're planning
logistics,
for the
but I'll
future,
ask you about the
navigating a
availability.
probate, or managing a business, our experienced team is ready to guide you
Yeah.
every step of the way. Trust
it's
us
context.
to provide the legal
It's-
support you need. Call today, 406-641-BUTZ. That's 406-641-2889. Or come by the Waxahachie office at 301 South Rogers Street, Suite 202, downtown Waxahachie. Come see the difference
Yes.
having a trusted attorney by your side can make.
Yeah.
Because at Butts Law Firm, your legal
No,
rights
that's good.
are our business.
It's the biggest blockbuster on the Brazzes, and you don't want to miss the premiere of Baylor women's basketball at brand new Foster Pavilion for the upcoming season. The Bears provide an elite atmosphere and return to the court with head coach Nikki Collin at the helm and another Sweet 16 appearance under their belts. The Foster Pavilion lets you be closer to the action. So help us fill the Foster with green and gold by getting your women's basketball season tickets today at BaylorBears.com/tickets.
Ask for Kasasa Checking. It's our superpower. First Central Credit Union pays 5% APY on your checking account. There's no penalty in this game. Get great returns while having complete access to your cash. Get in motion with First Central's Reward Checking that refunds ATM fees nationwide. Enjoy an automatic savings feature that pays you too. It's a snap to apply online at firstcentralcu.com.
Everything we do for you.
Eligibility and qualifications apply. APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
You're
Alrighty,
listening
here we
to
go.
Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
We inch ever closer to kickoff today as the Bears take on the 16th-ranked Iowa State Cyclones in Ames, Iowa. Kickoff at 6:30 for this nationally televised game. Baylor looking for their first Big 12 win of the year. And it's time to visit with Jerry Hill of Baylor Athletics and BaylorBears.com. And, Jerry, thanks for your time. It's always great to visit with you. And I have to ask you, I asked John this, so I know what your answer is, but I guess really it's just we got a note. You're about to play a football game in Ames with the temperature approaching 90 degrees. How much would you have not anticipated that?
Well, and I was talking about this earlier, Derek. When you think about the trips we've made to Salt Lake City, Utah, Boulder, Colorado, and Ames, Iowa, and the worst weather we've had is a little rain. Like, that's amazing.
Yeah.
We've had really good weather so far. So I think, as somebody said, now we'll have, like, horrible weather the rest of the year since I've put it out there how great the weather has been. But, man, it has been really nice.
Well, let's hope we have some good fall weather as we head into the second half of the season after the bye week. Jerry, we talked with Zach Smith of the Waco Trib a little bit earlier about this, but we have the availability report from Baylor that came out before the game. There's going to be no Daquan Finn, Caden Jenkins, Kelsey Johnson, or Richard Rice. Chateau Reed, Kendrick Simpkins, 2 DBs are questionable. Dominic Richardson is as well. But some guys who are going to be back could be real difference makers. Garmin Randolph, Lorando Johnson, Campbell Barrington on the offensive line. Got a couple guys coming back from those team-issued suspensions. This is going to be a very different-looking Baylor defense in particular that takes the field than what we saw that took the field the first quarter last week against BYU.
Absolutely, and it's not like it explained everything of how, what happened last week. Derek, but I think it certainly played a part when you're talking about some of those key defensive guys that were out. You mentioned Garmin Randolph, Steve Linton. I mean, those are two of your best edge rushers, and you really got very little pass rush at all last week. So having those guys back, man, that's a huge thing going into this game.
Well, and I don't want to use excuses because obviously the record in Big 12 play right now is what it is. But you saw the way, which has really been a trend this year, the way the defense improved in the second half. Yeah. It's hard not to wonder, well, could they have got off to a little bit better start with some of those guys? But it just is what it is.
Yeah, no, it's exactly right. And man, you think about where this team could be one play at Colorado, and really when it boils down to is one play even against BYU, because there at the end, you've got a chance to take a lead in a game that you trailed twice by 21, and you had a chance there. I mean, you're at the 25, 26-yard line. You have a chance to take the lead and win that game. So they're that close to being 4-1, 2-0. But as you said, their record is what it is. They're 0-2.
Visiting with Jerry Hill of Baylor Athletics. You can see his keys to the game and his articles every week on BaylorBears.com. Jerry, let's dive into your keys for today's game. And let's start with the response. Obviously, 2 winnable games the Bears haven't quite been able to close. You got to respond in a positive way to it. Going into a bye week would be a great time to do that.
Yeah, and that's kind of the scary thing, Derek, is you really need to respond this week, because otherwise you're sitting there with a 3-game losing streak. And I didn't feel like, particularly early on, that they responded very well, to the Colorado loss last week. But the way that they fought back kind of gives you a better feel. So we'll see how they come out today. They know what they need to do. Let's see if they can do that here in the first quarter.
Your second point is be creative. In what areas and in where are you looking to see that?
Yeah, I think the big part, Derek, is the run game. We just haven't been able to run the ball at all. So, kind of putting it on Jake Spavital a little bit, like, hey, come up with some different way. The run up the middle isn't working, so let's try some. And they have tried some different things too. Some end arounds and things like that. But sometimes those plays take too long to really develop. But just trying to come up with different ways. Don't knock your head up against the brick wall trying to just run up the middle. Think of other ways. Find some different ways to get some of those rushing yards.
It's a funny thing. You want to see that creativity. You want to see some aggression when you think about those fast starts. Yeah. It's interesting. This has been a team that really has struggled with the turnover. Yeah. So I find myself thinking, well, what do I want to do to see a quick start for the Bears? Is it going for big chunk plays, or is it protecting the football? Well, as we talked about with J.J. and Ricky earlier, it's both.
Well, and, you think about that turnover that Baylor had early. That was kind of a fluke thing. And I don't know, Derek, that I've ever seen a game where you had 2 defensive linemen make interceptions in the same game. But yeah, that was unfortunate there early. Baylor's first offensive play where one defensive lineman bats it up and another one intercepts it. You can't afford that on the road against a very good Iowa State team. You can't afford to turn the ball over, particularly early. You need to get off to that good start that you've been hoping for really all year.
Speaking of that interception, Jerry, by Linus Noel late in the game that gave the Bears a chance to win. It's always fun seeing a nearly 340-pound guy run. I would probably encourage him, though. You know what? Just protect the football at that juncture. Don't try to pitch it. You're not an option quarterback.
I was going to say that's what he turned into. He turned into an option quarterback trying to do that little flip.
Yeah. But good stuff there. Well, maybe you'll make another big play today
as
we visit with Jerry Hill. Your third point, we kind of talked about this at the start, more bullets, more weapons in the arsenal.
No, that's true. This week, and again, you don't want to make excuses, but I believe Baylor had 12 players out last week. A lot of those guys are back. I think the list of, ones that are actually out is only 4 this week, so that's a big improvement. And some of those guys that are coming back, those are big, and I think of Campbell Barrington, too, in the offensive line. We were talking a lot about the defense, but I think having Campbell back there on the offensive line, when that's a group that struggled, you need that kind of veteran guy out there that, kind of knows what he's doing. So I love that they've got so many of those guys back this week.
And, Jerry, I'll mention as an aside, we don't have the context as to the team disciplinary actions.
1 minute.
Good for Coach Aranda in a year in which wins and losses, are so meaningful. Good for him for sticking to his guns on what the team rules are. That's an important lesson. I admire him for that.
Oh, yeah. Like you said, you could take the easy road out and just say, hey, these guys need to play. I can't suspend them this week. But he didn't do that. If guys are going to make mistakes, he's going to make them pay for it.
That speaks well of him. Last 2 points, keep believing and finish, Jerry, as we wind down the last
30 seconds.
Yeah, I think the keep believing is in Sawyer. Trust in Sawyer, and I think they have done that so far. And then finish. That's been a big deal.
20.
If you look at those 2 games, they haven't been able to finish when they had a chance, when they had games in their grasp, and they weren't able to finish.
Well, let's do that.
10 seconds.
Into the bye week. Appreciate it, Jerry Hill. This has been the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show. The network pregame is next with John Morris, J.J. Joe, and Ricky Thompson. It's Baylor and Iowa State on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
You've been listening to the Baylor Alumni Network Tailgate Show. Brought to you by
All right.
This Farm Bureau Insurance.
We're on the countdown.
Partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. H-E-B, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics.
Yep.
Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, your bank for life. The official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation that excites.
Yes, the local.
Stay tuned. Baylor football coming up next. Right here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
All right, have a great call, guys.
The Baylor Countdown to Kickoff on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Today's Countdown to Kickoff is brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. H-E-B, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, your bank for life. The official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation that excites. Coming up, we'll break down today's game, check scores, and take you inside Baylor football. And now, we're live in the booth with the voice of the Baylor Bears, John Morris.
From Jack Trice Stadium in Ames, Iowa, welcome into Baylor Big 12 football. Tonight, the Bears on the road here in Ames for a whiteout, taking on the 16th-ranked Iowa State Cyclones. Hi, everybody. Welcome into our countdown to kickoff. John Morris alongside J.J. Joe in the booth. Ricky Thompson on the sidelines for us. Bob Baker, our engineer. Jeff Walter along on the trip to Ames as our spotter and statistician. And Aaron Sexton, our network board operator. J.J., first off, we have come to Ames in different times of the year. I don't think we have ever come to Ames when the temperature hit 90 degrees, which it did today.
John, I was thinking back. I was looking back at some of the old contests, and we played some close games up here, and I'm thinking, played a couple night ones, but I never remember 90.
Right.
Right, when we landed, I had long sleeves, got out of that little cover, that little jacket I had on, and hey, I prefer this than I think a few seasons ago when we came up here.
Yeah, here we are. It's an anomaly here. It's one day of 90 tomorrow, or it's going to get to 55 tonight, and tomorrow the high is 70 in Ames. But this one day, Ricky Thompson, is warm in Ames, and the wind is howling. The wind could be a factor tonight.
Well, it is. We did have a game up here. You guys probably don't remember sitting up there in the booth. It was 18 degrees, and it was rough.
I remember that one.
This is really nice. The wind is howling, but it switched. It was out of the south when we came here earlier this afternoon. Now it's straight across the field coming from your press box side toward the Baylor bench. Going to be really tricky in the kicking game, guys.
Yeah, very much so. So we'll keep an eye on that in a game that might come down to special teams. Two good teams, Baylor and Iowa State. Ricky, Iowa State really good on their home field, and they are ranked number 16 in the nation, undefeated at 4-0. Iowa State's been playing really, really good football.
Well, they have. They are excellent defensively, have really not allowed much anything on the offensive side of the football. Last week, shut out Houston 20-0, Remember, Houston came in last night and put 30 on the board against TCU. This is a great defense, particularly their front 7 guys. They play this 3-3 in the defensive side, and they really bring guys on run blitzes. JJ and I've talked about that. They're going to make it tough. You're going to have to make big plays on them. But when you go back, Iowa hit them for several really big running plays because of that run blitz. And the Bears are going to have to find their timing and hit some big plays here to move the football against a very, very good Iowa State defense. In fact, leads the Big 12.
Yeah, that's a good assessment, Ricky. And J.J. Baylor comes in 2-3 on the year. We're 0-2 in Big 12 conference play. 2 tough losses for the Bears. It would not be a stretch to say you change one play in the Colorado game and one play in the BYU game, and Baylor could be sitting here at 2-0.
Yeah, John, it's always, in a season you go back and you assess all these plays, what you could have done, woulda, coulda, shoulda. And this team now needs one. And I think there's all these games we talked about, I think they'll be close. We heard Brando talking about it's a very competitive league, one-score league. And I think tonight they'll have a great opportunity, John, against a really good Iowa State team. But, and it's always a but, Iowa State for the most part shows under Campbell, they don't beat themselves most of the time. So Baylor's going to have to adopt that philosophy not to beat themselves. And I think we'll have a fourth-quarter game.
2 really good defenses. Iowa State has one of the top defenses in the nation, not just the Big 12 conference. Baylor is right there in scoring defense. Baylor is 5th in the league, giving up 19 points a game. Iowa State 1st in the Big 12, 4th nationally, giving up just 7.3 points per game. Tough challenge for the Bears, but this Baylor team in all green tonight here in Ames, up to it against the 16th ranked team in the nation, Iowa State. Bears led at quarterback by Sawyer Robertson. We'll take a break and visit with him when we come back. This is the countdown to kickoff live from Ames. Baylor and Iowa State, bottom of the hour. Our coverage continues after this word from your local station.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, www.premier.care.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the My H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
It's Jeep Adventure Days at Allen Samuels in Waco. Drive off in the new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Overland with $13,000 off, or the 2024 Jeep Gladiator Sport with a huge 18% off MSRP. Need more options? How about a new Jeep Compass, $9,000 off, or a stunning Wagoneer L with $8,300 dealer discount. Plus, all models come with 0% financing for 36 months. Get your adventure started today at Allen Samuels in Waco.
Come by. Let's be friends.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Welcome back as we continue. Let's visit now with Baylor quarterback Sawyer Robertson prior to Baylor and Iowa State
2 minutes
tonight. And nice to visit with you, and really congratulations on what you've done already this year. You've handled the situation really well and grabbed hold of that starting spot, and I don't think you're going to let go, are you?
We'll see. I'm doing everything I can just to put the team in the best position to win, and that's my goal every Saturday, and hopefully that's what we get done.
Good. Back to when you weren't starting, you handled that really well also.
Yeah, I think it's important to be the best teammate you can be, the best guy you can be, And a lot of like why I do what I do is just because I love football. I have fun playing. I have fun practicing, hanging out with the guys in the locker room. And so there's always, you find joy in everything no matter what role you're in. And so that's kind of my mindset going into all that. And now things have changed a little bit, and I'm still having fun, still enjoying everything.
Good. Do you feel the more you start, the more snaps you get under your belt in game situations, do you feel more and more comfortable each week?
Yeah, I do, 100%. I think a lot of things are slowing down. Like you said, the comfortability's there, making plays. It helps having the teammates that I have, the guys blocking up front, and the receivers making plays all over the field. And so just trusting in them, they're doing a great job, and I hope they know how much I appreciate them.
Good. Couple of touchdown runs each of the last 2 weeks on fourth down, both of them. We've said more than once that we're seeing what you are capable of when you're healthy, because last year we never really saw you at full strength, did we?
Right, yeah. No, and that was a struggle because you want to push through and play because, like I said, have a lot of fun playing football, but it's kind of hard when you're not healthy and you're hobbling around everywhere and not performing to your full capabilities. And so now that I'm getting to do that, it's even more enjoyable, and it's just a blast going out there every Saturday and representing Baylor.
Good. I would think with that group of receivers you have to work with, that makes it more fun too.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw them this last Saturday, really the past couple Saturdays, just making plays, diving, putting their bodies on the line, making me look a lot better than I am. That's all I can say about them. Yeah.
They're doing their part. You're doing your part. How about tonight against Iowa State? Historically and again this year, really good defensive team.
Yeah, have a lot of respect for them. We know what you're going to get with them. They're going to be in the right spots. They're really well coached. Have a lot of good athletes on the defense. Should be an exciting matchup. It'll be a really good test for us, and I'm just so excited to play.
Good. Look forward to it. Have a great game. Thanks for the visit.
Thank you.
The redshirt junior, originally from Lubbock Coronado High School to Mississippi State, transferred to Baylor a couple of years ago. And JJ, as we mentioned with Sawyer, he has grabbed hold of the starting quarterback spot, had the opportunity when DeQuan Finn got hurt. And Sawyer, to me, just keeps getting better and better and more comfortable and more confident each week.
Yeah, and John, I think he will. I mean, he had an experience last year where he got, I think, 4 starts. Of course, he wasn't healthy for several of those. And we saw maybe some of the limitations in the passing game. And I think when we saw the beginning of this year, I kind of felt like I saw a leap with Sawyer. And that's what you should see. I get some action, know the speed, and then I take a leap. And now it should be traditional development where he's seeing a lot of stuff for the first time with coverages and scheming for him. And now I think as you see that week to week to week, you get better. And I expect him, John, he's been great. But, I mean, I expect him the next evolution for him is to when the game's on the line, that's when we really need you to make those plays. And that just takes time. And I think he had 3 opportunities last week. Probably they could get a score. We couldn't get there. And I think he's getting to the point where he's ready for that because he's seeing more and more and getting that experience.
Ricky, what's your assessment of what we've seen from Sawyer Robertson so far?
Well, I think Sawyer's shown us exactly what we thought he could do. You never know it until you get in the game. But this is a kid that we've mentioned it before, really played hurt last year. We never saw a healthy Sawyer. And I think he's gotten more and more comfortable. I think really the surprising thing to me has been the ability he has to run the ball and what that's added to this offense. He's had 2 big scores offensively running the ball at a distance. I thought he's thrown the ball well, delivered it. I think Saunders done well. I agree with JJ. He needs to make that one play now that wins a football game. And if he does that, I think the sky's the limit for Sawyer.
All right. Thanks, Rick. Ask him to turn those speakers up a little bit down on the field. Here at Jack. Yeah, exactly. Here at Jack Trice Stadium. It is sold out. It is a white out. I tell you what, these fans here, they are tailgaters deluxe. They were here tailgating before we got here today, and we get here pretty early. But the tailgaters now coming into the stadium, they'll fill it up. It's a great home field advantage for the home team, the Iowa State Cyclones. That is, we normally give you our traffic report brought to you by NTTA. We can tell you that the traffic is just foot traffic coming in from
exactly.
the tailgating lots and coming in through the gates. That is our traffic report brought to you by NTTA, connecting North Texans for over 25 years. Take a break. When we come back, we'll get Ricky and JJ's
what to watch for in this game tonight. Their thoughts on a particular person, player, matchup, group, position group, something like that. We'll get that from them. Plus, hear from Matt Campbell, the head coach of the Iowa State Cyclones. A little bit later, our pregame visit with Bears head coach Dave Aranda. All still to come on the countdown to kickoff, live from Ames, Iowa, and here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Toyota Tundra's powerful, available iForce V6 engine means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. To your neighbor, it means helping them with their new chainsaw carving hobby.
What do you think of this thing, eh? It's a bearfish birdman wood carving, if I've ever seen one.
To your cousins, the Tundra means as they jump off the boat onto the sandbar.
Now watch this flip.
No, don't. You're gonna...
Cannonball!
Definitely nail it.
To your co-pilots, the Tundra means an extra comfortable journey.
I can just...
You sure can.
And to you, the Tundra means... whoa. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Now this is a bare necessity. From tailgating to sailgating, the 2025 Tundra is built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back with 5 convenient locations.
Have you seen the Bama score?
Banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
ER and urgent care, the place to go when you're not sure where to go. Open 24/7 and just a short walk across campus. No appointment necessary. Just walk in. Visit premier.care to learn more. And back inside Jack Trice Stadium here in Ames. Let's get in JJ and Ricky again. Get there. What to watch for in this game tonight. JJ, what or who is that for you going into this game?
Well, John, I mean, I'm looking at the defense, and I mean, this offense, while it does have a couple of receivers that are very explosive in Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins, really it's an eclectic offense. They play to the strength of their players. But I think if you look at it at this approach, Beck likes to go to his receivers. He likes to go to Jalen Noel. He likes to go to Jaden Higgins. Baylor really kind of struggled on the edge. Not going to say last week, but we had 2 new corners. I think we should have hopefully 1 or 2 of those guys back. So while I always like to go up front, I'm going to go away from that right now and say I want to see how our secondary holds up against 2 receivers in Jalen Noel, number 13, and Jaden Higgins, number 9, because those guys have found a way to make big plays in just about almost every game they've been in. And we have to hold up on the back, and I'm going to watch that matchup on those edges.
All right, very good. Ricky, how about you?
Well, we've talked about it how many weeks now, however many games we played. At some point, the Bears have got to get a running game going. Unfortunately, tonight, they're going to play a team that's probably leading the league against the run. They're still going to have to develop some kind of running game, whether that be the short pass, whatever it may be, to the running backs. Dump the ball to them, let them run with it, maybe some screens here and there. But these running backs have to get involved in this game. They have to make people miss. They have to make plays. We have to get yardage from these running backs. I think the passing game has really developed. Had 324 last week through the air. Got to get it on the ground from these backs tonight. So I'm going to go with our running backs. Whoever those guys are back there tonight, that's who I'm going to take.
I think that's a great call. Thank you very much, Rick. Thank you, JJ. Baylor playing an Iowa State team that is on very solid ground under head coach Matt Campbell in his 9th season. Their 20-0 win last week over Houston made Matt Campbell the winningest coach in Iowa State football history. In his 9th season, he's now won 57 games as the head coach here. Here's Matt Campbell from his weekly press conference talking about Baylor earlier this week.
Well, I think and a group that I think, again, they used their bye week really well. I think they kind of went back to work on who they wanted to become, how did they put their playmakers in position to make plays, and came out clicking on all cylinders. And then I think defensively, they're a football team that has a lot of veteranness. They've got that veteran D-line, linebacking core, guys that have played a lot of good football there and been successful. And so I just feel like as a football team in general, their identity is really starting to evolve and form. And again, you give a lot of credit. They got a great coaching staff. Their kids are tough. They play really hard for 4 quarters. And, I think just finding out who their guys are and what they can do and then putting them in the best position to be successful. But I feel like they're clicking on all cylinders right now. They'll be a great challenge for us.
Very complimentary from Matt Campbell, the head coach of Iowa State, looking across at the Bears. We'll give you our pregame weather report brought to you by Montgomery Roofing. Right now, 84 degrees, humidity at 40%. Winds, as Ricky told us, switching around now to the northwest. They were out of the south, but as they switch to the north, that's when the temperatures are going to drop. But winds out of the northwest at 10 miles an hour, gusting to 20. And again, 84 degrees now as we near kickoff. We'll watch and see how quickly those temps drop here in Ames over the course of the game tonight. Our pregame weather brought to you by Montgomery Roofing, the premier roofing company in Central Texas for your roof repairs and replacements. Take a break. When we come back, our pregame visit with Bears head coach Dave Aranda. He and the Bears taking on Iowa State tonight in Ames. And our countdown to kickoff continues after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Everything we do for you.
Are you looking for a new set of wheels? First Central Credit Union Auto Financing offers fast, complete coverage, competitive rates, and flexible terms make for a win in financing your next vehicle. A quick online application makes it easy to score the money you need at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
Stay in the game with Q-Collar, the world's
got it.
Equipment proof.
So you got 5, 6, about 7 minutes.
Advanced research built for the modern athlete and designed to protect your most important asset, your brain. Q-Collar is a proud partner of the Baylor Bears. When it's on, it's on. Learn more and collar up at Q30.com. That's Q30.com.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oilfield trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
It's Jeep Adventure Days at Allen Samuels in Waco. Drive off in the new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Overland with $13,000 off, or the 2024 Jeep Gladiator Sport with a huge 18% off MSRP. Need more options? How about a new Jeep Compass, $9,000 off, or a stunning Wagoneer L with $8,300 dealer discount. Plus, all models come with 0% financing for 36 months. Get your adventure started today at Allen Samuels in Waco.
Come by. Let's be friends.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Welcome back to Ames as we continue on our pregame show. Let's visit now with Bears head coach Dave Aranda. Coach, on the road here against another really good team. This is life in the Big 12 facing Iowa State on their home field tonight.
Yeah, I have so much respect for them and just their style of play and offensively, just their structure and their running game and And we're going to see 8 or 10 tight ends today. And receiver-wise, you give them the one-on-one, they'll take advantage of it. And then defensively, they do a great job. They drop 8, and they close off throwing lanes. They make you be real disciplined to drive the ball down the field. And so it's a great challenge. I do feel everything we've been through and the lessons that we've learned and the growth that we've taken have got us in position to make a big statement here.
Iowa State, another team like BYU was last week that's probably feeling good about themselves. They are off to a great start to this season.
Yeah, they're playing well. I think, there's been challenges that they've had, and they've been able to overcome it. The Iowa game is an example of that. I think this last game was one-score game till very late, and then they just kind of pulled away. And so, in the games that we've won in the past versus Iowa State, that's what it's been. Very rarely do you get them to play your game of just explosive plays and fast moving and all this other thing. You're going to have to be able to make it through the three plays and turns into 6 plays, turns into 9 plays, and you got to get a stop, or you got to make them kick a field goal, or if you're on offense, hey, it's a 3rd and 3, it's a 4th and 1, you got to convert to keep the drive going. It's going to be that type of game until we can open it up and get some explosives later on.
I'm continually impressed by the fight in your guys and your team, and their attitude is really good, coming off 2 really tough back-to-back losses.
They believe. I think they see the team. They see the potential. They see at times the results, and I think that is the biggest motivator, is that they see it, and so they know what's there, and we just want to put it together for 4 quarters, and so we're attempting here tonight.
How would you characterize Sawyer Robertson and his, it seems like, continued improvement at quarterback?
It's gotten better and better. I think, this will be a test for him because of all the drop 8 and because of the patience that he's going to need. I think a big key, something to watch for, is just the scramble throws. I think it's interesting. One of the teach tapes that basically everybody in our league uses is Brock Purdy on how to teach scramble. You get out of the pocket, and then the receivers move with you, and then if a guy's going in, he'll go up. If a guy was up, he'll come in, and you keep it alive, and you work to the side of the QB, and he throws you open, or he takes off running. Brock was the best at it, and I think some of it became because that's what he saw every week in practice. That was spring and fall with 3-man rush and drop 8. And so in the past, we've had success versus Iowa State in that approach, and we're going to need Sawyer to adapt some of that to his game. And so I'd look for that tonight.
Interesting. Special teams, Iowa State's good at that. You guys are really good in that area also.
It's going to be a challenge. I think they do a great job of kind of, again, setting the terms, getting you to play on their terms. We've got some explosive playmakers that can really make some big plays. And so we've got to be able to get our blocks ID'd, fight for those leverages, finish the blocks. And I think we can make some big plays in that area.
Coach, thanks. Good luck. We'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you, man.
It's Baylor head coach Dave Aranda. It's Baylor and Iowa State here in Ames. Coming up, more of our pregame show after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Jeff Haas Mazda and the Baylor Bears both know what it takes to be number 1. Hard work, determination, commitment. The number 1 Mazda dealer in Texas, Jeff Haas Mazda, is inviting all the Baylor Bear fans listening to visit us for hard-hitting deals on every new Mazda in stock, with fresh inventory hitting the ground daily. And every new Mazda comes with our Jeff Haas Advantage plan. Plus, your trade is now worth more than ever. We're buying all makes and models. Get our best cash offer in minutes. Jeff Haas Mazda on the Katy Freeway.
Number 1 based on 2021 sales and stock volume in the Gulf region.
Looking to connect with Baylor alums in your area? Baylor alumni can help. Looking to host a watch party in your city? Baylor alumni can get you started. Want to step out in your community and serve with other alums? Baylor alumni is your connection with the university and each other. Let's get started. Learn how at baylor.edu/alumni.
First Central Credit Union is opening doors to home ownership. First Central's open door mortgage loans up to 95% of the appraised home value with low closing costs, no points, low origination fees, flexible terms, and competitive rates. Consider refinancing your mortgage or securing land for building. We loan up to 75% of the appraised value of land. Apply online at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you.
Some restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Member NCUA.
Hey, Baylor fans, want to get more out of your game day? With GXG Elite, you're not just a fan. you're part of the Baylor team. Enjoy VIP access to athlete events, exclusive content, and the chance to support our stars on and off the field. It's all about being all in, and it's all for you. Join us at gxgelite.com and be a part of something special. That's gxgelite.com. Sick 'em Bears.
Yeah.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Iowa State band on the field. They've just concluded the national anthem. Now revving up this sellout crowd. Baylor and Iowa State coming up just past the bottom of the hour. And Baylor leads the all-time series 12-10 over the Cyclones. JJ, get your keys to the game tonight. How are the Bears going to head home with a big win over the 16th-ranked Cyclones?
Well, John, I mean, winning in Ames, Iowa is always a tough chore. And luckily for Baylor, we've done this. We've done this a few times. But the first thing Baylor has to do is protect the turn. I said the same thing last week. ISU, Iowa State is +7 on the season. And a lot of their wins, they have made sure that they've actually generated turnovers. And that's allowed them to push to this 4-0 record. And Baylor is -3 on the season. So Baylor has to find a way to be +1 this evening. Rocco Becht has played really well. He's not throwing that many interceptions, but I think there's opportunities to get you one. If they can get one, I think that's what you can ask for tonight. The next thing is TDs, not threes. Iowa State is one of the best teams in the conference at scoring in the red zone and then keeping the opponent from scoring in the red zone. I think they've given up 1 touchdown in the red zone this season in 4 games. So Baylor has to find a way to get touchdowns and not kick field goals. And the last thing is 4.0 or less, and that's going to be tough. And what I'm saying is on first down, really everything the Cyclones do, it will spawn off their running game or run action. Their running back, Abu Sama, is averaging 5.6 yards per carry. Carson Hansen, their backup running back, 4.4 yards per carry. Jalen Jackson, a transfer, he's averaging 5.7 yards per carry. Baylor has to find a way to keep them, maybe 4 is low, but below 4.5 to 4 to 4.5 yards, because that's going to generate all that other stuff they have going, John. That's a hard task, but what you kind of got to do against a ranked team on the road, especially in Ames, to get out of here with a W.
All right, very good. JJ's keys to the game. It is Baylor and Iowa State coming up. Take our final pregame break. When we come back, we'll take you down to the field for the toss of the coin. We'll give you the starting lineups. Then toe meets leather. Baylor and Iowa State, Big 12 football from Ames, here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Come see why Green Eye Associates.
Right back, John.
Best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
Baylor alumni are more than 160,000 strong. When we all join hands to support our university, we don't just move the needle, we move mountains. Working together, we create life-changing opportunities for students on the field, in the classroom, in the laboratory, and in life for generations to come. So get connected. Get involved. Learn how at baylor.edu/alumni.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Stay in the game with Q-Collar, the world's first and only equipment proven to help protect the brain. It's backed by advanced research, built for the modern athlete, and designed to protect your most important asset, your brain. Q-Collar is a proud partner of the Baylor Bears. When it's on, it's on. Learn more and collar up at Q30.com. That's Q30.com.
This is Baylor football on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Today's game is brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. HEB, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation for excitement. Get ready. Kickoff is just moments away. Let's go back to the booth with John Morris.
Sidelines for us tonight. Jeff Walter, our spotter and statistician. Bob Baker, our engineer in the booth. Aaron Sexton, our network board operator. We are ready for football and nearing kickoff. Let's go down to the field for the toss of the coin. All right, waiting him. Turn his mic on there. If he does, we'll listen in. If not, we'll tell you about it. Baylor team.
All their pregame. There we go.
There we go.
Heads. He called heads. It is a head. Baylor, you've won the toss. You want to defer. That means you want the ball, right? Yep. Which way do you want to kick? Baylor has won the toss and elected to defer. Iowa State will receive. Gentlemen, have a great game.
All right, there's the toss of the coin. You heard the Bears won the toss, deferred to the second half. Here are our officials for tonight's game, this Big 12 crew.
Tutashinda Salam, referee, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Ty Drews, center judge, Tucson, Arizona.
Brett Baskew, line judge, Lenexa, Kansas.
Scott Gaines, field judge, Lincoln, Nebraska.
Doug Moore, headline judge, Caldwell, Texas.
Greg Adams, umpire, Houston, Texas.
Chris Rawson, back judge, Oak Cliff, Texas.
Brendan Barnes, side judge, Neosho, Missouri.
That's our Big 12 crew working tonight's game. Tutashinda Shalom is the referee. So Baylor will kick it off from left to right. Iowa State will receive. Give you an update on those injured, those questionable, and those available for tonight. Brent Ingram from Baylor Athletic Communications gave this to the media here about an hour ago. Out for tonight's game for Baylor, DeQuan Finn is out. Caden Jenkins, cornerback, is out. Kelsey Johnson and Richard Reese are out for tonight for the Bears. Questionable, defensive back Kendrick Simpkins and defensive back Chateau Reed and running back Dominic Richardson back this week for the Bears. It's a long list, and that's good compared to the guys who were not available last week. Give you those in a moment. Here is the kick by Jack Stone. Jalen Knoll takes it 6 yards deep. He'll take a knee, and he has yet to take a knee, but he did touch it dead there. So on the touchback, they will begin at the 25. Those back available tonight for the Bears: Campbell Barrington in the offensive line, linebacker Jeremy Evans, defensive tackle Cooper Lands, defensive back Lorando Johnson, outside linebacker Garmin Randolph is back. Defensive backs Tevin Williams III and Carl Williams IV also back and available for the Bears tonight. Give you our starting lineups, brought to you by Baylor Scott and White, Southwest Sports Medicine in just a moment. Here's Iowa State at the line of scrimmage. Rocco Beck turns, hands the ball, running right. Abu Sama with the carry. And a 4-yard gain out to the 29. Sama, the sophomore from Des Moines, their leading rusher on the year. He's a 5'11", 210-pound sophomore running back for Iowa State. Rocco Beck, the sophomore quarterback, takes the snap in the shotgun, hands it off to Sama again, right side. He pushes the pile forward. He's got a first down out to the 38-yard line. So a 9-yard gain on that second carry. Move the chains. First down, Iowa State.
Yeah, a little tempo by Matt Campbell here, trying to keep that Baylor defense from subbing, trying to keep him on the field, maybe get him out of alignment and make a strike.
Quick snap. Sama again up the middle. Bears hit him, push him back. Couple of yards to the 41-yard line. Offensive line for Iowa State. Jalen Travis at left tackle. Dylan Barrett at left guard. Jared Hufford at center, Brendan Black at right guard, Tyler Miller at right tackle. For the Bears defensively, let's check and see who is in there for the Bears. Jackie Marshall is in there in that defensive front. Give you the others in a moment. Here is 2nd down and 8 for the Cyclones from their own 41. Rocco Becht, all white uniforms for Iowa State. Pass over the middle is caught. Slant route over the middle and out across midfield to the Baylor 46-yard line. Jaden Higgins, his first catch of the night. Higgins, the senior from South Miami, their leading receiver on the year.
Yeah, they just set 3 receivers to the field, and Jaden Higgins was number 2. Baylor showed just a 3-over-3, but the defender over Jaden Higgins was about 8 to 10 yards off. Easy, nice little slant pass for a first down.
Jeff tells us a 13-yard gain on the play. Iowa State in Baylor territory across midfield. Beck rolling right, now going to run. Watch out, down the sideline, steps out of bounds before he's hit, but not before he gets to the Baylor 28-yard line.
Flag on the play.
There is a flag down on the play.
Yeah, it's right there in the area of holding. I think it was
holding, number 66, offense, 10-yard penalty, first down.
Yeah, I think that was Linton on the end of the line. I may be off there. Maybe it's Trevon. But nevertheless, the outside end had good outside leverage, but he couldn't get off the tackle. And it looks like there was a little hold there to allow Beck to scramble out to his right and get towards that Baylor sideline, and there was no one out there. So that hold is going to bump him back, John, to 1st and, say, 20.
Wiped out a 26-yard gain by Rocco Becht with the penalty. Iowa State is the least penalized team in the Big 12 Conference. That one, a big one here early. Here's Beck, hands the ball off, running left, through a hole, gets out to the 49-yard line. That is a different back. That is Carson Hansen with the carry. Sophomore from Lakeville, Minnesota, 6'2", 220-pounder. He gets back to the 49 of Iowa State. So that'll bring up 2nd down and 15 for the Cyclones.
You got to watch. They're playing a couple tight ends in here and 2 receivers right now. Then they flex out. Actually, they have playing 3 receivers, 2 tight ends, no back. See if they get Baylor in a one-on-one matchup, looks like.
Jalen Noel splits out wide to the right side. Keep an eye on that guy. High snap back to Becht. Has time. Going right for Becht. Adjusts to the ball and cannot make the catch. Really good coverage down there. Noel thought he was fouled, but Chateau Reed made the play to knock it incomplete. Let's go down to Ricky.
Well, that's a good sign. They're going to let him play in the secondary. A lot of contact, but the receiver was also pushing off because that could have gone either way. Really good coverage by the Bears on the deep throw there. Had 2 guys with him. Big play here, guys. 3rd and 15. Need to stop Iowa State on their initial series in this game.
Yeah, I look for them to come back to that set because Iowa State on the backside of that had a wheel route from the tight end that Baylor did not cover. We've given up a couple of those and come out in a 2-by-1 set here.
Brings up 3rd down and 15 for Iowa State. Can't get to Becht. He's going to run. Left side. He will step out of bounds just past the sticks. He's got a 1st down. Knew right where he needed to go. That was the 36-yard line, and he steps out right at the 36. So on the legs of quarterback Rocco Becht, 1st down, Cyclones.
Yeah, I'm surprised Coach Aranda brings the blitz there, 3rd and 15. I guess he felt like he wasn't getting there with 4 as they line back up.
Little tempo, handoff, left side. We're pushed out of bounds on the near side. Carson Hansen with the carry. Keaton Thomas pushed him out of bounds on the near side. Thomas and Matt Jones, 2 of the linebackers, the code leading tacklers for the Bears. Thomas 4th in the Big 12 in tackles per game, and Matt Jones 5th in the Big 12 in tackles.
Well, this is some of the symptoms that you wonder what's keeping Baylor from just getting. You have a 3rd and 15. That's got to be a winning down, and now all of a sudden your defense is tired. They were getting 3 and 4 yards on 1st down. Now they got 8, 2nd and 2.
From the 28-yard line for Iowa State, keeping it on the ground. Run left side, 1st down, pulled down at the 23. Jalen Jackson with the carry, had 14 carries for 96 yards last week in their 20-0 win over Houston. That carry for a 1st down to the Baylor 23.
Yeah, and that's 4 1st downs on this one, and they're moving methodically after getting that 3rd and 15.
And off again, and that is Jalen Jackson again, off right tackle, spilled inside the 20-yard line. Steve Linton in on the tackle for the Bears. Jackie Marshall in that defensive front. Here's a whole new group coming in defensively.
And they needed that, John, really. I mean, Iowa State, they really running the ball at Baylor here. Not really a lot of success outside of that 8-yard run. But you saw after that 3rd and 15, the Baylor front was kind of getting a little fatigued there.
Trey Wilson is in. Cooper Land's in there in the defensive front. Handoff up the middle. Good push by that offensive front by Iowa State. Hansen runs it to the 15-yard line. So it'll be 3rd down and 2 coming up for the Cyclones. Began this possession on their own 25. They've driven to the Baylor 15. 9:44 and counting on the first quarter clock. Just getting going. First possession of the night for the home-standing Iowa State Cyclones.
Yeah, Iowa State, they're already 1 of 1 on 3rd down. Just converted 3rd and 15. Here's a short 3rd and about 2. 2 receivers set to the boundary to his left.
Look at the throw, Beck to the end zone. It is incomplete. Defended very nicely in the end zone by Corey Gordon. Gordon knocked it down, and that'll bring up 4th down and 2 for Iowa State from the 15.
Yeah, that's a slot fade, and that's when you know they're going forward, Ricky, on 4th down when they take that shot. But it's a good play by Corey Gordon.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You don't make that throw if you're not going forward on 4th down. Good defense, good play. 4th and 2 here for Iowa State. Huge play for both these football teams early in this game. 9:21 to go, first quarter.
Cyclones don't go for it much. They're 2 of 2 on the season on 4th downs. This is 4th and 2. Handoff to Sama. He is wrapped up and tackled for a loss. Iowa State does not convert on 4th down and 2. Kyan Roberts-Day made the tackle, and the ball goes over on downs to the Bears, who gave up some yards on that drive, JJ, but they stiffen, and Baylor will have possession.
John, before we go on this break, and yeah, that was a great play up front. Baylor, like you say, Kyan Roberts-Day, he won at the point of attack. And when you win, then he just got his teammates right there behind him. That's a nice stop. Big stop on this first series.
Bears stop the Cyclones on 4th and 2. They're going to take over at their own 16-yard line when we come back. Scoreless first quarter, 9:16 on the clock from Ames, Baylor and Iowa State on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
This is David Wetzel, Executive Director of the Baylor Bee Association, inviting you to our 2024 Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame
Right back, John.
banquet November the 1st at the Hurd Welcome Center. We have another outstanding class of inductees this year, including Brittany Griner and Odyssey Sims from women's basketball, Ronnie Allen from track and field, Whitney Cannon-Rickenstein from Baylor softball, Mark Cochran from football, Michael Griffin from baseball, Nina Cesar-Bajovic from women's tennis, and Epe Udo from men's basketball. We'll also honor the back-to-back Big 12 Championship 2013 and 2014 football teams. The induction banquet is Friday, November 1st at 6:30 p.m. in the Hurd Welcome Center Grand Ballroom. Tickets and table sponsorships are available by going to BaylorBears.com/HOF. That's BaylorBears.com/HOF. Hope you can join us November 1st for the Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame induction banquet. Sic 'em Bears.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
This is Elise McGee with Baylor Volleyball, and this is my story. Trying to balance faith, school, and volleyball has felt at times impossible. Having people around you that point you to God and His truth, I feel is something unique at Baylor. God surrounded me with coaches, teammates, professors, and staff that intertwine Him in our daily lives. My name is Elise McGee, and this is my Champions Tribune.
Read more Champions Tribune at BaylorBears.com.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Give your starting lineups brought to you by Baylor Scott & White, Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, bringing the home team advantage to Central Texans. Yeah, switch over, give you Baylor starters offensively as they take the field for the first time tonight. 9:16 on the clock, first quarter. Sawyer Robertson, the quarterback, stands in the shotgun. He'll take the snap from Colton Price. Looks right. Passes up the seam. It is caught by Hal Presley. Keeps his feet at the 45. Bumped out of bounds at the 47. Boy, you talk about adjusting to the ball. Hal Presley did it right there for a big gain.
Nice. They ran like a scissors route concept where they had 3 receivers. They faked a wide receiver screen, John. They had 2 other receivers splitting. Nice catch by Hal.
31 yards on the pickup by Hal Presley. Go to the ground game, handoff to Bryson Washington. He is tackled for a loss of a yard. Back to the 41.
And this is one thing about Iowa State. They run that 3-3-5, 3 down linemen, 3 backers, but you'll notice their run support safety. On that play, number 7, which is Malik Vernon, a safety, the second leading tackler. He's at the line of scrimmage at that handoff, which shows you how fast those guys play downhill.
2nd and 11 for the Bears. Robertson to throw. Right sideline, incomplete. Through the hands, pass a little bit high, intended for Josh Cameron, but it's incomplete. So it'll be 3rd down now, 3rd and 11 for the Bears. That big first play, 31 yards. Now they're looking at 3rd and 11 from their own 46.
Yeah, well, Sawyer had what he wanted on that, John. He had Cameron going down at a shutdown at about 11 yards, and he just threw it inside. The ball should have been on the outside towards Cameron's outside number. Left it inside, gave to the defender. Right now they have a 1-by-2 set.
Crowd making noise. Robertson stands in the pocket. Now going to run for it to the 50, to the 45.
Close.
Ooh, it's going to be really close. Ooh, I think he got it. He did not slide. He just dove forward, and it is enough for a 1st down. He needed 11. He got 11 on the carry.
That's a good choice by Sawyer. He wants to look to his left. Nothing really, didn't feel comfortable. And you play Iowa State, it just seems like there's a lot of bodies back there because they often are dropping 6, 7, no 7, and sometimes 8 guys with that 3-man rush. He just took off, made the read, 1st down to 10 from the 43.
New set of downs for the Bears. Fake the handoff. Sawyer Robertson to the end zone. It is dive incomplete, but a flag down.
Ooh, I'm amazed.
Josh Cameron, the intended receiver there. Ricky, how'd you see that one?
Well, I'm not sure Josh could have gotten to that ball, but I couldn't tell if the defender pulled on him first. Either way, it doesn't matter. You're going to get the call here. It's going to be pass interference.
Yeah, and I'm surprised on that one, John, because actually what Sawyer makes a mistake on that is they adjudicate this, but it's going to be a 15-yard penalty. But Sawyer he had man-to-man. He had a shot. He should have brought him across the field away from the defender, but he threw it more vertical where Josh had to kind of go more towards the goalpost. If he brings him across the field, he runs away. But nevertheless, 1st and 10 from the 28-yard line.
So the Bears get a break there on that penalty pass interference. Handoff, Bryson Washington starts up the middle, comes outside, still on his feet, pinballing around, and finally down. No gain on the play. It looks like it'll be spotted right about the 28-yard line again. 7:27 on the clock, 1st quarter. Iowa State player is down at the end of the play.
Yeah, John, as they attend to him, I think the one thing Bryson has to go here, I think, if we look at it, as runners, I think Richard Reese is still out. I believe he was out.
Timeout on the field for a player injury.
They're going to call a timeout here. But I think what Bryson has to learn is that when you get an opportunity to maybe get a crease and get 3 or 4 yards against Iowa State, just like by BYU last week, you just got to get north and south and get those 3 or 4 yards, especially on 1st down. And I think Dawson is natural at that, so I hope we'll see Dawson come in a little bit, and I think he'll help with that.
Timeout on the field as the Iowa State player is tended to. 7:27 showing on the clock. 1st quarter, scoreless. Baylor and Iowa State in Ames. We're back after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
When life gets complicated,
down goes Bama.
Is your one stop for a wide range of legal needs. Whether you
40-35, Vanderbilt's first ever win over a number 1 team.
Or the appointment of a receiver to handle personal asset management disposal. Consumer.
They deserve it. They've been through a lot of bad football.
Issues. We are your community firm. Whether you're planning for the future, navigating a probate, or managing a business, our experienced team is ready to guide you every step of the way. Trust us to provide the legal support you need. Call today, 406-641-BUTZ. That's 406-641-2889. Or come by the Waxahachie office at 301 South Rogers Street, Suite 202, downtown Waxahachie. Come see the difference having a trusted attorney by your side can make, because at Butts Law Firm, your legal rights are our business.
Jeff Haas Mazda and the Baylor Bears both know what it takes to be number one. Hard work, determination, commitment. The #1 Mazda dealer in Texas, Jeff Haas Mazda, is inviting all the Baylor Bear fans listening to visit us for hard-hitting deals on every new Mazda in stock, with fresh inventory hitting the ground daily. And every new Mazda comes with our Jeff Haas Advantage plan. Plus, your trade is now worth more than ever. We're buying all makes and models. Get our best cash offer in minutes. Jeff Haas Mazda on the Katy Freeway.
#1 based on 2021 sales and stock volume in the Gulf region.
Have you gone gold yet? Go gold with Baylor Athletics this season and be the gold factor across each of our sports. Wear exclusive Go Gold apparel from the Baylor bookstore at the upcoming Go Gold dates. To stay up to date on some golden opportunities, visit BaylorBears.com/GoGold. Go Gold and Sic 'em Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Two was Dominic Orange, their big nose guard, 6'4", 325-pounder. Got up and walked off under his own power to the near sideline, the Iowa State bench. Ready to resume play with 7:27 on the clock here in the first quarter.
They're stopping.
Bears looking at 2nd and 9.
Matt Campbell is whining about something, John. I guess they're going to bring number 5 off or something.
They're going to take number 5 off the field. That's Miles Purchase.
Iowa State number 5 needs to be checked for a head injury per the medical observer.
Wow, man.
That's amazing. After a timeout. Hey, John, right now, Baylor's in a 2-by-3 set. They're going empty with Sawyer. They're trying to see if they can get the backer outside. But I'm going to tell you right now, if this is me and I see this set, if I'm Coach Spavital, I'm modifying this play, and I'm trying to get Ashton Hawkins, who's to his boundary in the slot, up on number 7, who's Malik Vernon, who's a really good. He can't cover. I mean, but he likes to make tackles. And I'm going to get him up the seam. Tell Sawyer, stay to the field with your eyes to your left, and I want you to come back to Ashton to this right on the seam route. Let's see what happens.
All right, see if they do that. 5 wide for the Bears, 2nd and 9. Robertson, a lot of time in the pocket. Now throws wide open at the 5-yard line. He's got the catch. Very patient Bryson Washington broke free, made the catch at the 4-yard line. 1st and goal for the Bears. Let's go down to Ricky.
Hey, guys, Bryson was standing over here waving his arms. I wasn't sure Sawyer was going to see him. The problem is the defender saw him waving the same time Sawyer did. That throw barely got there. That was good concentration to make that catch.
23-yard gain to the 4-yard line. 1st and goal for the Bears. 6:48 on the clock, first quarter. Robertson claps his hands, takes the snap, fade to the end zone, incomplete. Presley, the intended receiver. Looked like he grabbed his arm a little bit, but maybe more than a little, but there's no flag.
Yeah, it looked like it was like a little fade to the boundary, and it looks like Presley's about to go by him, and there's a late grab there. I mean, it was a very obvious grab by the corner, John Tez Williams, but wasn't called. Baylor lines up 2nd and goal from the 4.
Bryson Washington in the backfield. Robertson at quarterback, takes the snap, fakes the handoff. Same play to Hal Presley, and this one's incomplete. Boy, went right back to Hal Presley. Time covered again by Jontez Williams. And now all of a sudden it's 3rd and goal for the Bears from the 4.
Well, you got some size over there. You had Hal Presley going against a 5'11" corner. He's 6'3". Now you bring in Josh Cameron. I really think they should have read that. If that guy jumps out like he jumped outside, that has to turn into a quick slant. But now Baylor's 3rd down and goal from the 4-yard line.
Washington in the backfield. Robertson takes the snap. Couple of steps left, pass, caught, touchdown, Josh Cameron. Cameron broke loose from his defensive back covering him and made the catch. The Bears punch it in for 6 on their first possession in the first quarter tonight.
That's a nice play. I'm going to tell you, the disciplines on the offensive line to stay at the line and not go. They do like a little zone play, and they act like it looks like it's going to turn into a quarterback power when they pull a couple linemen in front of Sawyer, but they don't go downfield, John. And then as it looks like he's going to run, Josh Cameron keeps working, gets behind the corner, and Sawyer either can run it or throw it, and he threw it to Cameron because the corner came off of him. This is great design.
To kick the extra point for the Bears, that is Isaiah Hankins back in that kicking role for the Bears. He adds the extra point, and with 6:32 on the clock, first quarter, the Bears grab the early lead on the road, 7-0. All Baylor first touchdowns this season, sponsored by McDonald's, a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Our first touchdown tonight brought to you by McDonald's. 6:32 on the clock, first quarter. Baylor 7, Iowa State nothing. We'll be right back on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
It's Ram Power Days at Allen Samuels in Waco. Get the 2025 Ram 50
ID out, John.
Crew Cab with an incredible $15,000 off MSRP. Or drive away in a 2024 Ram 2500 Tradesman Crew Cab with $10,000 off MSRP. A great selection with over 350 new to choose from. But hurry, these deals won't last long. Hurry into Allen Samuels in Waco today. First responders get an extra $500 off.
Come by. Let's be friends.
Everything we do for you.
First Central Credit Union says it's game on. Lower your monthly vehicle payments by refinancing your vehicle with First Central. Make it a winning season with refinancing set to your preferences. You decide the due date and frequency. Financed elsewhere? Save money with a new local game plan. Apply online today. We make it easy to score at firstcentralcu.com.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the My H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
On a 9-play, 84-yard scoring drive by Baylor, 2:44 off the clock. Their first possession tonight ends in the end zone. How about this? Iowa State opponents have not run a play in the red zone the last 2 weeks.
That's right.
And the Bears broke through the red zone and punched it into the end zone for the early 7-0 lead on the Cyclones. Kickoff by Jack Stone in and out of the back of the end zone. Also, Iowa State has had teams reach the red zone only 5 times in 4 games this year. That's the opponents for Iowa State.
And John, Iowa State on the other hand scored 11, before this game, 11 TDs and 15 attempts in the red zone, right? That's a 73%. Now, I think, didn't they get inside the red zone? I wasn't sure if they were inside the red zone when they got down here.
For Iowa State?
Yeah, for Iowa State when they're on offense.
I think they got to the 15, yeah.
I think so. You're right. You're right.
So a 7-0 Baylor lead. Josh Cameron, the touchdown catch for the Bears. Here's Iowa State back on offense, beginning at their own 25. Becht will give to Jalen Jackson. He is pushed for a loss. Great penetration there by Caleb Parker. Got in and made the tackle for a loss.
Yeah, just brought one of those field star blitzes in that. Coach Aranda has shown he likes that blitz. Came off the inside receiver on that zone play, a little slow developing. Caleb Parker makes a great tackle.
Loss of 3 on the play. Back pass near sideline, caught, and then tackled immediately is Jaden Higgins. Higgins, their leading receiver. Short gain about, let's say, 5 yards on that reception.
Yeah, now it's a quick 3rd and 7 here. And Baylor's going to run in a couple subs. Linton comes in for a pass rush. Garmin Randolph is in. We haven't seen him. They're going to come in a 2-by-2 set. No backfield. I'm sorry, 3-by-2 set, John. Rocco Becht in the backfield by himself. And remember, he scrambled for like 20 yards a few minutes ago. So we'll see if Coach keeps a spy on him on this play.
Trevin Mai in that defensive front along with Jackie Marshall. Here's pressure coming on Becht. Stands in, pass over the middle, is caught, slips a tackle, 40, 50, to the Baylor 40, to the 35, where he's spilled there. Big gain after the catch by Benjamin Bramer. Bramer, the sophomore tight end from Pierce, Nebraska. Boy, that was a very small window, and Beck hit Bramer for a big gainer and a big conversion.
Yeah, Baylor had a chance to just tackle him, but really they got the tight end. Baylor came late, kind of went to put Keaton Thomas in the middle, kind of spied, so they really were in man coverage. And the tight end got away from DJ Coleman on that, broke inside, and then once the missed tackle happened, nice run.
37-yard gain, back to the ground game, up the middle, short gain. Stations, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
Gain of 3 on the play. It's 2nd and 7 for Iowa State, trailing Baylor 7-0, 4:19 on the clock, first quarter. Cyclones have it at the Baylor 30. Sophomore Rocco Beck takes the snap. Stands in, now flushed, rolling right, now going to tuck it and run, and he slides down ahead of a big hit. Keaton Thomas was looking to plant him in the Kentucky bluegrass here at Jack Trice Stadium, but he slid under that would-be hit. And a gain to the 27-yard line, so about a 3-yard gain there, leaves Iowa State 3rd and 4.
And Iowa State on 3rd downs now, they were 2 of 3. Now they're facing a 3rd down and about 4. No, it's actually a full 5 here. 2 tight end formation to his left, 3 receivers to his right.
From the 27-yard line, back in an empty backfield. Stands in, rolls right, looking, passes, right sideline, incomplete. Wow, Caleb Parker there on pass defense. Jaden Higgins reached up. I thought he was going to make the grab, Ricky, right in front of you, but Caleb Parker made sure he didn't.
Yeah, and I think a throw that's back toward the body where the receiver can bring it into him, that is a catch. He had to go up and get it and was hit both high and low by Bear defenders and couldn't hold on to it. Great defense there and not a tight throw either.
They're going to line up here, John, for a 45-yard field goal tip from the left hash. And this kicker, he was banging them through pretty easily. Number 97, Kyle Conradi.
From the left hash, kicking right to left. A 45-yarder is good. Conradi now 6 of 8 on field goals this year. First points of the night for Iowa State. Come with 3:19 to play in the first quarter. Our new score, Baylor 7, Iowa State 3. We will keep it right here as the Cyclones put 3 on the board, not 7. And it's a 7-3 ball game.
Well, I think right now, John, I mean, if you're Coach Aranda, you're really happy. You got to think we saw some slow starts. Well, today the defense, got a turnover on downs. Then the offense went down and made some plays and scored. And now, you're just happy. Now you just want sustainment. Now you want to, hey, let's go build on that. So I like the defense. Iowa State does have 117 yards of offense. Baylor 69 after 1 possession. But if I look at the rushes, Iowa State 13 rushes. They do have 60 yards, but you start getting concerned about that. 18 of it was on Beck, the quarterback's run. He had a 15-yard long, but he has 18 yards. But they're at about 4.6 yards per carry, which, that sounds like you're like, well, you can't give up that. But I think if you keep this team around that 4.5 number or less, you have a good chance at it. And they got the stop, and now they, of course, have the chance to get back on offense.
Maybe the starting lineups for both teams. It's always brought to you by Baylor Scott & White, Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. From injury prevention to enhanced recovery, team up with us to get back in the game. Bears on that first possession tonight drove it 9 plays, 84 yards for the touchdown. They're about to get the ball back when play resumes and Iowa State kicks it back to Baylor. That first possession, 4 first downs on that drive, was moving the chains for the Bears. Brought to you by Central Transportation. Moving as a bear. Let Central Transportation Systems cage that bear and leave it to the professionals to handle all your moving and storage needs. Whether you're moving to Dallas, Houston, or across the country, Central Transportation Systems can pack and move your home and give you the ultimate moving experience. Give them a call at 254-256-2577. That's 254-256-2577. Or visit online at centralsystems.com/Baylor. All right, JJ, you made a really good point about a fast start by Baylor. We talked about that. Ricky mentioned it also. On the road, boy, always a plus if you can get off to a fast start.
John, it really is, and really psychologically for this team, they just need some good stuff. Now, games are ebbs and flows, so bad stuff's going to happen to both teams, but to get that fast start, then that's a good thing. You're not building on, hey, a kind of downer from last week. So now the offense has to find a way, John, to start getting a little run game going. Bryson Washington, 2 attempts, 0 yards.
Jamal Bell back deep to receive the kick. Here comes the kick from right to left. End over end kick. Bell's gonna let it hit at the goal line and then out the back of the end zone. Bell, who's had a 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown this year, opts for the touchback on that one, and the Bears will take over at their own 25.
What I did like is Coach Spavital has shown, like last week, he'll open up. I think he really wanted to try to run the ball last week, but Baylor got in that deficit pretty quickly. And this week, he's like, hey, look, we got to try to get a W. We're not going to save anything, so we're going to spread them out. Sawyer, hey, look, if you don't have it 1-2 run, he comes out in a 2-by-2 set with Pendergrass in the backfield next to him.
All right, Bears begin at their own 25-yard line. Dawson Pendergrass in the backfield for the Bears. 6'2", 218-pound sophomore out of Mineola High School. Sawyer Robertson is the quarterback. Pendergrass breaks in motion. Pass left side caught by Al Presley. Hemmed in and just now brought to the ground. Whistles blow.
Yeah, that play right there, John, that's one they had Hal Presley. They kind of motion someone out and get in front of him. He catches a quick wide receiver screen, and he needs to make one cut and go. He should have got at least 3 or 4 yards. Gets one, so now you have 2nd and 9, but that's a play that you might want to see Bryson Washington try to run a little bit, see if he can get a few more yards.
J.R. Singleton, the tackle, and Malik Verdon, the safety, make that tackle. Here's a pass, left side, caught by Pendergrass. Makes the first man miss, and then pushed out of bounds. Far side of the field into the Baylor bench area. That is a first down out to the 38-yard line. That's going to be 12 on the gain and a first down for the Bears.
Yeah, great development by Sawyer there. He just, hey, not Bryson, but Pendergrass leaked out into the flat to the left. That's like a run play. It's easy. And Dawson has a knack for making people miss him.
And off Pendergrass, off left tackle, pushes the pile forward to the 42 is where they'll spot it. So a 4-yard gain on first down.
Ricky, I like Dawson in this game. He seems to kind of let guys miss him and find those creases.
Well, he does. He's got great eyes, great vision, makes a slide cut. It's not harsh, but he finds the open spot. And when he's going forward, he's hard to bring down.
Center judge holds the snap of the ball as sub takes place. Now says go. 2nd down and 6 for the 2nd and 4 for the Bears from the 42. A lot of time. Short pass over the middle is caught. Tackle made immediately. That is Ketron Jackson with the catch, just shy of midfield, but that's enough for a first down at the 50. Let's go down to Ricky.
Yeah, Sawyer had a lot of time. You watch him. He stands back there 3 or 4 counts before he delivers that ball. Can't give him that far. We'll pick him apart.
So first down, Bears move the chains right at midfield. The big Iowa State logo painted on the grass here at Jack Trice Stadium. 1st and 10 for the Bears. Pendergrass remains in there. Robertson pumps once, now passes, right sideline. Lot of bumping there, and it's going to be pass interference. A flag is down. Looks like they caught Miles Purchase for pass interference.
Pass interference, number 5, defense. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
What I like about that, John, they got Ashton Hawkins on Miles Purchase, and he's handsy. We have some guys who are handsy too. But at first, Ricky, I thought we were going to let him play, but these officials on the backside have gotten a little itchy.
Some of these first plays, they were hand fighting all the way down the field. And now they've tightened it up on these last 2.
So first down via the penalty. Bears have it at the Iowa State 35-yard line. Ashton Hawkins, the intended receiver on that last play. Trigg in motion. Looking to throw. A lot of time again. Now backpedals. Now sidesteps to his left. Now spins around. Robertson passes. Threw it away. Ricky was the closest man to that pass, out of bounds. But, man, he had a lot of time there again before he finally decided just to eat it and throw it away.
Yeah, what Baylor's doing, they're keeping a few more guys in, only sending out 3. So if you only send out 3, that means you probably have about 7 blocking, and then, of course, you have Sawyer, the quarterback. So what they're doing is they're focusing on protection first. Let's give him time, let our receivers find the hole, and then they're looking. Right now, they're going to come out in a 2-by-1 set. We haven't seen much of Trigg, but Trigg is in the game. I think he has opportunities in the middle of that field, and they're going to call a timeout. Iowa State's going to call a timeout.
Iowa State takes their first charge timeout of the half. It's a 30-second timeout.
All right, what was that about? Did he see something, a matchup that Matt Campbell? Ricky thinks he might want to make a point with the official. John Haycock is the defensive coordinator for Iowa State, very well respected. During this timeout, let's let you hear from John Haycock, who was asked this week about the Baylor quarterback position.
You know, he makes every throw, and they both do. You know, they're both really talented guys, and make all the throws. They can run the football, so that's an extra thing. And they get great command of the offense, and I have a lot of respect for the offensive coordinator, Coach Spav. I think those guys, he's an excellent football coach, played against them when he was at West Virginia, and I just think he's a sharp football coach. He stays within the framework of what their guys can do, and I think they're doing it at a really high level. You know, they've outscored opponents, you know, in these last 3 quarters of most every game, and you know, I just think it's a great task. I told our team, I sent them a text on Monday morning first thing. I think it's a great task for our defense. It'll be everything we can handle.
John Haycock, the defensive coordinator for Iowa State, talking about that Baylor offense led by Jake Spavital, first-year offensive coordinator. Back to play, 2nd down and 10 for the Bears from the Iowa State 35. Bears lead 7-3. Final minute, first quarter. Snap back to Sawyer Robertson, swings it out to Monterey Baldwin. Slips one tackle to the 30, to the 25, and out of bounds. Boy, he got past that first guy, Jeremiah Cooper, and it's enough for a first down and an 11-yard gain to the 24.
Yeah, they just bring Monterey behind the quarterback, just a little swing pass. Use that speed, get him on the edge. He outruns everybody, picks up that first down.
35 seconds to go in the first quarter. Snap back to Robertson. Looking left, looking center. Still dancing back there in the pocket. Now rolling right. Now going to run with it. And steps out of bounds at about the 15, 14-yard line.
What I like right now, John, is just what Coach Spavital is doing. He is continually, because Iowa State showed early that they'll blitz, they'll drop, but they like to bring funny blitzes. So what he's doing is he's keeping 7 guys in the block, and he's only really sending out 3 receivers. His H-back is staying in the block. His running back is staying in the block. A tight end right now, that's why we have it, is that we end this quarter is staying out the block. So I like that protection plan.
Into the first quarter, Bears driving, leading Iowa State 7-3 here in Ames. We'll come back, give you first quarter stats, and switch ends and move to the second quarter after this. Baylor 7, Iowa State 3 on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Chevy truck season is here, and Jim Turner Chevrolet is the place to save. Hurry to McGregor and get huge discounts, plus a 3-year maintenance plan free with the purchase of a new 2024 Silverado. Get big savings on our great selection of SUVs, too, like the reliable Chevy Suburban or the stylish Chevrolet Tahoe. Check TurnerChevy.com for truck season savings now. See dealer for details.
Hi, I'm Jim Turner. Come see us at Jim Turner Chevrolet in McGregor. Together, let's drive.
Kids can now join the Baylor Cup Club, presented by Green Eye Associates, the official kids club of Baylor Athletics. Fans 12 and under can register for the low cost of $25 and gain exclusive benefits and access to Baylor Athletics events. Members receive free admission to select events, exclusive giveaway access, and their own membership package. To register your Cub, please visit BaylorBears.com/Cub Club. Sign your Cub up today and sick 'em Bears.
Hey Baylor fans, want to level up your game day experience? With GXG Elite, you can get more than just front row seats. You can get behind-the-scenes access to your favorite athletes, exclusive content, and member-only events. Plus, every membership supports our student athletes on the field. Join the team at GXGElite.com. That's GXGElite.com. Get in the game and be all in with GXG Elite.
Life moves fast. Your internet should move even faster. Connect, game, study, and do it all with Astound's hypersonic award-winning fiber-powered internet. It's a big deal. Call 1-800-4ASTOUND or go to astound.com to get internet for only $20 a month with a 2-year price lock. Plus, get a $100 Amazon gift card and add 5G unlimited mobile free for 12 months. Because reliable internet and better mobile is a big deal. Go to astound.com today. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Presented by H-E-B. H-E-B, here everything's better. Bears lead at the end of the first quarter, 7-3 over Iowa State. First quarter lead for the Bears since the Air Force game 3 weeks ago. JJ, about some first quarter stats.
John, a very even first quarter, 7-3 Baylor lead, 118 yards for the Bears, 117 for Iowa State. Sawyer Robertson, 7 of 11, 90 yards, a touchdown. Rocco Beck, 3 of 6, 57 yards. Iowa State, 13 carries, 60 yards. Baylor, 5 carries, 28 yards, 24 of that by Sawyer Robertson. Dawson Pendergrass, 1 for 4 yards. Hal Presley, 2 catches for 33 yards. Bryson Washington, 1 for 23. And, of course, we had Josh Cameron on that touchdown reception of 4 yards. Time of possession, 6 minutes for Baylor, 8 minutes for Iowa State. And Baylor threatening here, John. Second time in the red zone, 1st and 10 from the 11.
All right, here we go from the 11-yard line to begin the second quarter. Baylor traveling right to left. Short pass underneath is caught by Trigg, and then the big body Trigg falls forward to the 7-yard line. So it ends up being a 4-yard gain. There wasn't much there, but it ends up being positive yardage. The Bears are in the H-E-B red zone again. They've driven to the Iowa State 7.
I look for Baylor to come back to that play, and instead of Pendergrass, instead of Sawyer throwing to run back, throwing back to Dawson, who was wide open.
Second down and 6 for the Bears. Sawyer Robertson gives to Pendergrass. Slips one tackle, can't get through another 2. Loss of a yard to the 8-yard line on that carry.
Well, that was a blitz right there. That's, Iowa State. There's a reason they're one of the best teams in the country in the red zone. They brought Cooper Ebel, their weak side linebacker, their leading tackler. He came through that C-gap blitz and got some contact on Pendergrass to slow him down. Now they're gonna go. Baylor's gonna go 3-by-1 set, trying to get Josh Cameron to the top. But there's going to be some combo coverage on him to the top. He's going to have to work to his left, to the middle.
Here's the play, 3rd down and 8 to the end zone. A grab for a touchdown, Bears! Bears in the end zone for their 2nd consecutive possession. Michael Trigg makes the catch. Michael Trigg, the receiving end, but there is a flag down. I think that'll be after the play, so the touchdown should stand.
Yeah, that's going to be one of those undisciplined plays, John.
The result of the play is a touchdown. After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 1, Baylor. That is his first unsportsmanlike conduct foul of the game. The 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
Yeah, that's Trigg. After the touchdown, the defender they were a little physical with him all the way to the ground, which that's what players do. Wasn't anything untoward, but Trigg has to be more disciplined. Coming back from, hurting the team last week, he has to be able to control himself because that's going to hurt them on that kickoff. But Baylor goes up 13-3, pinning this extra point.
Garrison Grimes is the deep snapper. Palmer Williams the holder. Isaiah Hankins the kicker, and he puts it on the board. The extra point for the Bears caps a 10-play, 75-yard scoring drive by Baylor. 4:33 off the clock in the second quarter. The 8-yard touchdown pass from Sawyer Robertson to Michael Trigg puts the Bears up 14-3 on Iowa State. Timeout on the field. We're back after this. You're listening to Baylor Big 12 football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Are you a proud Baylor fan? Do you love prizes? The Baylor Sports app allows fans to track their attendance across athletic events and earn points using Baylor Bold Rewards. Baylor Athletics wants to reward the most loyal fans for cheering on the Bears.
The only person they throw a flag on for dancing is Jerry Hill.
BoldRewards.com or download the Baylor Sports app. Prizes this year are better than ever, so start earning your points today.
We win this one, I'll join him.
Stay in the game with Q-Collar, the world's first and only equipment proven to help protect the brain. It's backed by advanced research, built for the modern athlete, and designed to protect your most important asset, your brain. Q-Collar is a proud partner of the Baylor Bears. When it's on, it's on. Learn more and collar up at Q30.com. That's Q30.com.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Bear Football brought to you in part by Baylor Scott & White Health, the official healthcare provider of Baylor Athletics. By Toyota. Baylor fans, enter for your chance to win a 2025 Toyota Tundra and the Tundra Game Day giveaway. Visit GulfStatesToyota.com to find out more. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. 10-play, 75-yard scoring drive by the Bears. 4:33 off the clock. They lead at 14-3 over Iowa State. Again, an Iowa State team that had not had a team crack the red zone either of their last two games. The Bears have done it twice, and, oh my gosh, not only twice, but in the end zone. Here's the kickoff by Baylor from their own 20, and it goes out of bounds into the Iowa State bench. That was an ugly-looking kick.
They need to change that rule. It's the 40. It's the 50. Yeah, maybe. I'm about to say, if it's the 35, they need to change that rule.
Right. Yeah, they're going
to get it at the 50 midfield.
Wow,
so,
man.
I'm surprised. I mean, that should have just been a squib up the middle. Just squib it. I'm with it. You don't want to kick it in there. That's too much space. But it was a mishit right there, and then the mishit went out of bounds. So now Iowa State they've been driving the ball, so it's not that they haven't moved it. They just hadn't been able to finish. 1st and 10 from the midfield.
From 50-yard line, beginning their possession there. Trailing Baylor 14-3. Turn, handoff, Abu Sama. He is slowed up by Jackie Marshall and finished off by that Baylor defensive front. No gain on the play. They'll spot it at the 50-yard line.
Well, you really like, you see the advantages up front. You just have Garmin Randolph, who's not in now, but I think just having that body back allows rotation. So Jackie Marshall's in there on that one. You have Big E in there as well. So Baylor's first down against the run. They've done a decent job.
It's an Iowa State team that returned their entire starting offensive line for this year. Empty backfield. Beck takes the snap in the shotgun. Looks left, passes left, short pass. Caught. That's Jaden Higgins who made the catch. But a gain of only about 3.5 on the play for Lorando Johnson. Got him on the ground.
I like that read. They went cloud coverage, cover 2. And with Lorando's response, he's responsible for the flat, but they ran a vertical on him. And typically you will carry that vertical, but he saw the inside receiver run a quick out. Instead of giving him that quick catch for maybe a 3-yard run, he gets him, tacks him to the ground. 3rd down and 6 here. A 3-receiver set with a tight end to the backside, his left side.
Knows the ball just outside the Baylor 46.
Baylor
Snap back, pressure on the blitz. Pass is caught. Beck got it away just in time. And that'll be a first down to the 35-yard line on a completion to Jalen Knoll. How about Beck? He took a shot but completed the pass for a first down.
Yeah, it's just a good route, too, because that was a tight man coverage. It wasn't bad coverage. The Baylor defender was right there with him. I didn't get the number. I think that was I think it was 23. But nevertheless, it was good coverage. And Rocco put that ball where only his guy is right on him, man, with tight coverage, and that's a nice throw.
So first down, Iowa State. They're at the Baylor 35. Remember, began this possession at midfield after Baylor kicked the ball on the kickoff out of bounds. Slant left side, caught. That's Jaden Higgins again. Higgins to the 21-yard line on that play.
Well, Iowa State is going to, on a 14-yard game, they're going to tempo. They're going to break tendency now, so the Baylor secondary has to be ready. They're going to put this ball up. Trailing 14-3, 11:35 to go in the half.
First down, Iowa State. They're at the Baylor 21. Handoff. Looking for room up the middle. There's nothing there for Jalen Jackson. Cooper lands in on the tackle. Who else is in there for Baylor defensively? That was Devontae Tesno helping out on the tackle. No gain on the play, 2nd and 10 for Iowa State.
Iowa State, Baylor's playing really heavy against the run here in the first part of this game, and they've had some success throwing behind them a little bit. So the secondary has to tighten up a little bit. Maybe, I'm not saying take chances, but be able to match routes.
11-minute mark, 2nd quarter. Snap back to Beck, pressured, rolling right. Throws right sideline, incomplete. Just threw it away there. He was under duress, being chased again. Kyan Roberts' day was really providing the pressure on quarterback Rocco Becht.
Well, I'll tell you what, the pressure came in, but the man on that play, to me, it's unsung. Only coaches see this, is they ran Hansen, the running back, after that fake right up the middle. He was doing an angle route. He was going out backside. But Brooks Miller picked him up, took him away early, and I think Beck saw that, and that's great senior-type play by Brooks Miller.
Here's 3rd down and 10 for Iowa State. A lot of time. Rocco Becht to the end zone. Incomplete. Nearly intercepted. Baylor had him covered really, really well. Intended for Jalen Noel. Devin Lemire was there. Nearly came away with the interception, but it does bring up 4th down and 10.
Well, that's a good play. I thought Baylor did a great job of staying connected early. Devin Lemire, as that safety, reading Rocco Becht as he had time, and he got a combo on a receiver he's trying to go to and got in front. Now they're going to try what's going to be about a 38-yard field goal attempt.
From the center of the field, kicking left to right. Good snap, good hold. The kick is plenty long, and it is good by Kyle Conradi. Another 3 put on Iowa State's side of the scoreboard. And with 10:34 to play in the 2nd quarter, our new score, Baylor 14, Iowa State 6. Let's keep it right here. Cyclones. Well, am I right? Bears and Cyclones have scored on, except for the first possession by Iowa State. Turned it over on downs. That Baylor has scored on both their possessions, both touchdowns. Iowa State has scored on both possessions since that opening possession, but both field goals.
Yeah, John, both teams have moved the ball. I mean, Iowa State, it's not like they have moved the ball, but they've been so successful in the red zone that, you know, you're surprised not to see them score touchdowns. And Ricky just made a note to us that you got to remember on that drive they started at midfield because of that penalty. And that's, you know, that's a little bit, you got to show up your discipline when you're on the road against a ranked team. But so far, both offenses doing a really good job of converting on 3rd down and then really just taking advantage of what the defense is giving them. And really most of that has been through the air. And right now, the quarterbacks, Rocco Becht is 6 of 11. That doesn't sound like much, but he has 86 yards. And Sawyer Roberts is in 9 of 13 for 102 yards, 2 touchdowns. And Iowa State's really trying to get that running game going, John. But like I said, talked about that 4.5 yards. Well, right now the running game, 15 carries, a total of 61 yards, a 4.1 yard per carry average. And that includes 2 rushes by Rocco Becht, who has 18 yards rushing. So doing a good job against that run.
14-6 Baylor on top, 10:34 to play, 2nd quarter. We're brought to you in part by Antone's Famous Po' Boys, proud sponsor of Baylor Athletics. Antone's original po' boys made with recipes that haven't changed since 1962. A unique taste that generations of Texans have loved. The original turkey and Swiss and roast beef sandwiches are all bestsellers. They're available at McLean Stadium on game days. That is Antone's Famous Po' Boys, a proud sponsor of Baylor Athletics. Bears off next Saturday, open date, first of 2 open dates on the season. Bye week next week, and then they'll be off on November 9th as well. So after tonight, next action for the Bears in Lubbock against Texas Tech, October 19th. Bears back home October 26th, homecoming game against Oklahoma State. Cowboys took it on the chin today, playing at home, lost big to West Virginia.
Well, I'll tell you right now, this is when Coach Aranda wants to see if this team can grow up. You got to try to cover up scores and really give that defense time. So this drive here, you got to be cognizant on his kickoff, make sure he kicks it, and then on offense, you got to be prepared here to keep the pressure on.
Kick is 9 yards deep, out the back of the end zone. Touchback, Bears have it back. They'll begin at their own 25, leading 14-6 over Iowa State. 10:34 on the clock in the second quarter. Great to see Nick Jose prior to the game. Nick spent a good length of time with us in Baylor Athletics, now back at his alma mater, Senior Associate AD for Communications. Really good to catch up and visit with Nick Jose.
Iowa State's defensive plan, John, is they want to bend, not break. But I think with Baylor throwing the ball like they do, I was wondering to see he's going to start bringing some blitzes here, at least throwing downs early.
Snap back to Robertson, hands it off through the right side. Nice dive to the 31-yard line, 6 yards on the carry by Bryson Washington. 6-yard gain on first down. You'd take that every play.
I think that's effect Ricky talked about. Sometimes you got to throw to run, and that's Baylor's success in the passing game, leading to a nice little run play there.
Hand it off again to Washington. Pushes the pile forward. He's got a first down across the 35. So 2 plays, 2 running plays for Bryson Washington, and first down Bears.
And John, what that is when you're throwing the ball successfully. I saw your 7 of 11 for 9 of 13 for 102 yards, 2 scores. That defense is hesitant to just commit to the run.
From the 36, Washington again off the right side.
Pile moving.
Exactly. Move that pile forward to the 41-yard line.
5 yards.
Another 5 yards on the gain. 6 to the 42 is where they spot it. So 6 yards again on the carry.
Ricky, it seems like maybe you see a few hands on hips for the defense there.
Yeah, I think so. They've been in here 2 long drives. Remember, the Bears have gone 80 yards on a couple of drives. So do this one again, and you'll wear Iowa State down.
Oh, hand it off to Bryson Washington. This time he slips down before anybody touched him. So he'll lose a couple of yards on that play.
Yeah, and that was big, because I think if Bryson can make that cut, he tries to cut with his inside foot on that instead of stopping with his right foot, cutting back to the left, and he slips. But he had a little crease to his left. Now 3rd down and about a good long, say 6. And right now they're going to spread him out 2 by 2, set Bryson to his left, and looks like he can come to the field here. He got 1-on-1 to his left. Blitz coming.
Making noise. Here's the blitz. Has to throw it quick, and it's incomplete. Intended for Ketron Jackson. Oh, I'm sorry, Michael Trigg out on the right flat. So the incompletion really forced by a blitz coming from Iowa State. And the Bears will send on their punt team for the first time tonight.
Yeah, right there. I think Baylor should have anticipated blitz. And they had been max protecting most of the time. But you want Trigg in the man-to-man. I would have probably moved Trigg, and instead of running a speed out with them or a stop, I would have just run a choice route, run and make him collide into the defender and choose out or in with that big body. But Baylor punts this away.
Palmer Williams boots it away. Carry out of bounds, far side of the field. We'll see where they spot it. The 15 to the 16-yard line. 16 is where they'll spot it. That's where Iowa State will take over. Palmer Williams, if he had enough punts to qualify, would be leading the Big 12 in punting, 53.4 yards per punt. 44-yard punt there, his first punt of the night. Stops the clock with 8:37 to play, second quarter. Our score, Baylor 14, Iowa State 6 on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Toyota Tundra's powerful, available,
right back,
V6 engine means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. To your neighbor, it means helping them with their new chainsaw carving hobby.
What do you think of this thing, eh? It's a bearfish birdman wood carving, if I've ever seen one.
To your cousins, the Tundra means as they jump off the boat onto the sandbar.
Now watch this flip.
No, don't. You're gonna...
Cannonball!
Definitely nail it.
To your co-pilots, the Tundra means an extra comfortable journey.
I can just...
You sure can.
And to you, the Tundra means... whoa. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Now this is a bare necessity. From tailgating to sailgating, the 2025 Tundra is built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
Life moves fast. Your internet should move even faster. Connect, game, study, and do it all with Astound's hypersonic award-winning fiber-powered internet. It's a big deal. Call 1-800-4ASTOUND or go to astound.com to get internet for only $20 a month with a 2-year price lock. Plus, get a $100 Amazon gift card and add 5G unlimited mobile free for 12 months. Because reliable internet and better mobile is a big deal. Go to astound.com today. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
Hey Baylor fans, Baylor's soccer season is currently underway. Come be a part of the action at Betty Lou Mays Field all season long and watch head coach Michelle Leonard and the Bears battle against the best in the Big 12. Score your tickets for game day right now at BaylorBears.com/tickets. We'll see you at Betty Lou. Sick 'em Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut and Baylor have partnered to bring you the Book It Bear program. We're rewarding students with a free personal pan pizza for reaching individual reading goals. Learn more at bookitprogram.com and read like a bear with Pizza Hut. Punt by the Bears gives the ball back to Iowa State. They take over at their own 16-yard line. Rocco Becht at quarterback in an empty backfield. Stands in the shotgun. He takes the snap. Becht looking, passing over the middle. Caught out to the 40-yard line. Flag down at the end of the play. Big target. Jaden Higgins made that catch. Let's see what the penalty is.
Holding, number 33, defense. The penalty is declined. The result of the play is a first down.
Yeah, it's just really that's a win. They're getting their tight end against Baylor's. Really, I think that's a safety position. Maybe it's feeling jacked, but I mean, getting in safety and they're winning on these routes in and out. They really hadn't thrown to the tight ends a ton. This used to be a really big throwing to the tight end team, but they have two really good outside guys. So they're just getting against that safety and trying to work in and out.
So first down out to the 41-yard line for Iowa State, trailing Baylor 14-6, second quarter. Becht takes the snap, turns, hands it off. Lot of room. Watch out, Jalen Jackson. He is off to the races. DJ Coleman chases him down, but again all the way inside the 10-yard line by Jalen Jackson.
Yeah, John, that's one where Jalen Jackson, he bends it back to his right, then he makes a cut. It's a missed tackle by Devin Bobby from the safety position. Not a great angle by DJ Coleman. DJ Coleman does a great job of tracking him down. Quick snap.
Quick snap. Jackson again, this time not near the success. Pulled down right at maybe a yard, the 7-yard line. Jackson, not a big guy, 5'7", 180, a senior out of Burleson, Texas. Transfer from Eastern Michigan to Iowa State.
I'll tell you, John, we'll see how big. There's a great recovery by DJ Coleman to track down the running back. Really, he was coming up at a not great angle. He fought off a block. Then he just tracks him down. But now Iowa State has to punch this in. And Baylor's held him twice before. Let's see what happens here.
Second and goal from the 7 for Iowa State. Long snap count. Becht takes the snap, rolls right, short pass underneath, tackled for a loss back to the 10-yard line.
That's a great play.
In to get him was Devin Bobby, the junior from DeSoto, had it read nicely, and a loss of 3 yards on the play.
I'm going to tell you, I've seen Iowa State run this in previous games. They'll bring the receiver left to right, two receivers out to his right. He has receiver coming left to right. They throw that quick flat pass to the receiver coming left to right in motion, and he has two blockers. And I'm going to tell you, Devin Bobby did a great job of keeping outside leverage on his blocker and then making the tackle. Third and goal from the 10, a one-by-one set, two backs in the backfield. Back coming out.
Two backs on either side of quarterback Rocco Becht. Takes the snap, looks left, fakes left, passes over the middle. It is caught. Touchdown. Waited for that play to develop, then hit Ben Bramer right over the middle. And the tight end, Bramer, in for his first touchdown of the season. First touchdown tonight for Iowa State.
That's a wide delay right there. What they did is Bramer actually started blocking initially. And I think what happened is Matt Jones took his eyes off him once he saw him block, because he has that middle of the field. And once Bramer got that initial block, he then released on a wide delay. That's a tight end delay. And he just works up the field. And by the time Matt saw him and reacted, the ball was on Bramer. He's in the end zone.
Extra point kick coming from Kyle Conradi. Kick is up, and it's no good. He missed the extra point. Boy, I didn't see what happened. Ricky, did you see what happened?
I think he just pulled out to the left. I don't think anybody got a hand on it. It was just a bad kick. That's fortunate for the Bears there. because now you go down and get a field goal, you're up by 5 and a field goal doesn't catch you. That could be one that we count at the end of the game as a big one for the Bears.
Yeah, absolutely. Just shanked the extra point kick, so it's 6:10 to play in the second quarter. Our new score is Baylor 14, Iowa State 12. Cyclones have found the end zone. Capped a 5-play, 84-yard scoring drive for Iowa State, 2:27 off the clock here in the second quarter. Hey, at halftime, we invite you to stay with us. We'll have scores of other games. JJ will give us all the first half stats. We'll also hear from Ryan McGuire, Baylor volleyball coach. They've got a big match tomorrow in Fort Worth against TCU. Top 25 matchup between 14th ranked Baylor and 22nd ranked TCU in volleyball. Here's the kick by Iowa State. Out the back of the end zone, touchback. Bears will begin at their own 25.
And this drive right here is very important. You have 6 minutes and 10 seconds left in the half. Baylor gets the ball after half. Now, this is where you have to be as Sawyer, an IQ quarterback. Okay, really, we need some points, but I need to get this first down, and I want to protect the ball. So the really most important down in this drive really is this first down play, because what you want is you want something positive. Coach probably gives you a chance here because you've been successful throwing the ball for maybe a little bit of RPO action, or he's going to give you a nice check down opportunity to kind of get it to second down and manageable.
Here we go from the 25. Snap back to Robertson. In the pocket, stands in, pass, a little bit behind his receiver, Josh Cameron. Tried to contort his body, reach back and make the catch, couldn't do so. But again, man, Sawyer Robertson is getting all kinds of time back there in the backfield.
And that was a cat blitz. That's a corner blitz, but it's picked up nice by the cornerback. And that's a little bit on Cameron. Cameron has to know when he's coming across that middle, he can throttle down a little bit instead of keep running.
Second down 10 for the Bears from their own 25. 6:05 on the clock, second quarter. Robertson calls the play, steps back in the shotgun, claps his hands, takes the snap. Pass is caught over the middle. Ashton Hawkins with the catch. He's got a first down out to the 36.
John, I feel like they have that just about every time one play. On that one, you kind of had the backer step in, but that little slot guy seems to be open pretty early, quite a lot.
Well, I think so. He's open on the seam, and he's also open on just the short stop.
11-yard gain on the play. First down Bears out to their own 36. 3 receivers left, pass left. It's in the hands of, who was that? Hawkins again with the catch, yes. Not much there, maybe a yard before he's pushed out of bounds on the near sideline.
Well, I think the receivers have to learn, but the receivers don't like to run it in where there's a lot of mess. And like that, also Hawkins has to know, I'm going to get hit on this. I just got to get north and south. I like maybe trying to get our running back out there and give them a shot at that play like he did last week, but second down and 9.
Second down 9 from the 37 for the Bears.
Blitz.
Robertson steps up, pass, incomplete. Boy, the blitz was coming, and he really did a good job to sidestep an oncoming blitzer. Stepped up, made the pass, but it's incomplete. And it leaves the Bears at 3rd and 9 from their own 37.
And this is the next level maturation here, John. Sawyer has to know. This is the same thing happened last week. You got in positive territory, which you're outside your 35, almost to the 40. Second and long, whatever. They're going to probably bring pressure to create a 3rd and long. So now he didn't anticipate it. So now Baylor has a 3-by-1 set. It looks like he's going to have a chance to work to his left unless that lineman comes off. Chance to work left.
Crowd making noise on 3rd and 9. Here's the pass. It is caught. First down Bears. Across midfield. Oh, no, they say incomplete. Boy, I thought he had it.
Incomplete pass is 4th down.
Yeah, that's good defense by the Iowa State defender. He really pulled it that very late. Baylor's going to have to punt this one away. But he had a chance to Ashton Hawkins to bring that in. But I think that defender, I believe that was number 3, I think. Was that Jontez Williams or was that number 5, Miles Purchase? But it was one of those guys, and they did a great job of yanking at that ball late.
Boy, I thought he had it. Would have been a huge first down. Kept that drive alive. Instead, an incompletion, and the Bears will punt it away. 4:54 on the clock, second quarter. Here's Palmer Williams out there. Punt the ball away. Jalen Noel is back deep, and it's blocked. And Iowa State picks it up, and they'll run it in for a touchdown. They blocked the punt of Palmer Williams. Iowa State takes the lead on a blocked punt return for a touchdown.
Wow, and that's all the small things there. Iowa State gets the stop on a 3rd down and about 9 on a great play by the defender. And it's a low snap. I thought it was fieldable by Williams, but he just bobbled it a little bit. They got a great rush on him. And when they got the rush, it was an easy block. And now Iowa State, which is really reeling in this first quarter, they do a good job of creating a special teams opportunity again. And they're going to go up here after pinning this extra point before half. 4 minutes and 46 seconds left.
Extra point kick is good. We got to look at the replay, and the punt was blocked. Yeah, it looked like by Miles Mendelson. Got the block and then picked up and returned for the touchdown.
Yeah, and psychologically, John, I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off there, John, but psychologically, tough for Baylor. They got to have something here, but Palmer it was low, and I think that's what caused it. If the ball was right to him, he probably could have got it off, but Iowa State had a really good jump. They had a design here to come from his right, where he likes to roll a little bit and block that punt. But psychologically, this is a huge drive for this Baylor team. You've played really well in this first half, and with the ball coming out the half, you just can't go in down and really, I think, psychologically be where you want to be. So huge half. You got to flush that and be ready to punt. But John, I'm not sure if you got who blocked that.
Yeah, we think it was Mendelson who blocked the punt for Iowa State. Oh, it's not Mendelson, is it?
It's number
Mendelston. Mendelston, yes.
Number 6?
Yes.
Yeah, he's the one that blocked it. Whoever number 6 is. He blocked it with his body. He blocked it with his rib cage.
Yeah, he got it flush. Kickoff by Iowa State. That'll be a touchback. Bears will have it again, beginning at their own 25. Now trailing for the first time tonight. Bears led 14-3 in this game. It's now 19-14 Iowa State with 4:46 to play before halftime.
So now offensively, this is when you need your veterans. And really now Sawyer is a junior. He hadn't played a lot. He has to be the veteran to settle him down. Hey, look, this one possession game, guys. We're good. We just moved the ball. They made a good play. We're good. So right now they have Dawson Pendergrass in the game. I like having Dawson. He seems to find a way to find creases. I may try to get a quick pass out to the left of the 3 receiver side, but they have 4x3 to give Dawson this ball.
Snap back. Sawyer Robertson hands the ball off. Starting right, trying to come back left, and tripped up and down is Dawson Pendergrass. Tackle was made by Cooper Ebel, their co-leading tackler. Let's go down to Ricky.
Guys, that was a good tackle. If he doesn't get Pendergrass there, he had cut back. That's a 5, 6, 7, maybe 10-yard gain by Pendergrass. Big play and big tackle there.
Yard gain on the play. Ebel kept it at only a yard gain. Snap back to Robertson, looking to throw. Pass caught underneath. Monterey Baldwin is then blasted by Miles Purchase. They'll give him forward progress to the 34, it looks like.
Yeah, it's a good catch by Monterey. Was that Monterey or was that Ashton? That was Monterey, wasn't it? Yeah, it's Monterey. He did a great job of getting hit, John. Baylor's going to come out. This is a huge 3rd and about 1 here. You have Dawson. You got to believe that Iowa State, they're going to bring, you can see their safety, Freiler, is probably within 5 yards. They're going to bring bodies. And they're in zone, so they may look, they're going to read run.
3rd down and 1, give to Pendergrass. Second effort, he's got the first down.
Huge.
Out to the 38-yard line, a 4-yard gain on 3rd and 1. That is a big 3rd down conversion. The Bears now 4 of 6 on 3rd down conversions here in the first half. Tempo, quick snap. Robertson has a lot of time. Rolls right, passes right sideline, caught by Ketron Jackson. Out of bounds at the 44-yard line.
So right now, if I'm Sawyer, I mean, I'm Coach Babaton. I'm fine. I mean, I like the tempo, but I'm fine letting this clock work on my favor. I really don't want Iowa State to have this ball again. You're at the 45. You have your timeouts. There's really no need to rush. You have all 3. You just want to make sure, hey, look, we're probably not going to punt this ball if we can just keep possession of it. A 2-by-2 set.
18 yards on that last completion to Ketron Jackson. First down, Bears. Here's a pass right sideline, caught. Sidesteps the first guy. And now out of bounds inside the 40 at the 37-yard line. That is Michael Trigg with the catch.
And Trigg has to be smart. If you're a receiver, Iowa State does a great job of running to the ball full speed. That first guy is trying to get you wrapped up. Those second and third guys are going for that ball because they create turnover. So Trigg gets to moving, the ball's flailing. He has to just say, hey, look, I'm going to get down. So now 2-by-1 set with H back to his right. And he has, looks like Bryson Washington in the running back position.
2 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Quick pass near side to Hawkins. And can't get away, and he is down. Pass complete. At the most, he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Now looks like they'll spot it at the 39, so a loss of a yard on the play. Jeremiah Cooper from El Paso, Texas.
Yeah, the receivers have to figure out. Baylor caught him in a blitz, so he had one-on-one on this 3rd and 5. Asher just has to catch that move forward. Now you got a 2-by-1 set. You got Josh Cameron to the field. I like this timeout by the Baylor by Coach Aranda. Well, it's not, it's actually the two-minute timeout.
Actually right.
2-minute timeout.
The 2-minute timeout. So comes at a good time. 3rd down and 5 for the Bears. Crowd making all kinds of noise. We'll come back with the play right after this break. 3rd down and 5 for the Bears. They've got it at the Iowa State 39. Our score, Iowa State 19, Baylor 14. 2 minutes exactly to play in the half. We're back after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
It's Jeep Adventure Days at Allen Samuels in Waco. Drive off in the new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Overland with $13,000 off, or the 2024 Jeep Gladiator Sport with a huge 18% off MSRP. Need more options? How about a new Jeep Compass, $9,000 off, or a stunning Wagoneer L with $8,300 dealer discount. Plus, all models come with 0% financing for 36 months. Get your adventure started today at Allen Samuels in Waco.
Come by. Let's be friends.
First Central Credit Union is cheering for the Bears. Our team advantages are 5% APY free reward checking. Enjoy ATM free refunds and be on the winning side with direct deposits 2 days early. Huddle up with First Central to make deposits 24/7 at our ATMs and suit up in a free new member t-shirt. Visit online at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you.
Eligibility and application requirements apply. APY equals annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
See for yourself why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green, along with her dedicated optometrists and staff. Receive trustworthy insights about your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes, face, and neck areas with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Visit greeneyeassociates.com. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the My H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Brought to you by Pepsi this football season. Make Pepsi your go-to game day drink because it's the only drink for football watching. Pepsi, that's what I like. Proud partner of Baylor Bears football.
All right, John, we're going empty here. 3-by-2 set. We got some set up like you could throw a quick wide receiver screen. I think this is a fake. You got Trigg to the slot to the right. I think you worked that motion by Bryson Washington.
Here we go. 3rd down and 5. Blitz is coming. Pass underneath. Hal Presley runs into his blocker and is down at the 36. It's going to be 2 yards short of the first down marker. So 4th down and 2 with 1:45 and counting here in the second quarter.
Yeah, Presley has to make more of that work, but the lineman Colton got out there late. Colton Price supposed to come out there and kick out. He got out there late. And Howell should have just picked up, got north and south. So now, right now, Baylor's 4th and about 2.
Here we go, 4th down and 2 for the Bears. Final 2 minutes of the half. Crowd making noise. Snap back to Robertson. Fakes the handoff. Passes. It's incomplete. Tried to drop it off for Trigg underneath. Watch out. Trigg pushes the defensive back, Verdon, as he runs off the field. But the Bears unable to convert on 4th down and 2, and the ball goes over on downs to Iowa State.
Yeah, Iowa State had that one sniffed out, man. And Baylor had a lot of motion. They brought Monterey right to left and then put him back going in motion, did a zone-looking play, snuck Bryson Washington out. And they didn't snuck him out. They actually gave a run read. Then they tried to bring Trigg underneath, and Iowa State had it sniffed out. Veteran defense, and now Baylor has to make sure they protect it. Iowa State's going to be aggressive here. Leading 19-14 with 1:18 to go in the half.
I would say they'll be aggressive. Here's the play from the 36. Becht going deep, near sideline. It is incomplete, but flags are down. Threw it on the right sideline. Devin Lemire was there in coverage of Jalen Noel.
Pass interference, number 20, defense. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
You know, that Bell he just panics. He sees the receiver coming. He is in good position, but then he just puts his hands on him. It really didn't need it. As he sees the receiver looking for the ball, he should flip his head and look for the ball, but he never looks for it. Gets his hands on him, and that's a right call. So now Iowa State's 1st down and 10 from the Baylor 49-yard line after that pass interference call.
Jalen Noel, the receiver, the intended receiver, the senior from Kansas City. 1st down via the penalty. They're a yard past midfield. Becht hit as he throws over the middle. Watch out. It is caught inside the 10. Down making the catch there was Jalen Noel again. Went right back to Noel, and 2 plays. Iowa State has 1st and goal.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, number 10. Defense,
and a roughing
blow
the
to the
passer.
quarterback's head. Half the distance to the goal, automatic first down.
Yeah, losing a little discipline here, John, to close this half. And on that, really what they're doing is they're getting a little protection for Rocco. He's not really having much pressure, and they're just taking those receivers and getting them on the safeties. And I think that's what they want. They want to say, hey, let's get them on the safety. We feel like we can get our receiver on the safety. They not playing the ball well. And if you don't play the ball well, you get either a PI most of the time, or you have an opportunity for a big catch when you have good receivers. And they got 2 good ones. And Iowa State now, they're really having to slow down to make sure Baylor doesn't get the ball again.
Yeah, it's still, 52 seconds and counting. The pass play was 41 yards, then half the distance to the goal, and it is 1st and goal at the 4 for Iowa State. Somebody's using a timeout here. Stops the clock with 51 seconds to go before halftime. Gives us a chance to pause 10 seconds for station identification.
The previous
Back
play
in
is
10
under further
seconds
review.
on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
Alongside JJ Joe, I'm John Morris. Ricky Thompson on the sidelines for us. Jeff Walter, our spotter and statistician. Bob Baker, our engineer. Aaron Sexton, our network board operator. So they are reviewing that last play, the 41-yard pass play to Jalen Noel. Ricky, what do you think they're looking at here?
What they could be looking at other than did he catch the ball. I know he hit the ground pretty hard. From where I was, I thought he had it, but I don't know.
They're looking at targeting, John. I think they're looking at Linton's play at the quarterback. Looks like he dips his head and kind of hits Rocco helmet to helmet.
Oh, so maybe a targeting.
Yeah, so it may be a targeting penalty there that they're reviewing, not the catch.
All right, so clock stops, 51 seconds to go in the half. Boy, first quarter dominated by Baylor. Second quarter has really been dominated by Iowa State. Cyclones lead it 19-14.
The previous play was reviewed to determine if there was a foul for targeting. There was no foul for targeting on the play. It is first down to Iowa State.
All right,
And that's,
so that's
big,
what they were looking at.
That's Linton, who's that's one of our key rush guys.
All right. So it was a personal foul call, but not targeting, and that will leave the ball at the 4-yard line. First and goal at the 4 for Iowa State. 51 seconds on the clock.
Right here, if you're the Baylor defense, you got to do your job and keep them out of the end zone here.
Cyclones have 2 timeouts remaining if they need them.
So they can still run the ball and come out in the formation. It's almost like the old I formation with the tight end and 2 running backs behind the quarterback. Tight end to the right.
Here's the play, 1st and goal. Look at this formation. The 3 he has in the backfield line up shoulder to shoulder, hand off. Nothing doing. Matt Jones wraps him up for a loss. Carson Hansen, they'll spot it at the 5, so a loss of a yard
Iowa
officially
State
on the
takes
play.
their second charge timeout of the half.
Timeout,
30
Iowa
seconds
State.
in late.
It's a good play. Iowa State, they've had some success, really, and they actually have.
Correction, this is Iowa State's first charge timeout of the half.
112 yards rushing. And of course, if you remember, they had a 51-yard run by Jackson, Jalen Jackson. And that really pumped up their rushing stats, but that's how it works. You have, it seems like you're not getting anywhere, 3 yards, 2 yards, 4 yards, 5 yards, 8 yards, and then all of a sudden you have a 60-yard run. And then that's how running games work. So now Baylor at 2nd down and goal from the 5. I would expect Ricky for them to spread us out a little bit here, try to get some matchups they like.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think they're going to try to run this ball again. I think they'll probably throw it outside. If so, the Bears need to play defense outside, get the stop. You hold Iowa State to a field goal here. You're only down by 8. You get the ball coming out. If they punch it in for 7, you're 26-14. That's a completely different football game.
That's a good point here. We're going to see them come in a similar formation, but it's a little different. They do have the receivers in. They have Higgins to the left in tight compressed. And then I believe they have 2 tight ends to the right.
Jalen Jackson in the backfield alongside Rocco Brecht. Takes the snap in the shotgun. Brecht pressured. Throws off his back foot. It's intercepted.
Garmin.
Baylor got the interception. Garmin Randolph picks it off and returns it out to the 7-yard line. Big, tall, 6'8" Garmin Randolph. The interception that snaps the drive by Iowa State.
Yeah, just a horrible decision by Rocco Beck because he had pressure, didn't have anything, and it's, if you recall correctly, it's 2nd down and goal. So he just throws that out of bounds. But Garmin Randolph in his jack position, that's not one where Garmin Randolph is actually just kind of getting blocked. Garmin Randolph is a jack. He's dropping into coverage, and as he drops into coverage, he's responsible for flat. Matt Jones gets pressure, and as Garmin drops into the flat, he throws it just really into his area, and Garmin does a good job of intercepting that ball. Now, the question is how aggressive will Coach be here? 27 seconds to go, and trailing by 5.
Was Matt Jones with the pressure on quarterback Rocco Beck that forced the interception throw. Garmin Randolph. There's takeover, handoff. Running right, Bryson Washington out to the 22-yard line. Move the chains. 21 seconds to go before halftime. Ricky will visit with Coach Aranda going in at the half. Brought to you by Alliance Bank, Central Texas.
Yeah, I think right here, if I'm coach, it's 1st down and 10 now. You got that first shit, 22. You got to be talking to Sawyer. You got that, and I tell them, look, hey, we're going to take an opportunity. We're going to I'm going to get Monterey or somebody up on one of these safeties. They got 3 deep safeties. They're going to let it run out and take a shot. But they're going to let it run out going by 5, John, and come out and fight another half.
Man, what a big interception there. Kept Iowa State from adding to their lead. So it's 19-14. Cyclones over the Bears as they go in at halftime. Let's go down to the field. Ricky Thompson with Coach Dave Aranda.
Well, Coach, you had a huge stop there with interception by Randolph. Iowa State 1st and goal, had a chance to put points on the board right before half.
Yeah, we have to play better. I thought we started fast. You know, this is an area where we've generally played well. We're going to have to be able to do that. It's a tough environment. There's a lot of adjustments flying around. We have to make the right ones.
Had a block punt, but you get the ball coming out down by 5.
Yeah, I mean, there's a stretch in there where we're finding ways to lose, and that's been our MO these last 2 weeks. We've got to find ways to win. So that was a good sign. We're going to have to build on that here coming out.
Okay, Coach, thanks.
All right, Ricky, thanks. Coach, thanks very much. Visit with Coach Aranda going in at halftime, brought to you as always by Alliance Bank. Alliance Bank, Central Texas. Alliance Bank, it's your bank. First interception for Garmin since 2021, the 2nd of his career. That previous interception against Iowa State. This one ends the scoring threat by the Cyclones and gets us to halftime. Our score at the half, Iowa State 19, Baylor 14. Stay with us, the Nissan Halftime Report coming up next on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas, San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Stay in the game with Q-Collar, the world's first and only equipment proven to help protect the brain. It's backed by advanced research, built for the modern athlete, and designed to protect your most important asset, your brain. Q-Collar is a proud partner of the Baylor Bears. When it's on, it's on. Learn more and collar up at Q30.com. That's Q30.com.
Life moves fast. Your internet should move even faster. Connect, game, study, and do it all with Astound's hypersonic award-winning fiber-powered internet. It's a big deal. Call 1-800-4ASTOUND or go to astound.com to get internet for only $20 a month with a 2-year price lock. Plus, get a $100 Amazon gift card and add 5G unlimited mobile free for 12 months. Because reliable internet and better mobile is a big deal. Go to astound.com today. Restrictions apply.
What is that noise, do you know?
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why
Okay, no worries.
are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
You're listening to live coverage of Baylor football on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Now, it's time for the Nissan Halftime Show. Brought to you by Nissan. Innovation that excites. Stay tuned as we break down the first half. Check in on scores from around the country and more. All coming up on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Welcome to the Nissan Halftime Report. Bears trail at the half, 19-14 to Iowa State. JJ will give you all the first half stats coming up in just a bit. One note to mention, stat-wise, Baylor 149 passing yards in the first half. Iowa State was one of 2 teams in the country that had not allowed a team to pass for 125 or more yards in a game. Minnesota was the other. Bears have 149 at half, 209 total. All the stats coming up in just a bit, but as mentioned, I want you to hear from Baylor volleyball coach Ryan McGuire. His team ranked number 14 in the nation and playing at number 22, TCU, coming up tomorrow. Big match for Baylor versus TCU. Here's Coach Ryan McGuire.
Yeah, TCU's really good this year, top 25 team, and out on top of that, great coach. Jason was a big part of a lot of the magic and special things we're able to do here. I think whenever you're playing a former assistant coach, friend, we know how we scout, and I think that's been the strength that Jason's done this year. I think it's a strength Sam's doing over at SMU. So I think we know how to attack teams, and then we know each other's strengths and weaknesses. So I think we've had some good matches around it, and I hope teams don't do this to us. We got to have a game plan for that, counter it, and we've had some matches where, hey, they didn't really try and attack us in a certain way, and I was thankful we got out for a win. But there's when you play former coach, there's no hiding anything. So the things that we know they might struggle with, we want to take advantage of, and the things we struggle with, we know will be targeted. So we got to shore those things up before we head into the weekend.
It's a big match. I mean, in the Big 12, and that's why I got moved to Sunday, national television on ESPN. It's a great showcase between you two, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great for the Big 12. It's a topsy-turvy world, like a lot of great matches last night, all going 5. And, so far we're unscathed, but everybody's kind of beating everybody right now. So it's, our first road match in conference play. And again, it doesn't matter what we're ranked. It doesn't matter what TCU's ranked. I think you have the familiarity, you have the rivalry, it's no matter what's going on, there's always going to be a battle. There's always going to be intensity. You're always going to draw good crowds for it. So this definitely is the most important match of the season for us.
I think you just said you can throw out the rankings. It's Baylor and TCU in volleyball tomorrow afternoon, 2 o'clock from Fort Worth. Good luck to Coach McGuire and Baylor volleyball going against his former longtime assistant, Jason Williams, at TCU. Also, soccer played last night against Tech, dropped a tough 1-0 decision on the road in Lubbock against Texas Tech. Baylor men's golf in action at the Big 12 match play beginning on Monday down in Hockley. Take a break. When we come back on the Nissan Halftime Report, JJ will give us all the first half stats. They add up to a 19-14 Iowa State lead over Baylor here at halftime from Jack Trice Stadium in Ames. And we're back in a moment on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Care has all the convenience of
Sorry about that.
all the expertise of an ER, all under.
If you click one wrong button, it messes a lot of things up. I was like, okay, just take your time. It's going to be about 3 seconds. And thanks. Thank you.
Appropriate level of care that you receive, and
Okay.
with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Are you ready for the action-packed experience of Baylor volleyball? Come watch the Bears all season long at the Farrell Center as the team battles to bring home another Big 12 Conference championship to Waco. Secure your seats at BaylorBears.com/tickets and come be a part of the action courtside. Youth teams can also sign up to be Anthem Buddies and join the team on the court before first served by emailing fan_engagement@Baylor.edu. We'll see you at the Farrell Center and Sic 'em Bears.
Everything we do for you.
Are you looking for a new set of wheels? First Central Credit Union Auto Financing offers fast, complete coverage, competitive rates, and flexible terms make for a win in financing your next vehicle. A quick online application makes it easy to score the money you need at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
Stay in the game with
Last spot, JJ.
first and only equipment proven to help protect the brain. It's backed by advanced research, built for the modern athlete, and designed to protect your most important asset, your brain. Q-Collar is a proud partner of the Baylor Bears. When it's on, it's on. Learn more and collar up at Q30.com. That's Q30.com.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Okay, here we go.
Trice Stadium in Ames, Iowa, where Baylor trails Iowa State Cyclones 19-14 here, and what was a very eventful first half. A game that started out with Baylor really looking dominant in the first quarter, stopping the ISU on downs on their first drive, going and turning that into a touchdown on an 84-yard drive that was capped by a wonderful touchdown by Josh Cameron, throw from Sawyer Robertson, and then pushed that to a 14-3 lead on a Trigg touchdown. But Iowa State storms back from that 14-3 deficit by banging through a 38-yard field goal attempt, and then follow that up with a 10-yard touchdown reception there on their fourth drive. And then finally they had the punt block return for a score, and they pushed that to 19-14. Baylor could not stand prosperity here in this first quarter, as it looked like the Baylor offense had a rhythm. The defense was playing well. But let's take a quick look at the halftime stats. And Baylor generated 209 yards in that first quarter. And that was a really productive first quarter with 15 first downs by Sawyer Robertson-led offense. But on the Iowa State side, they generated 271 yards of total offense in that first half. And it really was very efficient outside of turning the ball over on downs, a couple opportunities. Iowa State's 2 of 4 in the red zone, and coming in, they were converting about 75% of their red zone opportunities to touchdowns. Well, Baylor 2 of 2, and that's really going against what Iowa State was yielding. Iowa State's defense only had given up 1 red zone touchdown in the afternoon. Baylor has 2 on the afternoon. 34 total plays for Iowa State, 38 for Baylor. A very productive offense is what we thought was going to be a defensive game, which may still happen. Third downs, Baylor 4 of 7, as is Iowa State. Both teams 0 of 1 on fourth down for the afternoon. Throwing the ball, it looks like that's where both teams are finding hay. I mean, Rocco Beck, 10 of 16, 159 yards and a touchdown. But he throws that 1 interception here to end the first half with Iowa State up 19-14 in the red zone. Second down and goal from about the 5-yard line. He takes a chance, and you have Garmin Randolph, the jack, who most of the time Garmin Randolph is rushing. And instead of rushing the passer, Garmin Randolph drops into the flat, that was his responsibility. And Rocco Beck really made a poor decision, and that halted Baylor. That halted the Iowa State offense from getting any points. Sawyer Robertson, 25 throws in that first half. Now, I believe that's where this offense is right now, as the running game is 13 carries for 60 yards, and Sawyer Robertson has 24 of those. So 16 of 25 for Sawyer Robertson in the air, 149 yards. He has 2 touchdown passes. Hal Presley, only 3 catches for 37 yards this afternoon, but Michael Trigg, welcome back, Michael Trigg. 3 catches, 19 yards, does have the touchdown. Has to be more disciplined. One of those penalties that Baylor generates, 3 penalties for 34 yards, where one was a 15-yard unsportsmanlike penalty after Trigg caught the touchdown as he pointed at the defender. And then Iowa State started at the 50-yard line and converted that into 3 points. And got to be more disciplined. Ashton Hawkins, 3 catches, 11 yards. Keatron Jackson, 2 catches for 25 yards. 2 really good grabs there. Monterey Baldwin, 2 for 19, and Bryson Washington, 1 for 23. But he's really spread that ball around to 8 different receivers for 16 receptions, and you like to see that. On Iowa State side, they found a way on the ground. 18 rushes, 112 yards there in that first half, but 51 of those yards, about half of them just about, came on Jalen Jackson's 51-yard jaunt there that put that ball down inside the Baylor red zone there in that second quarter and led to some points. But outside of that, Baylor done a real good job against the Iowa State running game. They are averaging 6.2 yards per carry. If you remove that 51-yard run, which I know we can't do, that's part of it, really Iowa State is averaging, that would be 17 carries for about 60 yards, 61 yards, and that would be a really good first half performance, save for that play. So I talked about third downs, but average yards per play, 8 for Iowa State, 8 yards per play. And really what that is coming on some of the big throws. You have Jaden Higgins. Jaden Higgins, their leading receiver on the season, 5 catches, 61 yards, had a big one. He had a 25-yard catch. Then you had Jalen Noel. Jalen Noel, also the big play catch guy, had a 75-yard touchdown catch and run against Iowa. Had another 50-yard reception early in the season. But, hey, he already is producing big yards. He has 3 catches for 49 yards. He has a 41-yard catch, which set up really that late in the half opportunity for Iowa State that they did not convert on because of the touchdown. And then you have their tight end, which Iowa State has usually been a team that really likes to throw that ball to the tight end. If you remember, I think when Purdy was here, that's all they really had, and they had Hutchinson on the outside. Well, they have Brommer, which is the tight end. Really hadn't caught the ball much, but 2 catches for big 49 yards. He has a 39-yard catch. And what they're doing is they're isolating Baylor's star player, which is that star kind of linebacker DB, and they're isolating the safeties. They're trying to get their receivers down the field on the safeties and get zone, and they're going to give their guys opportunities. We're going to see more of that in the second half. But Brommer really has that 1 touchdown pass as well on the delay route, and so that gave Rocco Beck his opportunity. On defense, the Baylor defense is giving up some yards, 271, and I would say that sometimes you say that's not a good first half performance, giving up 271 yards, but they stopped Iowa State when they needed to. You got to remember, 7 of those 19 points came on a blocked punt returned for a touchdown. So giving up 12 points as Iowa State team in that first half, I think was good performance for Baylor. Keaton Thomas leads with 5 total tackles. Mr. DJ Coleman playing some at that safety position. He's got 4 total tackles and kind of missing a little bit there. We did see Matt Jones late with a little pressure. Matt Jones doesn't have any tackles. He does have a quarterback hurry. And Baylor, through that first half, really doesn't have any sacks. They don't have any sacks, and neither does Iowa State. But we got to see that pressure get ramped up. 14 minutes and 33 seconds time of possession for Baylor and 15 minutes and 27 seconds for Iowa State. And one of my last keys, was the turnovers. Both teams, I think, turned it over. Baylor is the only one showing with the turnover, that interception by Garmin Randolph. Well, that punt block for a touchdown, they don't record it as a turnover, but that is a turnover. So I think Baylor needs one more turnover to try to make sure they get out of here with the win. Nevertheless, second half, we'll bring you in a few minutes. You're listening to the Baylor Sports Radio.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
It's Ram Power Days at Allen Samuels in Waco. Get the 2025 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew Cab with an incredible $15,000 off MSRP. Or drive away in a 2024 Ram 2500 Tradesman Crew Cab with $10,000 off MSRP. A great selection with over 350 new to choose from. But hurry, these deals won't last long. Hurry into Allen Samuels in Waco today. First responders get an extra $500 off.
Come by. Let's be friends.
It's the biggest blockbuster on the Brazos, and you don't want to miss the premiere of Baylor women's basketball at brand new Foster Pavilion for the upcoming season. The Bears provide an elite atmosphere and return to the court with head coach Nikki Collin at the helm and another Sweet 16 appearance under their belts. The Foster Pavilion lets you be closer to the action. So help us fill the Foster with green and gold by getting your women's basketball season tickets today at BaylorBears.com/tickets.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oil field trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
You're listening to live coverage of Baylor football on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Brought to you by Nissan. Innovation that excites. Stay tuned as we rejoin the voice of the Bears, John Morris, live from the booth, as we get set for all of the second half action with the Baylor Bears. Coming up on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Nearing the start of the second half, Baylor trailing Iowa State 19-14, and Baylor will receive the ball to begin the third quarter, having won the toss at the start of the game and deferred to the second half. Let's give you some scores around the Big 12 of the games that are in progress. Kansas leading Arizona State 14-7, 7:46 to play in the second quarter. They're in Tempe. UCF out of conference. They are playing Florida, and the Florida Gators lead the Knights 21-3. 7 seconds to go in the second half, almost at halftime, 21-3. Florida up on UCF. Earlier today, West Virginia beat Oklahoma State 38-14 in Stillwater. Game later tonight, Texas Tech at Arizona, set for a 10 p.m. kickoff Central Time. Last night of the Big 12, Houston over TCU, 30-19, that final score. Here we've got 30 minutes to play. In regulation, at least 30 minutes to play. 19-14, Iowa State leading Baylor. And JJ, see if the Bears could maybe get off to a fast start to the third quarter like they did at the start of the game tonight.
Well, John, I think it's really important for this first drive, just for the psyche, because I think Baylor feel like we outplayed them. We felt like we outplayed them in the first half, but we look up and we're down by 5. And as Coach Aranda said, he said finding ways to lose, and you got to shake that mentality. So the first thing starts with detail. So here on the return team, you got to make sure this, number one, the ball's kicked off, you secure it, and then you get ready to play offense.
Kick is away. Going to be a shallow kick. Bounces out of bounds, so the Bears going to get a break there. So with that penalty, Bears should have the ball at the 35-yard line to begin this first possession of the third quarter. Down by 5 on the road. A whiteout here in Ames, Iowa, Jack Trice Stadium. Wind continues to howl, it looks like. Ricky, how's the wind at field level? How much of a factor is it?
Offside, number 0, that penalty is declined. Free kick out of bounds. That penalty will be enforced. The ball will be placed at the 35-yard line. First down, Baylor.
Yeah, so right now, I mean, on the run game, you got to think Bryson Washington game, he had 7 carries for 27 yards in that first half. Ben Dawson, 4 carries for 9 yards. So, you know, no coach wants to find a way to run the ball, but the success has come running the ball, passing the ball to open up the run.
Here we go from their own 35-yard line. Robertson takes the snap of the shotgun. Pass over the middle is caught by Trigg. He's got room, 45, 50 to the 45 of Iowa State. Nice opening play of the third quarter. Right, nice easy pass to big Michael Trigg.
Yeah, I think those will be there all day long, John. I thought Trigg would have an opportunity in this game up the middle.
Quick snap, handoff, Bryson Washington. A couple of yards to the 45-yard line. Was a 19-yard gain on that first play, the pass completion to Michael Trigg.
And right here with Bryson Washington, nice little zone play, but that's a 2-yard run. You need a 3 to 4-yard run, and on that is he probes to his left. He has to get his pad square to be ready to take the crease and just go forward and not try to bounce it too far outside. Iowa State keeps outside leverage. They do a good job with outside leverage.
Second down and 9 for the Bears from the Iowa State 45-yard line. Sawyer Robertson passes left sideline. It is caught. Did he get a foot down? Yes. Al Presley with the catch at the 32-yard line, right on the sideline.
Yeah, that's good. I like that throw. 2nd and 8. Maybe they'll bring a little pressure in positive territory. Hal just runs an out route. Nice throw by Sawyer.
Tempo, quick snap. Robertson rolls right, passes back left for the end zone. It is caught but out of bounds. Wow, didn't get a foot inbound. Ricky, you're right there.
The ruling on the field.
Yeah, that's going to be really close. He stepped right on the touchdown marker, the pylon. I do think that he stepped out of bounds. It was a great catch, great concentration, great play call, inches from a touchdown. I don't know if they'll look at this again, but I think he was out.
All right, good call, Ricky. You're right there, and they won't review it. So an incompletion leaves Baylor 2nd and 10 from the 32. First possession of the third quarter. Bears trailing 19-14. Snap back to Robertson, rolling right, has time. Short pass underneath on the sideline to Michael Trigg, and he steps out of bounds. Robertson, it looks like JJ is doing a good job, if it's not maybe his primary receiver, for finding somebody else.
It really is, John. On that, they sprinted him out a little bit because expecting pressure. I like the check down. I think against this Iowa State team that really wants to keep everything in front of them, you do take your shots, but you'll have check downs in the middle of the field on the sideline where you get 6, 7, 8 yards. Third down and about 4 here. Baylor's in a 2-by-1 set. Triggs in a slot position. He has Bryson Washington next to him. They're showing bodies in the box, which makes you think they're going to throw this ball.
Here we go, 3rd down and 3. Pass right side. Cameron has it batted down. Boy, that was a nice pass, but maybe an even better defensive play to bat that one incomplete.
Yeah, I think if Cameron had it to do over again, he throttled down a little bit more. He tried to, it was a back shoulder, but he tried to reach out and catch it with his hands. And when he reached out and catch with his hands, they swiped his arms down. So I think Baylor's going to go empty here, 3-by-2 set. And they're going to, I think you give Sawyer an opportunity. Say, hey, look, go 1-2, look to run on this, expect pressure.
On 4th down and 3, the Bears look like they'll go for it from the Iowa State 25. Sawyer Robertson, empty backfield, pressured, gets away, rolling right. Pass is caught, touchdown, Ketron Jackson. The Bears on 4th down and 3, a 25-yard touchdown pass. Sawyer Robertson to Ketron Jackson, and the Bears regain the lead over Iowa State.
I'll tell you, that's a big-time play from Sawyer Robertson because, John, they had a free runner. They had a free runner at him right up the middle, and he had to make that guy miss. And that's what you want from your quarterback as he develops. You handle one guy, but he actually handled 2. He handled the rusher and then the secondary, and Ketron Jackson was working left to right deep. They just lost him. There was no one within probably, John, 15 yards of him. Nice throw, nice catch.
Here's the extra point kick. Isaiah Hankins puts it on the board, and with 12:55 to play in the third quarter, the Bears complete a 7-play, 65-yard scoring drive. 2:05 off the clock, and Baylor regains the lead over Iowa State, now 21-19. That is a nice taking advantage of the first possession of the second half. Timeout on the field. We will take it. 12:55 to play, third quarter. Now 21-19. Baylor up on Iowa State on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
Jeff Haas Mazda and the Baylor Bears both know what it takes to be number one. Hard work, determination, commitment. The number one Mazda dealer in Texas, Jeff Haas Mazda, is inviting all the Baylor Bear fans listening to visit us for hard-hitting deals on every new Mazda in stock, with fresh inventory hitting the ground daily. And every new Mazda comes with our Jeff Haas Advantage plan. Plus, your trade is now worth more than ever. We're buying all makes and models. Get our best cash offer in minutes. Jeff Haas Mazda on the Katy Freeway.
Number one based on 2021 sales and stock volume in the Gulf region.
This is David Wetzel, Executive Director of the Baylor Bee Association, inviting you to our 2024 Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame induction banquet November the 1st at the Hurd Welcome Center. We have another outstanding class of inductees this year, including Brittany Griner and Odyssey Sims from women's basketball, Ronnie Allen from track and field, Whitney Cannon-Rickenstein from Baylor softball, Mark Cochran from football, Michael Griffin from baseball, Nina Cesar-Bajovic from women's tennis, and Epe Udo from men's basketball. We'll also honor the back-to-back Big 12 Championship 2013 and 2014 football teams. The induction banquet is Friday, November 1st at 6:30 p.m. in the Hurd Welcome Center Grand Ballroom. Tickets and table sponsorships are available by going to BaylorBears.com/HOF. That's BaylorBears.com/HOF. Hope you can join us November 1st for the Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame induction banquet. Sic 'em Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
2024 Baylor football season presented by HEB. HEB, here everything's better. Bears score on their first possession of the third quarter to regain the lead over Iowa State. It's 21-19, Bears on top. Here comes the kickoff by Jack Stone from left to right. End over end kick. Jalen Knoll as it bounces off his chest, and he'll take a knee. So the touchback, and Iowa State will begin the possession at their 25. 50th season of Jack Trice Stadium here on the campus of Iowa State University, named after a former football player who died tragically after injuries suffered in 1923. The game at Minnesota, and they have named the stadium after him. This is the only stadium, FBS stadium in the country, named after a former African-American student athlete. Here we go, Iowa State from their own 25. White jerseys, white pants, white helmets on a white out. Swing pass to the right side, trying to get around the corner and track down, and the tackle is made by Tevin Williams. That was Jalen Knoll, and he just couldn't get around the corner.
Well, I would tell you, that's just a little swing pass to get Knoll going, and that's just good disciplined defense. I mean, that's responsibility. That's the responsibility on that edge right there for the corner right there, Tevin Williams, to be out there, keep outside leverage, and you make the play. And that's what he did, 2nd down and 10.
No gain on the play from the 25-yard line. Becht waits in the shotgun in an empty backfield.
Man-to-man to his left.
Rocco looks left. Passes left. He's going deep. It is incomplete. But a flag. Caleb Parker was there on pass defense of Jaden Higgins. Man, oh man.
Number 47.
That's a lot of jostling right there. And the thing about it that's surprising on that, John, is not that I'm a Baylor fan, but it's just that Caleb Parker turned his head. There was a lot of jostling. He turned his head, he looks for the ball, and typically when you do that, they'll let a little bit of that pushing. But nevertheless, they call the penalty, and Iowa State's going to get a break there on that 2nd down and long and get a 1st down, 1st and 10 from the 40.
First down on the penalty. New set of downs for Iowa State. They're out to their own 40-yard line. 12-10 on the clock, third quarter. 21-19, Baylor on top. Becht backs all around him in the backfield. Takes the snap, hands it off. Watch out to the corner on the left side. And blasted down at the 47-yard line is Jalen Jackson. Tevin Williams made the tackle. Ends up being a gain of about 7 yards.
I tell you, man, that was a nice little play. Because, I mean, Jalen Jackson bounced that all the way out. It looks like it was going to be like a student potty left at first. They pulled a couple linemen right to left, like they're going to kick some people out and try to get him up about that C gap. But he had to bounce it, and that's a good run to get 2nd down and 3.
From their own 47-yard line, Becht takes the snap, fakes the handoff, looking to throw. Over the middle, it is caught at the 10-yard line, and the tackle made there. Right on the money, it's Jalen Noel again, the senior from Kansas City. A big catch, and it's 1st and goal for Iowa State.
Yeah, Chateau Reed is just caught behind Jalen Noel. I mean, Jalen Noel was working from the right all the way across to the left. So part of that is, too much time for Rocco Becht for that inside receiver to the right to work all the way from right to left. And Chateau Reed has a long way to run. He lets him beat him off the line of scrimmage, and once that, it's just a foot race. Nice throw, nice catch.
43-yard gain to the 10-yard line where it's 1st and goal for the Cyclones, trying to regain the lead. Becht throws right corner of the end zone, incomplete. Pass was overthrown there.
They'll come back there, John. That's a slot fade, and he did. He kind of dislodged. That's why I don't like them calling a lot of hand fighting, because at the very end, the receiver, Jaden Higgins, I think that was Jaden Higgins in the slot, he pushes at the very end to get his hands up, Rick, and create that space.
No, there's no question he pushed off, and generally when you have arms outstretched, they'll make that call. If you do it with an elbow, they won't, but he had arms outstretched, definitely pushed off right in front of the official, but they're not calling that tonight.
All right, so leaves Iowa State 2nd and goal from the 10. Hand off to Jackson, slowed up and adjusts and runs it in for the touchdown. Jalen Jackson covers the 10 yards. Boy, he started right, gave kind of a dead leg, and then ran it in 10 yards out. Iowa State has regained the lead over the Bears with the touchdown drive.
Yeah, right there, though. That's just a play. It's just a one-on-one play. What happens is the call of the defense, our coach ran, is a great call. You have Steve Linton sitting there in that gap, and you have Jalen Jackson, the runner. The defender has to make that tackle, but the running back wins that one-on-one battle. It actually wasn't Steve Linton. I'm sorry. That was Jackie Marshall. Jackie Marshall misses the tackle. Jalen Jackson wins, scores a touchdown.
Extra point kick is good by Conradi. He missed one earlier tonight. But now with 10:33 to play in the 3rd quarter, teams have traded touchdown drives. It's Iowa State 26, Baylor 21. Our coverage continues after this from your local station.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the Buy H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
First Central Credit Union invites you to join our team. Game strategy, earn 5% APY on your money. Enjoy ATM fee refunds and the ability to make deposits 24/7 at our ATMs. You can earn interest and have access to your money. Suit up in a free new member t-shirt. Join our team today at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you. Sick 'em, Bears.
Eligibility and qualifications apply. APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
Stay in the game with Q-Collar, the world's first and only equipment proven to help protect the brain. It's backed by advanced research, built for the modern athlete, and designed to protect your most important asset, your brain. Q-Collar is a proud partner of the Baylor Bears. When it's on, it's on. Learn more and collar up at Q30.com. That's Q30.com.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Toyota. Baylor fans, enter for your chance to win a 2025 Toyota Tundra in the Tundra Game Day giveaway. Visit GulfStatesToyota.com to find out more. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. And brought to you by Baylor Scott & White Health, the official healthcare provider of Baylor Athletics. 5-play, 75-yard scoring drive by Iowa State, 2:22 off the clock. So the teams have traded touchdown drives to start this third quarter. Iowa State leads 26-21. Here's the kickoff. It is short. Jamal Bell takes it at the 15 to the 20. Trying to get outside. Can't get away. And he is down. And the ball may have popped out. Ball may be loose. Might have been a fumble at the end of that play. Officials are talking about it.
The ruling on the field is a fumble recovered by Iowa State. First down, Iowa State.
The ruling on the field is a fumble. They'll come and look at it.
Yeah, they'll look at it, John. I couldn't really tell. I mean, it really was not a good decision by Jamal. Once he fielded it, he moved up, and then he decided to bounce outside for some reason instead of staying up outside. And Iowa State had outside contained, but I hope they would look at this because it looked like he may have been close to down, but not a good decision by Jamal Bell.
Well, they are going to look at it. They run the DB Sport replay monitor out there for the official to look at.
Is he down?
If it stands, Iowa State has the ball at the Baylor 18-yard line.
They definitely did.
The previous play is under review to determine if the runner was down prior to the ball coming loose.
Yeah, it looks like his elbow was down when the ball came out, but it's got to be conclusive. And with all the cameras I saw when I was down there, John, I'm hoping they have an angle that would show that his elbow's down. His elbow's down. But that was just not a good decision. That's the kind of plays Coach talks about making losing plays. It's not that you're not trying hard. It's just the decision at that point. Once you catch it and you see it's a dead play, hey, get as much as you can get to the ground or get forward, get tackled, let your offense hit, which is playing. You have 275 yards of offense.
After review, the runner's left elbow was down prior to the ball coming loose. Baylor will keep possession of the ball, and it's first down.
That's just how you saw it, JJ.
I'll tell you, I mean, he went quick, didn't he?
That was quick.
Usually when they're that quick, it's not good. It's not good for the opposite guys, but we'll take it.
All right, so the call is overturned. It was ruled a fumble on the field, overturned, saying that Jamal Bell's elbow was down. So the Bears will maintain possession, and they gain a yard on the play. They'll take over at the 19, their own 19-yard line. That is a big play there.
Oh, huge.
Iowa State coming off a scoring drive, would have had the ball right back. But it's the Bears. Sawyer Robertson, pass out to the left flat. That is caught by Bryson Washington. And a flag at the end of the play.
It's a late flag, too, John.
Washington is lying on the field.
Yeah.
Ricky, what's going on?
That one, our coaches were out on the field. I think it may have been a targeting call. He went in with his helmet. It's hard to say. I don't know. That flag came out very late after the play, so not sure what this one is.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Baylor, there was a throw that was kind of low for Sawyer. I think he wasn't sure about it. Bryson had to reach down for it. And as he reached down, there was contact. As he turned and reached forward, it's helmet-to-helmet contact. Now, it didn't look like the defender lowered his head, but it was helmet-to-helmet contact. And Bryson, unfortunately, is down, John, and we were already short on running backs.
The result of the play was an incomplete pass. Personal foul, targeting, defense. The previous play is under review.
All right, so they're going to review all that. First, we thought it was a completion. He said incomplete pass, and then targeting would be on Tashawn James, the safety for Iowa State. Washington just now up and walking over to the Baylor bench area.
And I didn't think it was targeting, John. I thought it could, because Bryson went low, the safety came and he went low, and his helmet was ducked. You did see the crown of his head, but it didn't look like he used it to strike. He looked like he was trying to go after the ball as well, and you had helmet-to-helmet contact. So we'll see what the call is, but nevertheless, you have Bryson that's over there, and I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if, and here's the call here, John, is the referee he's trying to get to the house. He's getting through these
they
calls.
are quick.
There were 2 elements of the play under review. The ruling on the field of an incomplete pass is confirmed. Also, after review, personal foul targeting is confirmed. Number 19 for Iowa State is disqualified. The penalty is 15 yards. It's a first down.
Well, John, that's kind of tough. I mean, I'm kind of with the fans on this because really, the defender, he wasn't going to make a hit. Actually, he actually was going down, and he saw the ball reached out as Bryson caught it away from his body, and he was trying to go down, and helmet to helmet did make contact. But nevertheless, Baylor gets a benefit of the doubt on that one, and Baylor's going to get the ball at the 34-yard line, and that gets a first. And Bryson went out. You got Pendergrass right now in, and
it was Tayshawn James, the safety, who went out, number 19 for Iowa State. So he's done for the rest of the night. Tough call there. And on the penalty, the Bears have a first down out to the 34-yard line. Here we go. Sawyer Robertson takes the snap, hands it off. Dawson Pendergrass trying to run right. Not much there. A yard to the 35, and that is it.
And if you see that, John, that's just a real zone play. And then if I look down there, I see, once again, Malik Verdon. It's the safety. He had 26 total tackles coming in the game from him. He's a deep safety. He's not a guy that plays down near the line of scrimmage. That tells me if a guy is starting 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage and he's at the line to make a tackle, that's showing you that you got some play action opportunities on those early downs.
Bears maybe down to their final running back. There's a pass, left side, caught by Trigg, and he's out of bounds just across midfield. Great pass on a rope to the left sideline from Sawyer Robertson to Michael Trigg for 16 yards and a Baylor first down.
He has 2 receivers. He's reading that inside guy. That inside guy, if he settles, he got that ball just outside of his reach on that out cut. Nice throw, nice catch. Now Iowa State's going to sub some guys in really late here as Baylor subbed. And luckily, it's still about 20 seconds on the play clock, so it's no big deal.
First and 10 Bears. They are across midfield to the Iowa State 49. New set of downs for the Bears. Trailing 26-21. Handoff to Pendergrass. Has room. Now slowed up and spun around and stood up. They're going to give him credit to the or forward progress to the 43-yard line. So 6 yards on that carry by Pendergrass.
And where that works, the reason that works is because Baylor's thrown the ball so well so far. Sawyer Robertson, 21 of 32, 229, 3 touchdowns. Baylor brought Monterey Baldwin from left to right on kind of like, looks like a swing pass. The Iowa State secondary rotates to where Monterey's going, and then they run the ball to the backside where he came from, picked up a nice 6 yards.
Second down 4 for the Bears. They're at the Iowa State 43. Robertson. Gavin Yates in motion across the backfield. Pass left side, incomplete. Boy, hit him between the numbers, but dropped by Hal Presley. And that'll leave the Bears 3rd down and 4 from the 43.
Yeah, Hal's just a little anxious tonight. I think he wants to make a play. Hadn't been able to make some plays, and he's just amped up. But on that one, that hits. You don't see Hal drop passes, and that hits him right between the numbers. Now Baylor has a 3rd down and 4. On the afternoon, Baylor was 4 of 7. Well, they're 4 of 8 now. That's pretty good. But they need something right now. But Sawyer has to know, I'm going 1-2. I'm expecting blitz. I got safeties within 7 yards. I'm looking to the left of Josh Cameron if I get blitz, and I hope he wins.
Here's the play. 3rd down and 4 for the Bears from the Iowa State
blitz
43.
Coming.
Robertson, pass deep, right side, incomplete. Ketron Jackson, the intended receiver. It was Miles Purchase there on pass defense.
Yeah, and I think Sawyer has to. He's been pretty good. They're going to go for that. They went man-man, and if I got Josh Cameron against that corner on the left side, and they come blitz, I am going to him. Forget everything else. I like Ketron, but right now his connections with Hal and then Josh. And if they're, once again, it's 4th down and 4. They're going to show the same thing. I would think Iowa State comes out of this. There's 2-by-1 set here. Josh Cameron looks like he has man to the top.
Bears are 1 of 2 on 4th downs tonight. This is 4th and 4. Snap back to Robertson. Pressure. Slips away. And shot puts it forward for a catch. Ketron Jackson made the catch.
He's real close to line of scrimmage.
He was really close. I thought he was going to run for it, then just sort of shot-putted the ball forward for a first down.
Oh, he got it off in time. That was a magical play. The magical mystery of Sawyer Robertson on that play on 4th and 4. Baylor converts 1st and 10 from the 28-yard line, 26.
He set it down
Blitz.
to the Bears. Pressure coming again. Robertson has to unleash the ball, and it's incomplete.
Monterey can't stop John on that. Monterey's coming right to left, Ricky. I don't know what you saw, but he has to keep running.
No, he does, and that's a play that Monterey's got a chance to make a play on the ball. The defender almost picked that thing off, but Sawyer did a great job on that 4th down, guy, avoiding the rush and getting rid of that football. I thought he was going to be sacked, but on that one, that's on Monterey. You cannot stop when your receiver running your route.
That was Jeremiah Cooper, who almost had the interception. He's had interceptions in back-to-back games coming in tonight. And then at the end of the play, Malik Verdon, the safety, is down back near midfield being attended to by the training staff.
Yeah, I tell you, and really Sawyer got away with one there because I think he had a little pressure. And that's Verdon. He's a safety, and he plays a lot around the line of scrimmage. And they brought a blitz. And I think what Sawyer has to do, if I'm Coach Spavital talking to him, it's like, dude, if we're in 3rd or 4th right now, they're bringing heat. You have to anticipate that we're going to have blitz on when they show it, they're coming. So I'm going to work 1 or 2. It's really you're working one place. When I see I got blitz, man, look, if they drop out, cool. But if they stay in it, I'm going one place. I'm going to either Cameron or I'm going today I'm going to Trigg. Those are the 2 guys I'm looking to if they got man. And right now they're showing coverage. Baylor 2nd down and 10 here from about the 30, I'm sorry, I was on wrong if you missed, 34-yard line.
All right, 3 receivers left, 1 to the right side. Sawyer Robertson, quick pass out to the left side. It is caught by Hal Presley. Presley bumped out of bounds short of the marker, maybe about an 8-yard gain. Just a quick hitter down the line, but a nice pickup of 8 yards. So now 3rd down and say 2 for Baylor.
Well, they've had that a lot. They put 3 into the boundary. And when they had 3 into the boundaries, another Iowa State player is down, John.
Wow.
And what they did, they play off coverage. And when they play off coverage, they just throw it to Hal, and all coverage is off. He has a couple blocks, picks up an easy 8 yards, 3rd and 2.
7:25 on the clock, 3rd quarter. Baylor driving, trailing Iowa State 26-21. Another Iowa State player is down, kind of grabbing at his calf like it may be cramps.
And John, we got to remember, early it's cooled down, but early it was kind of warm. It's kind of warm, and you know, probably for these guys it was about 20 degrees warm. I don't know where we are now with the temperature, but
it's down to 73 now. But
yeah,
it was warm. It's 91 for the high earlier today. Very rare for October in Ames. All right, here's a big 3rd down play. 3rd down and 2 for the Bears from the Iowa State 26. Baylor trailing 26-21.
Right now you have about 7 Iowa State players within about 3 yards of the line of scrimmage. So you have to anticipate blitz, know where he would go. I would go to Cameron to the right if I get it. If I don't, then I just go to my progression.
Pendergrass in the backfield. Yates in a tight end spot. He's going deep down the left side into the end zone. Pass led him out of bounds. Incomplete.
Penalty. Now this line judge, that typically is going to be the hands to the face on this receiver or someone lined up off sides or legal formation.
Sideline warning against Iowa State. There is no penalty yardage. This is simply a warning.
Could have saved that flag.
So no penalty there, and the incompletion leaves Baylor 4th down and 2. I don't think any hesitation. Bears are going to go for it here. Let's go down to Ricky.
AJ, sometimes you wonder if they don't run that comeback off that route. They're running the fade over. If you ran the comeback off the fade, I think it's wide open.
Yeah, and I think as they run subs in right here, John, I think really this is back shoulder stuff. They're doing a great job of pressing, using the sideline. The receivers have to make sure that they work into these smaller corners and be ready for a jump ball. But right now, 4th and about 3. They're going to show a little pressure, see if they jump out of it.
Here we go, 4th down and 2 for the Bears. Sawyer Robertson looking to throw all day in the pocket, nearly slipped down. Now he's going to fire it for the end zone. It is intercepted by Iowa State. The back of the end zone, Iowa State gets the interception.
And really on that one, John, I really think Sawyer, he saw the guy, he's wide open. But I think Sawyer, if he would have processed it as 4th and 4, I think he could have ran Ricky for the 1st down, but he saw a receiver and kind of got it there late.
Well, that's what I was going to say. He could have jogged the first down that play. In fact, probably got 6, 7, 8 yards. If you watch it here on the replay on the screen, all he had to pick up was 2 yards. And you can see here that I think he could easily pick it up.
And if you look at it, as we go to this break, John, if you look at it, they dropped about 7 guys. There's like 5 guys in that end zone back there. And he tried to take a shot at it. Not a terrible throw, but nevertheless, Iowa State holds.
Jontez Williams had the interception. Let's go back to Ricky.
As on this side, JJ, you had 4 receivers over, including Pendergrass. I really think you just dump the screen to him. There's no way they can stop you from picking up 2.
Timeout on the field on the turnover. Iowa State has the ball back at their own 20, leading Baylor 26-21, 6:48 on the clock. Third quarter on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Hey Baylor fans, group experiences are back for the 2024 football season. Fans can purchase exclusive experiences online and on the Baylor Sports app. Baylor football experiences include on-field photos, sideline access during warm-ups, tunnel access during the team runout, an in-game radio booth experience with the voice of the Bears, a birthday bash, and so much more. There's limited availability, so purchase your experience today at BaylorBears.com/group experiences or the Baylor Sports app to lock in your one-of-a-kind game day experience today.
Life moves fast. Your internet should move even faster. Connect, game, study, and do it all with Astound's hypersonic award-winning fiber-powered internet. It's a big deal. Call 1-800-4ASTOUND or go to astound.com to get internet for only $20 a month with a 2-year price lock. Plus, get a $100 Amazon gift card and add 5G unlimited mobile free for 12 months. Because reliable internet and better mobile is a big deal. Go to astound.com today. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
It's Jeep Adventure Days at Allen Samuels in Waco. Drive off in the new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Overland with $13,000 off, or the 2024 Jeep Gladiator Sport with a huge 18% off MSRP. Need more options? How about a new Jeep Compass, $9,000 off, or a stunning Wagoneer L with $8,300 dealer discount. Plus, all models come with 0% financing for 36 months. Get your adventure started today at Allen Samuels in Waco.
Come by. Let's be friends.
Looking to connect with Baylor alums in your area? Baylor alumni can help. Looking to host a watch party in your city? Baylor alumni can get you started. Want to step out in your community and serve with other alums? Baylor alumni is your connection with the university and each other. Let's get started. Learn how at baylor.edu/alumni.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Back to play after the interception. Iowa State takes over at their own 20-yard line. First play, handoff. Jalen Jackson running right. He is down at the 24-yard line. So a 4-yard gain on first down. Cyclones, their first takeaway tonight. They are the best in the Big 12, 5th in the nation in that category, +7 in takeaways coming into the game this evening. Turnovers tonight, 1 and 1.
Baylor needs to find its first 3 and out of the afternoon here. 2nd down and 6.
Rocco Becht at quarterback. Takes the snap in the shotgun. Pass over the middle. He is caught. Out to the 30-yard line. Jalen Knoll with the reception. They're going to give him a first down, nose the ball just across the 30-yard line.
They have a really good control passing game. These guys do a great job of, they do have the ability to go by you, so you don't want to press them too much. But they have a good inside passing game at about 5 to 10 yards. They're accurate, they're efficient. The receivers, the quarterback does a good job of setting them down. They set down in zones, and nice, easy throw, catch.
1st and 10 from the 30 for Iowa State. Pistol formation back behind quarterback Rocco Becht. He will turn, give it to him. It's Jalen Jackson again. Starts right. He is planted in the grass. Couldn't get away from that defensive front for Baylor, led by Keaton Thomas on the tackle, also Trey Wilson.
Yeah, this offense has a lot of built-in counters on plays. That's like a little zone with a trap. They pull 2 linemen left to right. He gives the zone read look. They have another lineman, it's funny, kind of kicking out to go just in case the quarterback pulls it. They can sprint out to the left and have a throw this way. So nice built-in action here. Good defensive stop.
2nd and 10 for Iowa State. Under 5 minutes to play, 3rd quarter. 26-21, Cyclones. Becht gonna run with the ball to the right side and is tripped up, but he falls across the 40 for a first down.
And Garman was lost on that play, John. He was out to the right, then he ran over to the left really late. And when he got over there, he went to the flat, and I think Beck saw really quickly, there's nobody to my right. The only guy over there is way by the sideline, and he just runs for that third down, that 2nd and 10, picks up an easy first down.
Ball's here 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
First down and 10 for the Cyclones from their own 40. Run play off the right side. Abu Sama, haven't called his name in a while, gets 3 yards to the 43.
Baylor has to find a way to force a punt here. Your offense moving the ball. They're warm, 314 yards of offense, but Iowa State has 350. So right now you got to find a way. You forced a 2nd and 9, gave him a first down. Now it's a 2nd and about 6 or 7. You got to find a way to put him in a 3rd and long and an advantageous down and distance for you.
This one is 2nd down and 7. Snap back to Beck, fakes the handoff, rolls right, short pass underneath to the tight end. He's got the first down. He is spilled at the Baylor 44-yard line. First down, Cyclones. Tyler Moore with the catch. Let's go down to Ricky.
Well, I couldn't tell who it was. I think it was Matt Jones. It slipped on that play. That actually had pretty decent coverage, but slipped before the ball was thrown.
Oh, wow. Quick snap by Iowa State. Handoff. Nothing doing on the right side. Pushed backwards on that play.
That's Big E right there, John. Big E got in that penetration. Got on the legs. Baylor's not doing a bad job on first down. It's this 2nd down that's killing them. And actually, on the previous play, that was Garmin Randolph slips down in the flat. He dropped out in the flat like he did on the interception. Saw the tight end coming underneath the line of scrimmage. He saw him late. He tries to change direction. He falls down. Two receivers set to Beck's left.
Lost the half yard on that play. Here's a reverse. Running to the right side. That is Jalen Knoll. And he's got yardage. Bumped out of bounds on the far sideline. Well executed reverse. He gets to the Baylor 35 before being bumped out of bounds. That is 8 yards on the carry, maybe 9 for Jalen Knoll.
That's really on Steve Linton there. Steve Linton has to keep outside contained. He saw the ball go away from him. He let that outside tackle, that tight end or tackle, get outside of his outside shoulder, and he got sealed inside. Try to work his way back, but now it's 3rd down and 2 here. And they had 2nd and 10.
They're driven to the Baylor 35-yard line. Under 2 minutes to play, 3rd quarter, 26-21, Iowa State. Becht over the middle. Ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage and is incomplete.
So now that's going to leave a 4th and 2 here. And they figure they got to go for this because you're really in no man's land. It'd be about a 50, let's see, it'd be about a 52-yard field goal attempt from here. You've been moving the ball well. Remember on the first set of downs when they first got the ball, Baylor stopped them on a 4th and 3.
I don't see the kicker coming out. Looks like they'll go for it on 4th and 2. Not as automatic as it would be with Coach Aranda and Jake Spavital, but they will go for it on 4th down and 2. Iowa State is 0 for 1 on 4th downs tonight. Snap back to Becht on 4th and 2. Pass caught, even though it was deflected. Running at the 20, inside the 15-yard line. I think that ball was deflected at the line of scrimmage, but caught by Jaden Higgins, and a big 4th down and 2 conversion for Iowa State.
Yeah, Lorando Snacks Johnson was in over Jaden Higgins to the right. And, man, he beat him inside really right off the ball. And once you bring a little pressure, you got man. Looks like there's somebody, I'm not sure if somebody down, if there's a timeout. But Corey Gordon was down, John, when he beat him inside. Then it's just a foot race and a nice accurate throw.
Timeout on the field.
And Higgins makes a good run, catch and run.
It is Corey Gordon being attended to. Let's go down to Ricky Thompson.
Guys, that's the 2nd throw in the row that was tipped at the line of scrimmage. That one somehow got through and made the completion. I don't know how it didn't at least throw it off the trajectory enough that it couldn't be completed. But that's a huge break going Iowa State's way, because you think you tip it to the line of scrimmage, that's either interception or incompletion. Ball goes over to the Bears.
Timeout on the field. Corey Gordon walking off to the far side. We'll take a break. 26-21. Iowa State, a 22-yard completion on a tipped ball on 4th and 2. Their drive has reached the Baylor 13. Timeout on the field. We're back after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in...
Oh, yeah. Shoot, I didn't see it either.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more...
What do you want to do at the end of the quarter?
Premier.care.
Okay.
We know
Thank you.
is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the My H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
Hey football fans, Kyle Sotrano here with George's Restaurant Bar and Catering to invite you to experience game days with George's this season. Join us at George's before or after the game for some signature Big O cocktails. Now come watch every second unfold on our 200-inch TV screens. Hosting a tailgater party? Let George's cater with our party packaging meals, perfect for feeding your crew. Swing by for breakfast, lunch, or dinner at either of our locations. George's number 1 at 1925 Spade Avenue or George's number 2 at 1201 Hewitt Drive. And make plans to try out Jorge's Cantina this season, the latest addition to the George's family, with authentic Mexican cuisine, fresh seafood, and tequila cocktails galore. Come see for yourself and sick 'em Bears.
First Central Credit Union is cheering for the Bears. Our team advantages are 5% APY free reward checking. Enjoy ATM free refunds and be on the winning side with direct deposits 2 days early. Huddle up with First Central to make deposits 24/7 at our ATMs and suit up in a free new member t-shirt. Visit online at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you.
Eligibility and application requirements apply. APY equals annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Back to play, minute 34 to play, minute 26 to play in the third quarter. Iowa State having just converted on a 4th down and 2 play. A 22-yard pass gets them to the 13. First play from there, run to the left side, couple of yards to the 11-yard line. So Iowa State now 2nd down and 8. They've reached the Baylor 11. Cyclones leading the Bears 26-21. Now 1 minute to play in the third quarter.
And this is the down that's really killed Baylor. 2nd down and long. Jaden Higgins to his right. Jalen Noel in a compressed formation to his left. Baylor going to play zone here.
2nd and 8. Becht pressured. Going to run. Runs to the right side and then threw it and incomplete. Boy, he was running for his life back there. Trey Wilson was in his grill, an incompletion. So that will bring up 3rd down and 8. So, JJ, there's a stop, and now 3rd and long for the Cyclones.
Yeah, Coach Aranda decided to play zone there, really, and matched up the receivers in zone. So Baylor did a good job in coverage. Beck didn't have what he wanted, so he started trying to go look to Jalen Noel. Jalen Noel's covered. He starts sprinting out that way. Baylor had contain on him. Now Baylor looks like they're going to go man across the board. Got to watch this pressure as they got nice, good receivers. They've won inside to the slot against our safeties.
Here we go. Pressure again on Beck. Pass to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Iowa State. An 11-yard touchdown pass to Jaden Higgins. That's now 7 straight games that Higgins has caught a touchdown pass. This one for 11 yards, and it puts the Cyclones up 32-21 on Baylor.
Yeah, I think, we've seen the form. I'm surprised Coach Aranda didn't go back to that prior coverage. He went to zone on that prior coverage. That was more of a man. They were able to get Jaden Higgins against DJ Coleman, who's one of our reserve safeties, and they've just really feasted on that matchup. So if you go zone, you kind of protect those guys, but they throw a nice throw and catch. Go up by 2 scores.
Extra point kick is good, and with 40 seconds to play in the third quarter, Cyclones expand their lead to 33-21 over Baylor. Scoring drive by Iowa State. 13 plays, 80 yards, 6:08 off the clock. And they ran a lot of plays. They used a lot of time, and they end up in the end zone. Think of the smallest things there on that 4th and 2 play. The pass was touched, deflected at the line of scrimmage, but still found its way to the receiver and they get a big, big first down to keep the drive alive. And Iowa State did everything right on a 13-play scoring drive.
Well, I mean, Baylor just has to find. This is one of those games where you just got to find a way to score points. And Baylor had gone up 14-3 after their second offensive possession, and now we're still at 21. Iowa State at that point after their second possession had 3 points, and now they have 33. And one of those games.
Kickoff by Iowa State. It's going to bounce just outside the goal line. They better cover it. They do. They down it in the end zone. Hey, Bryson Washington out there. Oh, okay. Michael Allen in there to down it in the end zone. So the Bears on the touchback will take over at the 25. 40 seconds to play in the third quarter.
Well, the Baylor offense has moved the ball. 314 yards of offense, 411 for Iowa State. Neither of these teams were coming in burning it up like that, but if you're Sawyer, you got to just know I can't get it all back in one series even. In one play. So I just got to be patient. We just got to get within one score. So I just need to go score a touchdown and be safe. The most important play is the current one here, 2 by 1 set.
Here we go. Bears down by 12 on the road to Iowa State. Sawyer Robertson pass over the middle is caught by Josh Cameron, then gang tackled out at the 31-yard line.
And that's an easy way. That's just nice little, he's inside. Trigg goes in motion. He lines back to his H-back position. Cameron just comes inside, runs a 6-yard route and sets down. Nice, easy throw. That's just like a run play. That's what you got to have here against a good, stout run defense.
2nd and 4 for the Bears from their own 31. Robertson will hand it off. Dawson Pendergrass up the middle, close to the first down at the 35.
And Dawson has to get that. There's a lot of traffic in there, but that's why you have a guy like him as we go to the end of the third quarter. Is you want him to fall forward and get that extra half a yard instead of facing that third down in about, let's say, 1.
That's the end of the third quarter here at Jack Trice Stadium in Ames. We're going to keep it right here. We'll give you stats through 3 quarters. Bears trailing at the end of 3 on the road, 33-21 to Iowa State. JJ, how about stats through 3 quarters tonight?
Well, John, I mean, you look at the offense. The offense generated 734 yards between the two teams, 411 for Iowa State, 323 yards for Baylor. Most of Baylor's through the air. Sawyer Robertson, 24 40, 252 yards, 3 touchdowns. Had that interception when Baylor was moving in. Looked like they were threatening for a touchdown on a 4th and 3. Thought Sawyer was going to run that, decided to throw it, but nevertheless picked off, was stopped by Iowa State. Baylor's rushers, they're 17 for 71 yards total. But Sawyer Robertson has 24 of those. Bryson Washington, who we saw go out after that hit, 8 carries for 28 yards. And Dawson Pendergrass, 7 carries for 19 yards. Rocco Becht, 15 of 24, 255 yards, 2 touchdowns. He does have that interception by Garmin Randolph there late in that first half, when just not a good decision by Rocco. But they've survived that, and they're now up 33-21. Jalen Jackson, he's really brought the run game. He has 11 carries, 83 yards. And Iowa State so far, 28 carries for 156 yards and a touchdown. And really, Jalen Jackson is listed on their depth chart as the 3rd running back. Has really carried the load this afternoon, as he's been probably the most effective runner. Jaden Higgins, 7 catches, 94 yards. Jalen Noel, 5 for 98. And then Brommer, the tight end, 2 for 49 and a score. Time of possession, 21 minutes and 3 seconds. For the Bears, 23 minutes and 57 seconds. Both teams have turned the ball over once. Now, they're not counting that punt block for a touchdown. I count that as a turnover. Not because, we're going to punt it away, but when they block it and get a touchdown, I mean, that's not, your defense doesn't get a chance. So that's like an effective turnover. So right now, to me, even though it's really even in the game, I look at Baylor's being -1, and that's made a big difference in the afternoon. Sacks, neither team has really been sacked on the afternoon. Baylor 4 of 10 on 3rd down. You kind of want to get at that 50% in this kind of game, because Iowa State is 5 of 9. And, John, it's really a lot of offense by both teams. And I think the team that figures out how to get a stop here late is going to be the one that probably gets out of here with the win.
All right, switch ends. Baylor now traveling right to left as we move to the 4th quarter. 33-21. Iowa State leads Baylor. 21 points, the most Iowa State has given up in a game this year. Prior to tonight, they had given up 19 in that 20-19 win over in-state rival Iowa.
One of those
First
plays
play.
here, John, where you have like 8 people within 5 yards. Here comes all the bodies.
3rd and a yard. Dawson Pendergrass not going to get there.
I think you got to go. And John, I think on that play, I would really probably put one of Baylor had a slot. I think that's either Ashton or Monterey. And Iowa State's shown this several times. He's going to punt this away. And I'm not sure. I understand you're backed up, but when it's a 2-score game and you haven't really stopped it, I'm surprised Coach Aranda isn't going for this in 4th and about a yard. But nevertheless, Baylor's bringing on the punt team, and they're going to punt this ball away and try to play the field position game in a game where not much defense is, been played really as it comes to making teams stop it.
Couldn't get the push that last time, so Baylor will punt it away. Palmer Williams boots it. Fair catch taken at the 24-yard line. Iowa State has the ball back, leading 33-21. 42-yard punt by Palmer Williams. Cyclones have the ball up by 12. Just underway in the 4th quarter here at Jack Trice Stadium in Ames.
I think what Coach Aranda's thinking here is like, we got to get a stop at some time. He's got to count on his defense, but I think part of the challenge has been is if you look at it, Iowa State 411 yards. They're averaging 8 yards per play. So I'm surprised Coach Aranda, who's really been aggressive at going for it, didn't decide to go for that when going against a team, Ricky, that really has been hard to stop.
Well, they haven't punted all night, JJ. That was.
I think they lost Ricky.
Come back to Ricky in a moment. Here's the play from their own 24-yard line. Iowa State taking over. Rocco Becht back behind him, turns, hands the ball to him, bursts through there, out to the 31-yard line. Carson Hansen with the carry. Boy, quick hitter on the left side of the line, and a 6-yard pickup, really a 7-yard pickup on 1st down.
Yeah, it's almost. I thought Carson Hansen was going to break through there. Jalen Jackson had been the guy, but they bring in what I think at 6'2", 220. They brought in Hansen, who's kind of looks like the closer. You bring that big body after that little guy been running around for a while, hard to tackle.
2nd down and 3 for Iowa State from their own 31. Snap back to Beck, give again to Hansen. Watch out, he does break through to the 50, to the 40, and bumped out of bounds on the far side of the field. Boy, he almost did it on the previous play. That time he did break free all the way to the Baylor 36.
Yeah, John, I think that's part of it. I think part of it is because Iowa State just had put you in the spin cycle a little bit there for a long drive on the previous series where they went about, I want to say it was 80 yards, and it was a lot of plays. They really need that offense to convert. I'm surprised Coach Aranda, but nevertheless now Iowa State threatening again at the 30, about 6-yard line.
That was a 33-yard run by Carson Hansen. They've got it to the Baylor 36. And running to the right side to the 30, the 25, and out of bounds just outside the 20. That is Carson Hansen again. Reggie Bush pushes him out of bounds. So a heavy dose of Carson Hansen on this possession.
Well, John, I get it because, I mean, you think about it. You had Jalen Jackson in that 5'7", 180, and he's been really good. A quick guy that's really made a lot of misses, made a lot of defenders miss, and then he got outside. Now you bring in your 6'2", 220 guy toward the end of the game when the Baylor defense is tired, and he's going to run through tackles.
They're sub out the entire defensive front. Steve Linton is back in there. Trevin Mai is back in there. Hand off Jackson, looking for room up the middle. Nothing doing there. Small guy kind of hiding behind his blockers, but couldn't make any progress. Let's go down to Ricky.
Guys, I know it's hard to make these calls in the scheme of a game, but I don't know if you don't go for that 4th and 1. The problem is you've not stopped Iowa State all night. They have not punted. You've got 11:55 to go in this game. You only had 4th and 1. You needed the ball. You needed 2 scores. Going to be tough if Iowa State scores anything here because you're going to be down at least 15 with a field goal.
All right, a yard on that last carry. 2nd and 9 now. Jackson with a carry. Knifes his way through. Watch out, he's in the secondary. He reverses field, and he hops into the end zone. Touchdown, Jalen Jackson. Iowa State goes up 39-21 on the Bears.
Yeah, John, that was kind of my fear right there. Understand, just following up on what Ricky said, is that your defense, just the prior series, ISU, I don't know how many first downs I got here. I'll come back to that in a second. But Iowa State, it started that drive on their 20-yard line, and they picked up quite a few first downs, and the defense had been out there for a while, and they really needed Baylor to get that first down, but Iowa State punches that through now, pinning the extra point. They're leading 39-21.
Kick is up, and the kick is good, and with 11:31 to play in the fourth quarter, our new score, Iowa State 40, Baylor 21. We're back after this word from Toyota.
The Toyota Tundra's powerful, available iForce V6 engine means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. To your neighbor, it means helping them with their new chainsaw carving hobby.
What do you think of this thing, eh? It's a bearfish birdman wood carving, if I've ever seen one.
To your cousins, the Tundra means as they jump off the boat onto the sandbar.
Now watch this flip.
No, don't. You're gonna...
Cannonball!
Definitely nail it.
To your co-pilots, the Tundra means an extra comfortable journey.
I can just...
You sure can.
And to you, the Tundra means... whoa. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Now this is a bare necessity. From tailgating to sailgating, the 2025 Tundra is built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Jeff Haas Mazda and the Baylor Bears both know what it takes to be number one. Hard work, determination, commitment. The number one Mazda dealer in Texas, Jeff Haas Mazda, is inviting all the Baylor Bear fans listening to visit us for hard-hitting deals on every new Mazda in stock, with fresh inventory hitting the ground daily. And every new Mazda comes with our Jeff Haas Advantage plan. Plus, your trade is now worth more than ever. We're buying all makes and models. Get our best cash offer in minutes. Jeff Haas Mazda on the Katy Freeway.
Number one based on 2021 sales and stock volume in the Gulf region.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Baylor Football brought to you in part by Toyota. Baylor fans, enter for your chance to win a 2025 Toyota Tundra and the Tundra Game Day giveaway. Visit GulfStatesToyota.com to find out more. Toyota, a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. And brought to you by Pepsi. Hey, Bears fans, this football season, make Pepsi your go-to game day drink because it's the only drink for football watching. Pepsi, that's what I like. Proud partner of Baylor Bears football. 5 plays, 76-yard scoring drive by Iowa State. 2:41 off the clock here in the fourth quarter. Ups their lead to 40-21. Still time, still a lot of time really to go in this fourth quarter, but Baylor would need 3 touchdowns now to make a difference in that scoreboard. Kick is away by Iowa State. Taken at the goal line by Jamal Bell. Turned out to the 20 and down, or the 15 and down there. They made it to the 20.
Yeah, I understand there, Jamal. I'm not mad at him for that one. He just said, let's see if we can make something happen. But it's a nice high kick. I mean, it was to about the goal line, and it was a nice, it gave the Iowa State coverage team time to get down there. But nevertheless, now Baylor is really behind the 8 ball. I think if I'm Coach Babiton, I'm really telling Sawyer, hey, look, we got to run tempo here. We got to run up tempo because we need a score in about less than a couple minutes. So right here, what you do, I think you spread them out, and I think you give Sawyer, hey, 1-2 run, take your time. Don't be scared to check it down, but we're back at the line of scrimmage.
Which is the 16-yard line where the Bears begin this possession. Sawyer Robertson, short pass underneath. Ketron Jackson has the catch. Can't get away, and he is down at the 22-yard line, so a 6-yard gain on the play.
Well, this team, the Iowa State defense, if you're watching them, they really get to the ball quickly. So if you're a receiver, once you get it, you make that first guy miss. You just get north and south. Stepping back and going sideways is not the answer today. And because they're going to play coverage now, rally to the ball. Empty set here.
On 2nd and 4 from the 22. Robertson alone in the backfield. 3 receivers left, 2 right. Going deep, left sideline, spun him around, incomplete. Now Presley, the intended receiver.
And he's down, John. He's on the sideline. It would have been a great catch, one we've seen Hal make. But he was number 2 on the 3 receiver side. He just kind of runs a slot fade and fell awkward. Yeah, it fell awkwardly the way he's covering his shoulder. But he's going to come out, and Ashton's going to come in. But had a shot at it, but it had to be a really good throw and a really good catch as Hal goes out. 3rd down and 4.
So Hal Presley off, being attended to on the far sideline. Leaves Baylor 3rd down and 4 from the 22. Trailing 40-21. 10:44 on the clock, 4th quarter. Robertson takes the snap. Has time, short pass, a lot of traffic over the middle, and it's incomplete. Josh Cameron was there, and it's incomplete. Miles Purchase was the man covering him.
Yeah, a little miscommunication there.
Yeah, I'm worried about that. Was not a bad throw by Sawyer Robertson on the play before to Hal Presley, but I'm worried about his shoulder. He really hit hard. He twisted around in an effort to make that catch. Came down on his right shoulder and arm with no pressure from his hands to stop the fall. So they're checking him out in the 10.
Good snap back to Palmer Williams. Boots it away. Drives Jalen Knoll back to the 20. Here he comes and down shy of the 25-yard line. Good coverage by the Bears on special teams, but Iowa State has the ball back. Leading Baylor 40-21, 10:27 on the clock here in the 4th quarter. That was a 66-yard boomer by Palmer Williams. But the Cyclones have the ball at their own 24-yard line. Full timeout will step aside. 40-21 our score. Iowa State leads Baylor here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oilfield trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Baylor alumni are more than 160,000 strong. When we all join hands to support our university, we don't just move the needle, we move mountains. Working together, we create life-changing opportunities for students on the field, in the classroom, in the laboratory, and in life for generations to come. So get connected. Get involved. Learn how at baylor.edu/alumni.
This is Elise McGee with Baylor Volleyball, and this is my story. Trying to balance faith, school, and volleyball has felt at times impossible. Having people around you that point you to God and His truth, I feel, is something unique at Baylor. God surrounded me with coaches, teammates, professors, and staff that intertwine Him in our daily lives. My name is Elise McGee, and this is my Champions Tribune.
Read more Champions Tribune at BaylorBears.com.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Pizza Hut and Baylor have partnered to bring you the Book It Bear program. We're rewarding students with a free personal pan pizza for reaching individual reading goals. Learn more at bookitprogram.com and read like a bear with Pizza Hut. Cyclones ball following the Baylor punt, actually 56 yards. My mistake, not 66, but a 56-yard punt by Palmer Williams. Cyclones take over at their own 24. You would expect a heavy dose of the ground game, and the first play from scrimmage is that, a handoff to Carson Hansen. Gain out to the 28-yard line, so a 4-yard gain on first down.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, time is not on Baylor's side with 10 minutes and 6 seconds and counting in the game. So you expect Coach Aranda to have to take a few chances here and trying to get a few run blitzes. And when you do that, if you guess wrong, you can get long runs if you run blitz and not guess and you don't guess right.
Second down 4 for the Cyclones, or second down and 6. They gain 4 on the first down play. Becht will hand the ball off to Jalen Jackson, slowed up and finished off for a loss. Back at the 21-yard line, Matt Jones in to make the tackle for the Bears, the 6th-year senior out of Odessa Permian High School.
Yeah, that's a run blitz there. You have a Mike, you have a Mike, you have a dog blitz, you have a Mike backer blitz. Matt Jones he really was back in the backfield as soon as the running back got the ball and does a great job of holding on to the running back, getting him to the ground. Third down and about 8 here. Iowa State 5 of 9 on third down. So they're going to come in this 3-receiver set. And once again, they're going to try to get isolated, one of the inside receivers against Devin Bobby, your safety.
Here's the play, third down and 8. Becht fires it over the middle. It is caught, slips away from a tackler to the 45, just shy of midfield. So on third down and 8, the Cyclones convert. It was Jaden Higgins again, 21 yards and a Cyclone first down.
Yeah, that's exactly what we've seen all night. What they did is 3-receiver set. Baylor's not going to go 4 out yet. They don't want to go 4. Devin Bobby has to be over that inside guy. He was actually over Higgins, and that's the matchup. If I'm Iowa State, I'm going to pick on all night long. I've seen it on tape. I'm going to isolate a guy, and I'm just going to go up and run a read. He's going to go 10 yards, 8 yards. He's going to go a choice in or out, and then the ball's going to be on him. Nice throw, nice catch.
First down and 10 for Iowa State. They're at their 48-yard line. Handoff to Hansen. Hansen, short gain, falls forward to the 50. Let's go down to Ricky Thompson.
John, earlier in the game you mentioned that this entire Iowa State offensive line is returning from last year. They've done a great job tonight of run blocking. Well, Iowa State, 237 yards on the ground, but we haven't gotten close to the quarterback tonight. He is clean, hadn't had any problem standing in the pocket, releasing the ball. They've done a great job of pass blocking as well.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ricky. They've only allowed 3 sacks all season.
Wow.
And Baylor hasn't really gotten close to him this evening. Second down and 7 for the Cyclones. Jalen Jackson looking for room. Meanwhile, Matt Jones just wraps him up and pushes him down to the ground. No gain on the play. 3rd and 7 coming up for Iowa State.
Iowa State hadn't been in many. Baylor's been in 12 third downs. Baylor now is going down to 4 of 12 on third down. So that's 33% right now. Yeah, 33%. Iowa State is 6 of 10. That's fantastic. If you're going to go 6 of 10 on third down, that's an A+ every week. So once again, instead of coming out in that 3-receiver set, Iowa State's going to come out with the two receivers to the left. One of them's a tight end and 2 backs.
So this is a 3rd down and 7. Rocco Becht looking to throw. Slings it to the right sideline. It is incomplete, but flags all over the field. 1, 2, 3 of them. Jaden Higgins, the intended receiver. And it was Lorando Johnson who was there on pass defense.
It's a PI. Lorando has good position here.
Pass interference, number 18, defense. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
And we've seen this a little bit from our corners. They're in really good position. You know, he's inside. He has Jaden Higgins. He's not pressed against the sideline. There's very little room. If he just kind of puts his arm on kind of his body, gets his head around and locates the ball, he probably gets away with that. But nevertheless, he doesn't get his hand around. He has both hands on the receiver, and it's just an easy call. And that's just a technical thing that you know he's been taught. He's just kind of, when the ball's in the air, just hadn't had the discipline to execute it.
So it was 3rd and 7, but they get the first down on the penalty. Keep the drive alive. Clock winding down. 6.5 minutes to go. Handoff. Jalen Jackson up the middle for 6 yards on that first down carry. Knows the ball just inside the 30-yard line. Boy, Iowa State doing everything right here, keeping possession of the ball, running that clock down. We're at 6:14 and counting in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, John, they've done a good job. They've been disciplined. I mean, they've not punted this afternoon. When I tell you, you go into a game and I tell you you're not going to punt, right? I mean, you'll take that every week. Now, There's a threat that you could turn the ball over, but they haven't done that a lot. So taking this clock down to 1 second.
Yep, just one turnover apiece by the two teams tonight. Abu Sama is back in for Iowa State. Run to the right side, short gain to the 27. So here is third down and say 2, third down and long 2 for Iowa State.
They've been very methodical, not really huddling, a little sugar huddle. Then about 4 yards in the line of scrimmage. A lot of movement, tight ends right to left flipping. And you ask, why do they do that? That's just kind of trying to get the defense out of alignment. Now they shift tight end back.
Running the play clock down to 3, 2, 1, and snap it with 1. Handoff, running right, and did he get enough for the first down? He did.
Flag is down. It's in the area of holding.
It's Carson Hansen with the carry.
Oh, but it's holding on the defense. Is the preliminary indication.
Oh. Which will bring an automatic first down with it. I think he had the first down on the carry.
Holding, number 98, defense. The 10-yard penalty will be added to the end of the run. Automatic first down.
Oh, man.
And you ask, why would Big E, Linus, hold? Ricky's holding to keep that center from getting up on the linebacker to try to keep him clean.
Yeah, he was holding. I guess Hal Presley came out of the tent with his shoulder pads and helmet off and went inside. So not sure what the injury is, but this will be his night. He's done for the night. Hopefully it's not serious and will cause him to miss games going forward.
Okay, thanks for that, Rick. Remember, Hal Presley came down hard trying to make a catch right on that shoulder. Handoff Carson Hansen breaks through. He's to the 5-yard line and finally pulled down there. Hansen, the sophomore from Lakeville, Minnesota. 2nd and 1. Iowa State can get a first down at about the 3-yard line. Yeah. Clock now down to 4:22. Wow. Didn't they start this possession with 10 something on the clock?
10 minutes and
10:27.
So they're at a solid 6 minutes and plus here, and it's just the kind of drive that's kind of what good teams do, and it's time to salt it away. Experienced offensive line, the quarterback with experience, good receivers. Making the plays they need to make.
2nd and 1 from the 5. Hansen again up the middle, stood up, pushed backwards. See where they give him forward progress. Oh, that may have been a direct snap. Thanks, Ricky, to Carson Hansen.
And they run that a couple times where Rocco's back there, but the ball goes to the runner. Rocco just kind of runs across the face. 3rd down and about 1 from the 5.
About the 4.5 is where it's spotted. So here's the 3rd down play for Iowa State, milking the clock every second they can. 3:20, 3:19 to go on the game clock. Hansen again right up the middle, and it looks like he has the first down.
It's going to be really close. You need to get to the 3 based on where that marker is.
All right, he's going to be just short, so it's 4th down. Less than a yard. Clock under 3 minutes in the 4th quarter now. Iowa State leading Baylor 40-21.
This is going on an 8-minute drive here. By the time they run this play, they'll be at about 8 minutes, just short of it. And 4th down and 1. I think they give this ball to Hansen at 6'2", 220.
Here's the 4th down play. Hansen in the pistol behind quarterback Rocco Becht. 2.5 minutes to go. Play clock to 3, to 2, to 1. Actually, they get a penalty there. They didn't get. They were just trying to pull Baylor off sides.
Yeah, they're going to just go and kick it, and that's going to make it 43.
Prior to the play clock expiring, Iowa State takes their first charge timeout of the half.
Oh, they took a timeout. So no penalty.
Immediate timeout.
So we will keep it right here with 2:20 to go. Mr. Official, there's going to be a 2-minute timeout. So we will keep it right here. 4th down and 1. Do they go for it or do they kick?
Yeah, well, I mean, they took the timeout. So if you take the timeout, I'm thinking you're going to go for it.
Yep.
They're just trying to use up as much time as they can. Because if you're going to just try to, they really didn't look like they were trying to draw Baylor off. I didn't see a hard count. But I think when you're up by 3 scores, you know, right now, Coach feels like he probably can salt the game away because Aranda probably won't use his timeouts. So I think we run this play, and if we score, great. If we don't, we just want to get the first down, and then it's probably, you'll probably see him kind of just try to milk it out.
Even at that, if they go for it and don't get it, Baylor's pinned inside the 5-yard line,
right,
you know,
exactly.
with 2:20 to go. So that drive, I think, accomplished everything Matt Campbell wanted, and the offensive coordinator is Taylor Mauser, 33-year-old offensive coordinator, 3rd youngest in the Power 4. Cyclones have put up 40 points on the Bears tonight, sitting at 40 with 2:20 to play. Iowa State looking to go to 5-0 on the season, first 5-0 start since 1980, so it's been a while. They'll be undefeated at 2-0 in Big 12 conference play. Look ahead, they'll be at West Virginia coming up next week.
Yeah, it's a tough place. West Virginia went into Stillwater today and really took out Oklahoma State. And you see with all these games, this is one of the few that, you know, we've been in, and Baylor's really been out of it now. And this game got away from us here late in this half. You know, Baylor was within a score for a large part of it. Then it went to 21-33, and Baylor was facing a 4th and 1 at about I would say about the 20-something 30-yard line, and I'm surprised Aranda didn't go for it, but he decided not to, punt it away, and Iowa State then from that point on really has, you know, just took control. They banged in a touchdown on a 76-yard drive, and then now they've followed that up with another drive, and they've looked like, John, they're going to settle for a field goal attempt here of about 20 yards, 22 yards.
All right, they'll spot up in the center of the field. As JJ said, it'll be a 22-yard field goal attempt, kicking left to right. Add to their 40-21 lead on the Bears with 2:20 remaining. Kicker for Iowa State is Kyle Conradi, a redshirt freshman from Dubuque, Iowa. Snap back, good hold, and the kick is good by Conradi. And the Cyclones add 3 to their total, officially a 23-yard field goal with 2:16 to play. It's now 43-21, Iowa State leading Baylor.
Yeah, and it's just interesting. It's interesting just to watch these games, John. Watch this game today. I was just kind of thinking, like, when did it become a 3-touchdown game, right? Yeah. You're just watching it. Right. It's very competitive the whole time. Baylor actually is really controlling it at the very beginning, and then you even get the second half. Baylor comes out and scores and go up 21-19, and since that point, you know, Iowa State's run off, what is that, 24 points, and it just, you know, it's just kind of, you look at it like, where did we miss it? And it's just a few things we've seen. This Iowa State, when it was time to amp up and make a play, you saw Jalen Noel, you saw Jaden Higgins, you saw their runners make plays, and since that time, Baylor's players haven't made plays, and that's been the story of this early part of the season, is just when critical times have come, Baylor just hadn't been able to generate that play that they need. And Iowa State here is going to get out of here with a hotly contested win, even though the score will show otherwise.
Kickoff out the back of the end zone. Officially a 12-play, 73-yard scoring drive by Iowa State. Big number on that scoring drive, 8 minutes, 11 seconds off the clock. How about that? 8:11 off the clock in the 4th quarter. 2:16 now remaining as the Bears offense is back out there. Let's check in with Ricky.
Hey guys, we knew Iowa State was really good defensively, but they put 535 yards on the board tonight. Really played well offensively, and as you said on that last drive, controlled the clock, gave the Bears no chance of getting back in this game.
So the Bears take over at the 25. Sawyer Robertson at quarterback, steps up away from pressure, now starts to run, and he's pulled down at the 25-yard line.
Well, he surprised me on that one. I thought he had thrown it. I think it's just a pump fake, but I thought he threw it.
This is the 2-minute
timeout in the
timeout.
pocket. That's really, I think, about the first sack on the afternoon. He got tackled right at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, let's see if that's officially a sack or maybe he got just outside the line of scrimmage. Timeout on the field with 2 minutes to play. We'll step aside. Iowa State leads Baylor 43-21 on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
When life gets complicated, Butts Law Firm is your one-stop for a wide range of legal needs. Whether you need estate planning documents such as a will, trust, or guardianship, or the appointment of a receiver to handle personal or business assets management and disposal, consumer protection, family-related legal matters, or various business-related issues, we are your community firm. Whether you're planning for the future, navigating a probate, or managing a business, our experienced team is ready to guide you every step of the way. Trust us to provide the legal support you need. Call today, 406-641-BUTZ. That's 406-641-2889. Or come by the Waxahachie office at 301 South Rogers Street, Suite 202, downtown Waxahachie. Come see the difference having a trusted attorney by your side can make, because at Butts Law Firm, your legal rights are our business.
Chevy truck season is here, and Jim Turner Chevrolet is the place to save. Hurry to McGregor and get huge discounts, plus a 3-year maintenance plan free with the purchase of a new 2024 Silverado. Get big savings on our great selection of SUVs, too, like the reliable Chevy Suburban or the stylish Chevrolet Tahoe. Check TurnerChevy.com for truck season savings now. See dealer for details.
Hi, I'm Jim Turner. Come see us at Jim Turner Chevrolet in McGregor. Together, let's drive.
Stay in the game with Q-Collar, the world's first and only equipment proven to help protect the brain. It's backed by advanced research, built for the modern athlete, and designed to protect your most important asset, your brain. Q-Collar is a proud partner of the Baylor Bears. When it's on, it's on. Learn more and collar up at Q30.com. That's Q30.com.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Baylor trailing 43-21. Great to have Tony and Dina Lenore from Syntex Roof Systems on the trip with us here to Ames to see the Bears and the Cyclones. Also Amari and Abby from Pop's Lemonade. Great to have them with us on this trip. Wish the results had come out a little bit better. Second down play, Sawyer Robertson throwing right sideline, incomplete. Stop the clock with 1:56 showing. And Baylor looking at 3rd and 10 from their own 25-yard line.
Yeah, at this point, really, with 1:56 and about a 3-touchdown lead, you just want to protect Sawyer, those players, and maybe you just do something simple here, try to run the ball, punt it away, and just try to get out of here and not lose any more players. Let's see what the call is here.
3rd down 10. Robertson will hand it off. Dawson Pendergrass can't get away from an ankle tackle that kept him short of the first down marker. He is pulled down at the 37, call it the 30, I'm sorry, the 33. So 2 yards short. The Bears looks like will punt it away on 4th down and 2 from their own 33. Bears did finish the night tonight with one running back, Dawson Pendergrass.
Right, yeah.
Didn't see Dominic Richardson tonight. Right, Richard Reese was unavailable. And then Bryson Washington went out. So Pendergrass has really had to carry the load for the Bears. Good snap back from Garrison Grimes. Punt is away by Palmer Williams. Touchdown by Baylor at the 19-yard line, and the Cyclones have the ball back. 1:05 to play in the ball game. Iowa State's going to go 48-yard punt. Iowa State's going to go to 5-0 on the season, 2-0 in Big 12 play. Bears will drop to 2-4 and 0-3 in Big 12 play. The 2 previous losses in conference play, Bears were in it till the bitter end. Tonight, a little bit of a different story. Cyclones really poured it on in the late 3rd quarter and through the 4th. See if this is still Rocco Becht or maybe a different quarterback out there. It is. J.J. Cole comes in at quarterback for the Cyclones. Cole, redshirt freshman from Ankeny, Iowa. Hands the ball off on the first down play. Miller, the ball carrier. Second and 6 coming up for Iowa State. Could very well be the last play of the game right here. Hand it off. Right side across the 25 to the 26, and that will do it. Final seconds will click off. Iowa State pours it on in the second half. They win it over Baylor, 43-21, the final score. Matt Campbell, Dave Aranda meet at midfield, and the Bears are headed home and headed into an open date off 3 consecutive losses. Final score from here in Ames, Iowa State 43, Baylor 21. Stay with us. The First Central Credit Union postgame show is coming up next on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Powerful, available iForce V6 engine means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. To your neighbor, it means helping them with their new chainsaw carving hobby.
What do you think of this thing, eh? It's a bearfish birdman wood carving, if I've ever seen one.
To your cousins, the Tundra means as they jump off the boat onto the sandbar.
Now watch this flip.
No, don't. You're gonna...
Cannonball!
Definitely nailed it.
To your co-pilots, the Tundra means an extra comfortable journey.
I can just...
You sure can.
And to you, the Tundra means... whoa. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Now this is a bare necessity. From tailgating to sailgating, the 2025 Tundra is built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
Life moves fast. Your internet should move even faster. Connect, game, study, and do it all with Astound's hypersonic award-winning fiber-powered internet. It's a big deal. Call 1-800-4ASTOUND or go to astound.com to get internet for only $20 a month with a 2-year price lock. Plus, get a $100 Amazon gift card and add 5G unlimited mobile free for 12 months. Because reliable internet and better mobile is a big deal. Go to astound.com today. Restrictions apply. See astound.com for details.
This has been live coverage of Baylor football. Now, it's time for the First Central Credit Union postgame show. Brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. H-E-B, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation for excitement. Stay tuned as we break down the game. Listen to highlights, talk with Coach Aranda, players, and more. All coming up on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Credit Union postgame show. It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Tonight follows a 43-21 loss by the Bears here in Ames to the 16th ranked Iowa State Cyclones. Bears dropped to 2-4 on the season, now 0-3 in Big 12 conference play. An open date next Saturday for the Bears, October 12th. Back in action October 19th in Lubbock against Texas Tech. Cyclones run their record to 5-0 on the year, 5-0 for the first time since 1980. and they are 2-0 in the Big 12 Conference. Second half, Bears came out to start the third quarter, JJ, and scored to go up 21-19. At that point, that was very early in the third quarter, and from that point on, it was all Iowa State. Baylor just couldn't stop them. You made the point, Iowa State didn't punt the ball all night.
Yeah, John, they just, I like their offense. They have a really eclectic offense, and they don't have a dominant, they had good, solid runners, not a dominant one that we've seen for them in the past, but on the edge, though, they have Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins. I got to excuse, they're a little bit better players than I thought. Jaden Higgins is 6'2", 6'4", 215. Jalen Noel is kind of a speedy guy, 5'11", 200. And those guys really are hard cover because they really attack the ball, but it really boiled down. If you look at it, Baylor was, they were still, it's 21-19, and they got down 21-26. Baylor throws an interception kind of going in. I thought Sawyer had a chance to run it. But then they get 21-33. Baylor gets the ball facing a 4th and 1. And that, to me, was the litmus test. Okay, what are we going to do? We're going to try to be in this one. And it's kind of strange because I've seen Coach Aranda go for it so many times that on that 4th and 1 down by 12 that I'm surprised that he decided not to go for it, seeing that Iowa State hadn't punted. It's like flow of the game. So once we punted it did surprise me after the defense had just been on the field. I think I want to say the drive was an 80-yard drive, and I forget how many plays that drive was. They were kind of gassed, and they needed the offense to get a first down. But once that happened, you just saw, once again, Baylor, we just didn't make the plays we needed to make. Iowa State did. When we had success, we had the block punt, right? We had an interception by Sawyers, not a bad throw, but we had the interception by Sawyers. We're trying to go in. But Iowa State, on the other hand, they're 4-0. Well, when they needed to make plays, man, Jalen Noel stepped up, Jaden Higgins stepped up, the running back, the little Jalen Jackson stepped up, and they know they're supposed to win, and I think that's the difference right now. But it got away quickly. I'm looking at my stats here and looking at my board just to see, John, how did it get away? But that's where it was.
Ricky, Baylor did some things tonight teams really haven't done to Iowa State, scored the most points they've given up in a game this year. They had not allowed a team to even run a single play in the red zone the last 2 games. Baylor certainly did that tonight, finished with 337 yards, just not enough in the final go.
Well, I think they did, and I thought they moved the ball well, had well over 300 yards rushing. Total offense, over 250 passing again. I thought Sawyer did a good job there. Had one drop there. I don't remember, JJ, when that was, on a 3rd down play that really cost the Bears. We were really moving the ball offensively, still in the game, had a chance to go up again, and had that drop. I thought that really hurt. But I really thought the difference offensively was when Jalen Jackson came in the game for Iowa State. They were pounding it out, and then he came in short, little guy, really quick, really fast, and he made 2 or 3 big runs, big yardage runs, and I thought that really changed the game at that point. And from then on, Iowa State really ran downhill. I just think that the Bears couldn't afford mistakes. The block punt really hurt. It was a bad snap, low snap. I think without the low snap, maybe he gets that thing off, but he didn't. Then the Bears intercept right at the half, prevent Iowa State from going in, come right out and score and go up, and you think, here we go, and then just didn't make the plays from that point forward.
So 43-21 the final score, Iowa State over Baylor. Let's pause here 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
43-21 the final score, Iowa State over Baylor tonight here in Ames. This is the First Central Credit Union postgame show. It's also brought to you by Premier ER and Urgent Care, the place to go when you're not sure where to go. Open 24/7 and just a short walk across campus. No appointment necessary, just walk in. Visit premier.care to learn more. We'll take a break. Back with more on the First Central Credit Union postgame show in a moment. Follows a 43-21 Iowa State win over Baylor on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Ask for Kasasa Checking. It's our superpower. First Central Credit Union pays 5% APY on your checking account. There's no penalty in this game. Get great returns while having complete access to your cash. Get in motion with First Central's Reward Checking that refunds ATM fees nationwide. Enjoy an automatic savings feature that pays you too. It's a snap to apply online at firstcentralcu.com.
Everything we do for you.
Eligibility and qualifications apply. APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Stay in the game with Q-Collar, the world's first and only equipment proven to help protect the brain. It's backed by advanced research, built for the modern athlete, and designed to protect your most important asset, your brain. Q-Collar is a proud partner of the Baylor Bears. When it's on, it's on. Learn more and collar up at Q30.com. That's Q30.com. Hi, this is John Morris for Green Eye Associates. Let Green Eye Associates, Doctors Leanne Green and Avery Platt help you see Waco clearly. Their experienced team enjoys making your eye exam fun, easy, and accurate, providing trustworthy and honest communication about your eyes and eyewear. Visit them on Lake Air Drive or at greeneyeassociates.com to see their services and a wide selection of eyewear made on-site by experts. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
First Central Credit Union postgame show brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. 43-21 the final score. Iowa State over Baylor tonight here in Ames. JJ has a look at all the final stats from this game tonight.
Well, John, I mean, Baylor had 337 yards of total offense. Really probably should have had more than that, the way they were humming. And really just kind of hit a wall there after about that second drive in the second half. But Iowa State goes for 542 yards. They don't punt on the afternoon. And it's evident here by the final score, 43-21. They had a nice mix, 265 on the ground, 277 through the air. Baylor had 258 in the air, but only 79 yards on the ground. And Sawyer Robertson was 24 that. So Baylor really couldn't generate with Bryson Washington, 8 carries. We saw him go out after that big hit on that reception. He only had 28 yards for 3.5 yards per carry average. Dawson, 9 for 27, 3 yards a carry. And Sawyer, as I mentioned, 3 carries for 24 yards. Sawyer 25 of 44, 258, 3 touchdowns. He had that interception, a big one, as Baylor was trying to figure out on 4th and 3. Trying to push this and get back ahead after they trailed 21-26. They drove the ball down, threatening from their 19-yard line. Saw he had a 4th and 3. Thought he was going to run for it. He saw a Baylor receiver wide open, but so did the defender from Iowa State who picked off that pass. And Baylor from then on really didn't find a way to get back in as they went up 21-33 and ultimately 40-21. You look at third downs, Baylor's 4-13, Iowa State 7-12. That's immaculate performance on third down. You're 7-12, well over 50%, 1 of 2 on 4th down. They ran 70 plays to Baylor 64. They averaged 7 yards per play. Baylor 5.3 yards per play, time of possession, 24 minutes for Baylor, 35 or 36 minutes for Iowa State. A lot of that came late. Really, neither team could sack the other team. One of my keys to the game was turnovers. I thought Baylor needed to be at least +1. Well, we need to be more than +1. It was actually even, but remember, Iowa State got a special teams touchdown with a block punt return for a TD without your defense being able at least to slow them down or at least just make them waste some time. So I look at that as a turnover. I look at Iowa State as being +1, even though I know that they don't list that as a turnover. The Baylor defense just couldn't get off the field, couldn't slow this offense down. Our offense really – after that first half and really getting that touchdown after the second half, they just, for some reason, couldn't find that play that they needed to make. And And, John, if I look at the defense, and our defense gave up 500 yards. You know, Keaton Thomas had his normal 7. You know, he had 7 tackles. You know, Matt Jones had 4, which is, you know, I'm usually seeing him with more tackles. But really the magic for Iowa State is when the game was on the line, they were able to go to Jaden Higgins, 8 for 116 yards and a score. They could go to Jalen Noel, 5 for 98. And that doesn't count about 3 or 4 PIs against those guys by the Baylor defenders trying to keep the ball away from them. Trigg, he was the leading receiver for 6 for 61 for Baylor in the score. And then, of course, Keytron had a touchdown, 5 for 66. Hal Presley, who went out, Ricky said he did see him in his shoulder pads at the end of the game, so hopefully that's positive news, 5 for 57. You know, Monterey only had 2 catches. Ashton had 3 catches. They were pretty good catches, but not kind of what you want from yardage from those guys. And Josh Cameron, only 2 for 10 yards, but he did have a touchdown catch on the afternoon. Sawyer spread the ball around, 8 different receivers for those 25 completions. But, John, if you look at it, it's really we couldn't stop him, didn't force him to punt. And when Baylor needed to kind of keep up, we just really didn't have enough firepower or consistency, you know, to make those plays.
All right, that adds up to a 43-21 Iowa State win over Baylor tonight here in Ames. More to come on the First Central Credit Union postgame show. Visit to the Baylor locker room, scores of other games around the Big 12 Conference. Stay with us for all of that coming up on the First Central Credit Union postgame show. We're also brought to you by the Greater Waco Chamber. The Greater Waco Chamber, whether you're a member business or considering membership, optimize the opportunity to gather and grow your business with us. Go to wacochamber.com/activate to explore the benefits of membership. And brought to you by our good friends at Rudy's. Rudy's is a proud sponsor of Baylor football. Be sure to stop by your local Rudy's or Rudy's.com for some real Texas barbecue. Enjoy 100% oak smoked meats, delicious sides, and Rudy's signature sauce. Don't forget Rudy's serves breakfast tacos every day until 10 a.m. Take a break. Back with more in a moment on the First Central Credit Union postgame show. It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Ricky, you got somebody? Oh, let's do that. Yep, good catch there, Rick. Thanks very much. Let's go down just outside the Baylor locker room, and offensive lineman Campbell Barrington joins us now. Campbell, thanks for the visit. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
How about the environment here on the road tonight? You guys have been in some kind of environments already this year.
No, yeah, for sure. It was a great environment to play in, yeah.
It's nice to have you back, number one. How did you feel like the offense, especially in that first half, performed this evening?
Yeah, looking at that first half, I mean, we were moving the ball pretty good. I mean, definitely our run game's working. We're working to improve that, but we were slinging it pretty good. Sawyer was doing a pretty good job.
And at times, the run game was working pretty well tonight for you guys.
Yeah, it was hitting. You know, I mean, once we're slinging that ball, I mean, the run game's going to open up a little more for us. So.
Hey, Campbell, coming in, kind of what was the thought? Was
Hello?
the thought
Hello?
based on what you've seen on tape, or video, that you were going to have to throw it first to open up the run?
Hello?
What was the plan?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Can you hear me? I can hear you.
I mean, we knew they were going to come out in that 3-2, you know, and
Yeah.
And
219, I didn't
mean,
hear anything.
We were just waiting for it to open up a little more, but it just didn't.
And just to get a feel, because I mean, these guys, I've watched them, and it's kind of hard. I mean, was the challenge, you know, something that you faced running the ball? Was it? Did they commit a bunch of bodies? Or did those guys at the front just play that solid? Kind of, what did you see?
No, yeah, that secondary, you know, the linebackers just sitting there. They for sure were filling the gaps a lot faster. I think it was. I mean, at the beginning, it was tougher for us to get off, you know, our blocks on the D linemen and get to the running or the linebackers because they were filling so fast. But yeah, I'd say mainly just that aspect.
Campbell, for you guys going into an open day, it's not really the way you want to go into an open day, but it does give you some time to work on things. What do you think? What do you think it's going to be like the next couple of weeks before you play again?
Yeah, no, we got to get this running game rolling. So I mean, we're going to be focused on that and working hard to get that rolling for our running backs.
Good, amen to that. We're with you. Thanks for the visit.
Thanks,
we appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it. Bye.
All right, man. Campbell Barrington with us, offensive lineman for the Bears. Follows the 43-21 loss by the Bears to Iowa State tonight. Let's take a break. Back with more on the First Central Credit Union postgame show in a moment. Brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
When life gets complicated, Butts Law Firm is your one stop for a wide range of legal needs. Whether you
I'll be right back, John.
documents such as a will, trust, or guardianship, or the appointment of a receiver to handle personal or business assets management and disposal, consumer protection, family-related legal matters, or various business-related issues. We are your community firm. Whether you're planning for the future, navigating a probate, or managing a business, our experienced team is ready to guide you every step of the way. Trust us to provide the legal support you need. Call today, 406-641-BUTZ. That's 406-641-2889. Or come by the Waxahachie office at 301 South Rogers Street, Suite 202, downtown Waxahachie. Come see the difference having a trusted attorney by your side can make, because at Butts Law Firm, your legal rights are our business.
Hey football fans, Kyle Sotrano here with George's Restaurant Bar and Catering to invite you to experience game days with George's this season. Join us at George's before or after the game for some signature Big O cocktails. Now come watch every second unfold on our 200-inch TV screens. Hosting a tailgater party? Let George's cater with our party packaging meals, perfect for feeding your crew. Swing by for breakfast, lunch, or dinner at either of our locations. George's number 1 at 1925 Spade Avenue or George's number 2 at 1201 Hewitt Drive. And make plans to try out Jorge's Cantina this season, the latest addition to the George's family, with authentic Mexican cuisine, fresh seafood, and tequila cocktails galore. Come see for yourself and sick 'em Bears.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the Buy H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
You're listening to Baylor Football. On the Baylor Sports Media Network.
I want to remind you the Baylor Coaches Show presented by Central National Bank live at Rudy's is back every Wednesday here in the fall. Join us on Wednesdays live from Rudy's 6:30 to 7:30 for a chance to hear and get all the inside scoop on all of our Baylor athletics programs this season. That's Wednesdays, 6:30 to 7:30, live from Rudy's on the Circle in Waco. And welcome back on the First Central Credit Union postgame show. It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Ricky and JJ, for both of you guys, you've been in locker rooms after losses, and this is now 3 straight for the Bears. What do you think the message from Coach Aranda might be to the team after this loss tonight on the road?
Yeah, I think it's going to be consistent. This is my thought, John, with kind of what he said before. But the challenge now is after 3 consecutive losses going into a bye week, it's just going to be hard to hold. You hopefully, these guys played hard. I give him that. But it's going to be hard to hold the hearts and minds of these guys because you need stuff evidenced by success. And they'll have spurts of success. So I think the message is, hey, we still learning. We're work in progress and not beating ourselves when we have success. And that's all you can say, really. And then you just kind of get ready to get back on that plane, and you really plan on getting these guys back tomorrow and kind of going from there. So it's a rough locker room this afternoon.
Yeah, I think the tough part is I'm betting these coaches wish they had a game next Saturday.
Right.
It's tough to be off after a 3-game losing streak with really 2 games you should have won and a 3rd game tonight that you had an opportunity to win the way you were playing even early in the 3rd quarter. So I think that's the difficult spot. It's really easy to lose a football team, JJ, just like it's hard to get a team going in the right track. And when you get in that winning mode, you just know how to win, just like this Iowa State team that's 5-0. And right now, this Baylor team doesn't know how to win.
All right, very good. Let's check scores around the Big 12. Games in progress. Arizona State is now leading Kansas. I think KU had the lead earlier. Arizona State leads the Jayhawks 28-24, 6:19 to go in the 4th quarter. Let's see. UCF lost to Florida, non-conference game today, 24-13. Earlier, West Virginia all over Oklahoma State, winning in Stillwater, 38-14 was the final. And one game just now kicking off in Tucson, Texas Tech, and Arizona scoreless in the 1st quarter out there. Last night, Houston beat TCU 30-19 in Big 12 conference play. And we'll take a break, and we've got more to come on the First Central Credit Union postgame show. It follows a 43-21 loss by the Bears to Iowa State tonight in Ames. Stay with us. More on the First Central Credit Union postgame show after this.
The Toyota Tundra's powerful, available iForce V6 engine means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. To your neighbor, it means helping them with their new chainsaw carving hobby.
What do you think of this thing, eh? It's a Bearfish Birdman wood carving, if I've ever seen one.
To your cousins, the Tundra means as they jump off the boat onto the sandbar.
Now watch this flip.
No, don't. You're gonna...
Cannonball!
Definitely nail it.
To your co-pilots, the Tundra means an extra comfortable journey.
I can just...
I'm on that.
You sure can.
And to you, the Tundra means...
Yeah, that's good.
Whoa.
That's weird.
Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Now this is a bare necessity. From tailgating to sailgating, the 2025 Tundra is built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
He's done this enough now. Early shows, I want to
see packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
Now that he's done it a few times, I think we're fine.
Stay in the game with Q-Collar, the world's first and only equipment proven to help protect the brain. It's backed by advanced research, built for the modern athlete, and designed to protect your most important asset, your brain. Q-Collar is a proud partner of the Baylor Bears. When it's on, it's on. Learn more and collar up at Q30.com. That's Q30.com.
First Central Credit Union is opening doors to home ownership. First
We got
Central's
off to a good
open door
start,
mortgage
and
loans
then,
up to 95% of the appraised home value with low closing costs, no points, low origination fees, flexible terms, and competitive rates. Consider refinancing your mortgage or securing land for building.
Yes.
And up to 75% of the appraised value of land. Apply online at firstcentralcu.com. Everything we do for you.
Some restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Member NCUA.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
And welcome back on the First Central Credit Union postgame show. It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. 43-21 the final. Iowa State over Baylor tonight here in Ames. We're joined now by Baylor head coach Dave Aranda. It's brought to you by Alliance Bank. Alliance Bank, it's your bank. And, Coach, that first drive, third quarter, you guys took the lead. And what happened from that point?
We really struggled defensively. I thought, this was by far our worst game. And, I thought early in the game, first and second quarter, there was struggles, but we were still able to be settled and make plays when we needed to make plays. And the longer the game went, there in the third and the fourth, the more motions and the shifts and really just a lot of dressing, window dressing on their part. They did a great job. We just struggled. It would be as if someone was swimming deeper and deeper into water, and we could only hang out in the shallow end. And the more we swam, then we drowned, just with the adjustments and just everything else. And so we're getting back to the sideline, trying to build to match it, and then we get back on the field and something else. And I think that combined with just there's one-on-one opportunities to either make a play or not get a PI or make a tackle, and we continually did not make those. And I think those two things combined, the deep water of adjustments and then the one-on-one missed opportunities, is what got us.
We thought getting off to a good start, fast start tonight on the road against this crowd would be imperative, and you guys did that tonight.
Yeah, we did, yeah. We were just talking here. It's kind of like the opposite of what our games have been, and so it's just a struggle right now to play 4 quarters of ball. But I thought we started fast. I thought the energy and the focus and the effort was there, and I thought there was good cohesion on all sides, all 3 sides of it. Guys were playing complementary ball.
Coach, once again, up front, kind of struggled on offense to run the ball, but it seems like you had to generate a pass game first. Was that the plan coming in? Feel like we had to throw the ball first to kind of maybe get to the run?
It was, yeah. Their 3-man rush, I think early in the game, they were playing their base way of playing, which for us was was helpful because that gave us time to get past the level of their zone drops. Guys could kind of find soft spots in those areas. Sawyer could kind of manipulate the pocket and move around, stay alive, and a guy would settle down into a soft zone, and we'd get 15 yards, 12 yards, something like that. And so, that was kind of going until the end of the first half, and they started to zero pressure.
Right.
And then from then we had to be able to get the screens going and get the ball out a little bit more. And I think what all that did when it was like 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, is that really you wish it was 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, and a running attack on first down would have been very helpful. And so it came back to get us in the end.
And Coach, give me your thinking. I was wondering what was going. It was 21-33, 4th and 1 in our territory. What was your thought? Because I've seen you go for it quite a bit, and you decided to punt that one away, knowing how they were playing offense. Give us your thinking there.
Yeah, I thought we struggled to run it, and so I thought the opportunity to try to be able to pin them and get the ball back and try to be able to make a play on defense was probably higher at that point than running the ball on the other side. And so, tough decisions like that are always hard to come by. I think in the past we go for it, and just on the short field, it probably would have been tough and already a tough game.
Coach, 6 games in, 6 to go in the regular season with an open date coming up this week. How will you best use the open date?
We got to heal up. We have some guys injured off of this game, and we've got a lot of corrections to make. I think, things that we've done well, we want to capitalize on. Things that we've shown as liabilities and as weaknesses, for sure, we've got to be able to correct them, because the second half of the schedule, we're going to get people attacking us in those ways. And so we'll have our offense do a opponent scout of our defense. So coaches will do that, and vice versa. Defense will do a look of our offense, and we'll kind of look at tells and just things that we see. And maybe when you're going through week by week, it's there, but you don't know how big of a deal it is. And so we'll be able to really focus on those weaknesses and work to get them corrected.
Coach, thanks for the visit.
Thanks, Coach.
Okay, thank you, guys.
All right, we appreciate it. That's Coach Dave Aranda, post-game, brought to you by Alliance Bank. Alliance Bank, it's your bank. And Ricky and JJ, let's wrap things up here. Tough loss tonight, certainly, and not a great time to go into an open date, but maybe he's got a plan. You can hear him say, what they want and need to get done during this extra time.
Yeah, I think he has a plan. It's just I kind of feel for him, because I know, because with 3 weeks, 3 consecutive losses like we had, it's been in all kinds of ways, right? And he started out so well, and I appreciate his answer on that I asked about the punt, because I was asking that question for me, because I was kind of wondering why we punted it, but I hear him. I mean, we just couldn't run the ball at that time. You're down to 1 running back. You put Sawyer in empty. There's zero pressure. You're not handling zero pressure well. Still surprised he did go for it, but nevertheless, he felt that best opportunity was to try to stop him and then maybe get another chance. But nevertheless, he has his hands full, man, with that off week, because it's, you just kind of got to keep guys busy and disciplined, because sometimes, when it's not going the way you want it to, guys can get kind of a little bit undisciplined. So hopefully they can kind of get it going.
That'll be good. Ricky, what would you like to see for the Bears moving into this open week?
Well, obviously, the main thing is somehow, some way, they've got to come out of that week with something positive. I think they just can't keep going down this hill that they're going down now. If you go into that for a 2-week period and you're off, then you're not ready to play when you go to Lubbock. So some way they've got to use this next week that's not a game week to gather themselves, maybe take a little bit of time off, refresh some legs, get some people well. I think that's primarily what they've got to do. You're down to 1 running back, so you got to get some people well, and you've got to find a way to beat Texas Tech. I think that now is a game that you just have to find a way to win, and 1 win like that, that can start things going in the other direction, and that sounds pretty simple, but it is down to that point now that they've got to win a football game, and it needs to start with Texas Tech. You're 2-4, lose that, you're 2-5, which means you can only lose 1 more on the way out to still get to a bowl game, which is obviously this team's goal. It's tough, but I've been there before. JJ, I'm sure you have too.
Yeah.
And it's tough on these players and it's tough on these coaches, but you've seen teams come out of it. There's some good things there, and I think Sawyer has played well. The running game has just struggled. It just hasn't been there all season. And defensively, I thought this was probably the poorest output, particularly in the second half. Just couldn't stop them. But and maybe we're wrong. Maybe it is a good time to have a week off. We'll sure find out in 2 weeks when we go to Lubbock.
Yeah, very good. All right, Rick, come on up.
Come on
Folks,
up, Rick.
Let's take a break, and we'll be back and wrap things up on the First Central Credit Union postgame show in a moment. It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. 43-21, the final, Iowa State over Baylor on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
This is David Wetzel, Executive Director of the Baylor Bee Association, inviting you to our 2024 Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame induction banquet November the 1st at the Hurd Welcome Center. We have another outstanding class of inductees this year, including Brittany Griner and Odyssey Sims from women's basketball, Ronnie Allen from track and field, Whitney Cannon-Rickenstein from Baylor softball, Mark Cochran from football, Michael Griffin from baseball, Nina Cesar-Bajovic from women's tennis, and Epe Udo from men's basketball. We'll also honor the back-to-back Big 12 Championship 2013 and 2014 football teams. The induction banquet is Friday, November 1st at 6:30 p.m. in the Hurd Welcome Center Grand Ballroom. Tickets and table sponsorships are available by going to BaylorBears.com/HOF. That's BaylorBears.com/HOF. Hope you can join us November 1st for the Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame induction banquet. Sic 'em Bears.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
It's Ram Power Days at Allen Samuels in Waco. Get the 2025 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew Cab with an incredible $15,000 off MSRP. Or drive away in a 2024 Ram 2500 Tradesman Crew Cab with $10,000 off MSRP. A great selection with over 350 new to choose from. But hurry, these deals won't last long. Hurry into Allen Samuels in Waco today. First responders get an extra $500 off.
Come by. Let's be friends.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Union postgame show brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Tonight follows a 43-21 loss by the Bears to the Iowa State Cyclones here in Ames. Bears dropped to 2-4 on the season, 0-3 in Big 12 conference play. And again, an open date we've talked about next Saturday, October the 12th. And back in action the following Saturday, 2 weeks from today, October 19th in Lubbock against Texas Tech. We don't have a game time yet for the Bears and the Red Raiders. May know that on Monday. If not Monday, if it's a 6-day advance notice, wouldn't know until the following Monday. But we'll find out then, and that is the next game for Baylor. And whatever the kick time, we will have it for you here on the Baylor Sports Media Network. We appreciate your being with us this evening and staying tuned in. Thanks to our crew here in Ames. We invite you to stay tuned for the post-game fan forum, which is coming up next. Immediately following our network sign-off, Derek Smith and Bryce Hager will walk you through this game and have their thoughts and take your thoughts on this Baylor game tonight on the post-game fan forum. Thanks to Jeff Walter, our spotter and statistician here in the booth tonight. Thanks to Aaron Sexton, our network board operator. Thanks to Eric Sharrow and Chris Rayburn, our travel coordinators for this trip to Ames. Bob Baker's our engineer in the booth. Speaking for all of them, plus J.J. Joe and Ricky Thompson, I'm John Morris. We appreciate you being with us. Our final score once again, Iowa State 43, Baylor 21. Good night from Ames, Iowa.
You've been listening to the First Central Credit Union postgame show.
All right, John, I'll talk to you Monday.
Central Credit Union.
Thanks. Oh, hey, can you, John?
Stay tuned.
Hey, Bob.
Game fan forum right here.